Welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey. It is time for the top 8 here of the RealmFest 5K Classic Constructed Bonanza. This is Sam Byrne. That's Rhea Adams. It's time to get into it. You want to look at some deck lists?
I'm ready to look at some deck lists. Yeah, let's find out what these people have been playing yesterday.
Let's look at the deck lists, everybody. We have got the games coming up for you in just a second, so let's go ahead and take a look at Chris's list. Rhea, break down what you're seeing.
All right. So we've got Arcane Barrier 2. Some Spellfray, pretty important for the Kanos later in the bracket, assuming he gets through this quarterfinals match. Oh, 3, excuse me, with the Tide Flippers as well. Pretty standard equipment loadout besides that. Of course, the Zephyr Needles, which we've seen rise in popularity recently in Zen ever since the US Nationals tournaments. Just 3 yellow cards, perhaps the 3 best cards in the deck. And then a pile of blues that look like they transcend quite efficiently.
Yep.
And you know, the good reds, as you might say. I think only 2 Flusterfists is kind of interesting. I guess, you know, with Bonds of Ancestry being restricted, you're probably not ending those combo chains that often with Flusterfist, but hard to be embarrassed with a 0 for 4 that says combo on it.
Sure. Some good kind of tech for the mirror, some good tech for other, you know, honestly, Prism in the weakest link there. We saw that almost do some crazy work yesterday. A couple Command and Conquers. And interesting to see, like, maybe what's replacing the blue and yellow bonds. See Warmonger's Diplomacy in the list. See a one of Snag. So other than that, definitely a lot of the cards that we're used to seeing in Zen lists in the past. But not all Zens can make it to the top 8 of a 5K. And Chris of the Banished Zone podcast has shown he is able to do so. Let's go ahead and jump over because the players are getting ready to start. Let's take a look at the Prism list. This is going to be Barrett. The top 8 first. Let's look at the bracket. That's what I meant. It's the bracket. This is the bracket that we're going to have going on. We're going to be showing 2 of the quarterfinals match. So we're going to be showing the match at the bottom of your screen. This is going to be Chris and Barrett coming up in just a second. And then right after that, we'll be showing Joshua Lovell on Kano versus Connor Bryant on Azalea. Then we'll be moving on to the semifinals because players need to get to the Battle Hardened if they, you know, don't make it through this round. Let's go ahead and take a look at Barrett's list. This is going to be one of the 2 Prisms that made it into the top 8. Prism had a good little run through this tournament, and I know it's a hero you're a fan of, Rhea, so talk to me about some of the spice in this list.
Yeah, so the arena cards make a lot of sense. You have both the Rapture plan and the Vestige plan here. Stonewall Gauntlet being the default RMPs, just conceding Zen is the top deck in this meta, and I want an arm piece that can probably block 3, because Bonds of Ancestry is still a real threat, even though it's only reds. We have the Great Library of Solana, which is a bit of a controversial card. You know, there's a lot of infighting among Prism players about if it's worth playing or not, but I think the general trend has been it is more helpful than harmful recently, and we'd have to see that working out for Barrett here. Interestingly, 1 yellow Angelic Wrath, just trying to play mind games with that opponent of, I've pitched 1 of them, how many more do I have left in my deck? Of course, top 8 here today is open deck list, so Christopher will know, just have to play around the 1. Pretty extensive suite of Spectra here, including Parable of Humility, but you're pointing out something interesting. The Angelic Wraths are split across the yellows and the blues, with 2 Angelic Wrath blue as well.
Yeah, the Angelic Wrath is an interesting include. I remember when I checked out your list, and I was like, oh, I like this. It doesn't block, but it does push a Herald of Erudition over the top, which can be really nice. You know, I know some people are in and out of Light of Souls, but I think both of our Prism players here today are on that card, and we're seeing, you know, the Parables of Humility making a resurgence in these lists.
I mean, we certainly saw how powerful that was yesterday, and I think it's interesting just how the Zen has the weakest links to tech against Prism. Prism also has some Zen tech here in these 3 that all you got. Very powerful in terms of just essentially gaining free life against some of Zen's smaller attacks while still not giving up a card to block those.
Alrighty, well, the players are ready for us. We are ready to bring you all the action. It is the first round of the top 8, the first of 2 quarterfinals we're going to be taking a look at. This is Christopher Young, our 3rd seed here on Zen, Tamer of Purpose, versus Barrett Goss, your 6th seed on Prism, Awakener of Soul. Chris won the die roll and decided to go first. Is that sorry, excuse me, not the die roll. This is, yes, of course, the seeding. So because Chris is 3rd, he is going to be able to elect to choose. So because he had all the optionality there, if you're in the Prism seat, as I know you're going to be maybe subconsciously putting yourself in throughout this broadcast, you happy you're going first, or are you happy you're going second?
I think I am happy going second if I don't see any cheat cards in Zen's hand.
Or any no blocks in your own, right? I think that
Absolutely,
maybe that's part of what Chris is, kind of hoping for, is you draw in the Prism seat a number of no blocks cards that just have a bunch of pearls or zeros in that bottom right corner, and so then your attacks, you can still go relatively wide and get some damage through. And Prism, of course, starts at a whopping 32 health.
Not a lot.
No.
There is an interesting mini-game Chris has to play here, though, which is if he ends his turn 0 without an action point, there's always a chance that Barrett can play one of those instant Spectra, which then can start the game and play without Chris having an option to destroy it. So it's going to be an interesting balancing act to see if Chris can transcend on turn 0, get that Chi in deck specifically for that traverse to have a power turn as soon as possible without giving Barrett an opportunity to do something like that to the board.
Yeah, kind of holding up the action point. It's not, I would say, maybe the most comfortable position for the aggro deck to be. Wanting to hold back an action point just in case, trying to, not really wanting the Prism deck to go first, landing 2 permanents, right? So it's something about this. I think I'm hearing word from our illustrious producer that we have a Spectra story that's a trademark that our Ethan Mansant wants to go ahead and bring. So I'm going to once again phone a friend. Bring in the man. Talk to hello, Ethan. Hello, Ethan. Talk to me about Spectra.
Leave me alone. I'm in bed. So I actually have something.
Doing all of this from bed, just like covers up like little.
Yeah, I got OBS on my phone. Come on. I'll make this really quick before they jump in here. So in the League Levia Discord, there were a couple of questions brewing around Spectra and some Levia interactions, and I've got 2 rulings hot off the press that are quite interesting. First and foremost, Beast Within. If you attack a Spectra aura, you actually get to trigger it because it never went from the combat chain to the graveyard, which would negate its effect. It instead went from a stack. So Beast Within will trigger Turn Off Blood at second if you roll Scabbies and then play Shadow Realm Horror. Play Scabbies and hit Scabbies, extra action point, right? Then play Shadow Realm Horror into a Spectra and still satisfy the Banish 3 conditions. Those 3 attacks are still playable.
Oh, because it's on play. It's not on.
Yes. All right, and with that, here we go.
That is interesting, and leave it to Ethan Mansant to watch a game between Zen and Prism and start talking about Levia. All right, this is going to be Chris to start this game off. We've got the Zephyr Needles, we've got the Traverse, we've got the 12-Petal Kasai, the Tiger Stripe Shuko, and the Stride of Reprisal, of course. But interestingly, we're seeing the Vestige of Soul and not the Empyrean Rapture. We're not going to be flipping into Ward 4. Looks as though Barrett is trying to go very wide in a different way, wide with auras. What do you think that speaks to, Rhea?
So I think what that's signifying here is Barrett has identified Zen is a quote-unquote unfair deck. The numbers that he puts out for the amount of cards that he uses are quite high in terms of the overall economy of Flesh and Blood. And so Prism, as with a hero that has the opportunity to also do very unfair things with things like Tome of Divinity, Arclight Sentinel, Parable of Humility, Genesis, things like these, just trying to lean into that by also, excuse me, by also playing as unfair of play patterns as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Genesis, Arclight Sentinel, cards that you can read and be like, dude, this just does not make sense. I don't like this. Looking at the actual gameplay here and what these players might be liking or not liking, we see the attack for 1 in the Descendant Guestway and the immediate transcend from our Zen player here. So what you were not hoping to see if you're in the Prism seat, but for Chris, this is exactly what you want. You have your action point, you have the Chi, you see Barrett pitching a red. If Barrett was pitching, say, a yellow or a blue into this Phantasmal Footsteps, that might speak a little more towards having an aura in hand that he wants to use and utilize the rest of the resources on. It looks like we are going to go ahead and activate Zen here, utilizing our Chi that we just pitched, but also critically making a resource. So in case we do want to pass with our action point, we have a resource floating for something like one of those 2 Zephyr Needles.
Yes. So It's unlikely that Barrett is going to play a Spectra on this turn, considering that he pitched a red to Phantasmal Footsteps and not a yellow or a blue.
Unless this is mind games.
This could be the biggest mind games you've ever seen. But this looks like Christopher is in the clear to really start to offensively pressure on this turn 0, potentially sneak damage through, and still have an arsenal, even if it's just that Crouching Tiger. We see 100 wins being chosen off of the Zen Banish. Just, converting that chi into a 0 for 3 offensively.
And interestingly as well, we talked about this yesterday, right? The Zen, I think, can fail to find. So Chris could have kind of kept a little more threat density in the deck, kept that good red 100 wins for a later Bonds turn, or just to have it's always a good target. The 0 for 3 with combo, always, easy to grab off of the Zen, but still wants to put some pressure on. Still, Barrett might still have some no blocks in the hand.
So I will say, the fact that Barrett has pitched a card that does block here to play activate the Phantasmal Footsteps probably means that the rest of his hand blocks as well.
Yep.
Oh, there's a Figment of Triumph in his hand. Interesting. So he's potentially sandbagging that yellow for the next turn just so that he knows he will have a source of go again for the first real turn of the game.
We're going to go 1 damage here. Cannot be prevented. That line of text is not always relevant, but is certainly relevant into Prism. A lot of ward, and not necessarily that many spectral shields, but certainly a lot of angels that can flip around. The 1 is going to connect, so Barrett, it's first blood here in the quarterfinals of the RealmFest, and Barrett going down to 31. That is going to take the turn from Chris. He's going to pass the turn, pocket an Art of War into that arsenal.
Art of War and a chi is the bottom card of your deck is exactly where Zen wants to be on turn 1, it turns out. This could be a very short game if the cards line up right for Chris. In terms of Barrett's hand, we see a That All You Got, which will be very effective in Arsenal. And it looks like a red Herald of Triumph. Very difficult for Zen to pop. Those weakest links critically, not 7 powers. And so this is probably going to threaten to get a Figment unless Christopher is willing to put the entire armor suite in front of it. Not unheard of when Zen has access to an Art of War.
Absolutely, but only a couple cards in the graveyard there. I'm not sure. We can see the hand here for Chris. We can see a couple blues. We can see the Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast. We can see the Descendant Gust. We have a Tiger Swipe, and of course, one of those cheat cards in the path, Well Traveled. So not a whole lot of, not probably that incentivized to block unless he doesn't want to throw that Art of War out on this turn.
Yes, it's an interesting hand. It really would come down to a gamble on drawing 2 good cards off the Art of War, probably banishing something like the blue Descendant Gust Wave. But there's a real potential for this hand to, on turn 1 of the game, let Zen really pop off. It'll be interesting to see which decision tree he takes, playing the Art of War this turn or waiting for a future.
Yeah, this really does have huge ripple effects throughout the game.
Yes.
Also, from Barrett's side, there is something nice about pitching this Figment of Triumph on the turn 1. It means that if, let's say, you need it off of that Halo on something light an Art of War turn, you are guaranteed not to draw it off the top of your deck when you resolve the Halo activation, which is like sometimes a Prism's worst nightmare. You need the Figment of Triumph. You need the Figment of Judgment. You need the Figment of Erudition. You activate the Halo. The Herald goes into your soul. You draw the card you were going to search for. So Barrett, knowing that card's on the bottom of his deck, just like Chris's Chi, also might be something he's thinking about in a positive light.
Chris really thinking about taking time on this block. It's kind of signaling to me that he is doing the math. He's really considering going off here. Just thinking about that Art of War that's in Arsenal. How much damage can this hand represent? Especially considering there is a Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast. He could traverse, turn that online, and if he finds 1 Bonds, okay, looks like we're committing to the Art of War.
Yeah,
but not traversing on this turn.
Just going to go ahead and block the 1 here, taking the 6. Barrett is going to get 6 damage across. So, Chris, he was at 41 thanks to the homage to his ancestors, but going to head on down to 35 here as a result of that attack. I wonder if because you see your opponent in Chris's seat on Vestige, you're even more incentivized to let some of these Heralds hit, given that it's not as easy for them to just flip it into Ward 4.
Yeah, probably so. It's more of a setup-based game from Prism, and so there isn't an immediate threat of the on-hit effect when the Heralds do go to Soul. You're not immediately giving them 2 resources from Rapture. They have to work a little bit harder for it, having Vestige pay them off. I will say we saw Barrett get the Figment of Erudition here, creates a Ponder when it enters the arena. And so even though we saw that All You Got in the hand earlier, You know, Barrett has seen a Strider Reprisal block. That's probably indicating that an Art of War is coming, and that all you got probably isn't going to have many targets to draw a card anyways. Better to pitch it, play another Herald, punish Chris for not wanting to block on this turn cycle, and still have an arsenal anyways from that Ponder.
I think Chris is incredibly happy to see this follow-up.
Absolutely.
Because this is exactly where you'd like to be in the Zen. If you like you're describing, Rhea, the Prism here, the Barrett, the Prism here is hoping to set up, right? And is trying to use that vestige, but everything's face up. It's just a figment of variation. All Chris is thinking about is a Ponder token. And, you know, worst case scenario for Chris, it's what? A Soul Shield, maybe an ALS, but even that is taking, you know, Barrett's entire hand. To play it most likely. So here, unless that card off the top is something backbreaking, Chris is going to have all of the agency in the world to pop the ever-loving heck off on his next turn.
Yes, this is exactly where you want to be from the Zen. There's no permanents on the board that are meaningful yet. You know, there is that Ponder, but not sure that it's extremely threatening. There's always the perfect draw of Arclight Sentinel, and having 2 blues in the next hand. We saw around 18 blues in this Prism list. Not the most likely thing ever. But we'll see what the Figment search here is. Probably looking at something like a Protection, just gain a little bit of life. Perhaps a Rebirth, although there's no yellow targets in the graveyard. Yeah. Get a Spectral Shield from that Protection. We almost assuredly know there's an Art of War coming from that Strider Reprisal block. And so just try to save a little bit of life, because this is almost guaranteed to be a very painful turn cycle.
Yeah, very interesting here for Chris, staring down the Vestige versus the Empyrean Rapture. You have to imagine that factored hugely into his decisions on this turn. But also, even if he wasn't incentivized to block anyway, maybe just, you know, you talk about game decisions made in sideboarding that have huge ramifications on a game of Flesh and Blood, and this might be one of them, because Chris is really get gearing up and raring to go on this next turn. We're going to see it's going to come down to how impactful this Art of War is. He does have the ability to transcend as well, has a blue card in the hand, has the path well traveled, and is likely to draw another one off the top of the deck, has the potential for the Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast to name all of these Tigers different cards from within Flesh and Blood's canon. So it's time to watch as Zen, the Tamer of Purpose, attempts to bring forth some major hurt as we start things off, as of course we all expected the Descendant Gustwave for 1.
Yes, Blue Descendant for 1. This means that path well traveled is online to transcend, go get a Bonds of Ancestry, and really pop off on this turn with that Art of War and Arsenal, which of course you don't have to lead the turn on, since we already know that we can tutor the cards that we need with Zen.
In reactions, I'm going to play an Art of War, choosing Banish to draw 2, +1/+1. Yep. Resolves. Thinking. Sure.
So we're going to go ahead here and resolve an Art of War here. Descendant Gustwave. In reactions, of course, trying to pump it up to 2, get an extra point, but we heard Barrett, instead of just resolves, he goes, thinking.
Thinking, but we practically can't see his hand. It's face down on the playmat.
Yes.
There's probably some sort of Spectra in there, whether it's a Parable of Humility or an Arclight Sentinel. We're on the edges of our seats to see. Oh, reaching for that Arsenal. Did he draw the perfect answer off of that Ponder?
In the hand, nothing.
In the hand, nothing.
3 blocks and a Figment of War, I believe. So it would have to be that random Ponder. But of course, this could be a posture here from Barrett. He is going to go ahead and let it resolve.
And
Crouching
what's that
Tiger
draw
is headed to the Banish Zone. The 2 cards drawn are
Orihone and a Bonds of Ancestry. So doesn't
off the top.
Okay, so path well traveled turns into a cheat. Orihone is going to draw 3 more cards. You don't even need to activate Zen ability to go get the Bonds. You just found it. And there's a Tiger Swipe here.
That is a crazy 2 cards to draw.
That's the perfect 2 cards. And look at he's thinking about it. He's realizing the possibilities
like,
of what just happened.
Can I just play this?
Yeah.
Stupid card.
Path well traveled.
Can I just draw 3 cards right now on an Art of War turn?
Path well traveled, importantly, can give Go Again to something that already has Go Again. It's free to just throw on this Descendant Gustwave and transcend with it. That's exactly what we're going to see here as we get Chi back.
And we're going to get another resource, and we're going to have the Chi to pitch into the Orion, and we just drew the natural bond. Now, if there's one thing that Barrett can, take some solace in on the turn, as exactly I mentioned it, Chris goes and shows us, there's not an enormous amount in that graveyard. The question is, can he do a double bonds, grabbing that one Descendant and utilizing the Zen ability on the turn? Even though there's only, you know, that 100 wins in there, would that be enough on an Artivore to really kind of snatch this game early on? It's going to depend on what we draw off this Orion.
It really does. I mean, you would need to see... Yeah, no, I mean, you can just fetch the second bonds off of Zen ability, but you need a second Transcend card drawn off of the Orihon if you are committing to playing that. If you don't want to play the Orihon, let's think about this. You can pitch Chi activating Zen, go get a Bonds of Ancestry, play the bonds in your hand, banish Descendant, go get a red Descendant, play the second bonds from Zen ability, then play 100 wins.
Take one.
So we actually don't need to draw 3 cards to have a double bonds turn this turn.
Yeah, that's fine. So,
but the question is, when you have the Orion in hand, when you're on an Artivore turn, and when you have the Chi already...
Oh, we're doing it?
Is that the game plan here for Chris? Let's go ahead and see. We're going to go ahead and activate
Zen ability.
Zen. So this is going to go, might be just going straight for the double bonds, not utilizing the Orion right away. Now, how does... I know it's interestingly ruled often with the Chis here. If a Chi is in the pitch zone and you play your Orion, does that count for pitching a Chi, or do you have to literally physically pitch the Chi when you play the card?
It's similar to Winter's Well, if you remember those interactions. You have to pitch the Chi to play the Orihon. It's not just a matter of having a Chi in your pitch zone. So it looks like we might not be drawing 3 cards this turn. It's fine. We've already only drawn 2.
I know. I mean, listen, Chris is perhaps a stronger man than I. If I saw that Orion and a Chi hand, I'd probably just windmill slam it. We're going to go ahead and grab an aspect of Tiger Body here. So what do you think that speaks to, Rhea?
So that's letting Chris resolve the Tiger Swipe in his hand while still comboing with the card before it and critically getting the Tiger from the aspect of Tiger Body so that that Tiger Swipe turns into a 0 for 4 go again instead of a 0 for 2 that it is right now. That also lets him arsenal the Orihon while still efficiently using all of the cards in his hand.
So this is really speaking to the Zen player here, spreading out the pop-off, right? We still have the Traverse the Universe, so we can grab a Chi at any time if we want to draw 3 cards off of potentially an Orion in the arsenal. So even though it might be exciting for us at home to be like, play the Orion, gosh darn it, play it, you. Instead, Chris is going to try to maintain power throughout a number of his turns, especially if he can take much or most of the cards out of Barrett's hand here, then he has potentially another immediate pop-off on the next turn with the Orion. This is going to be the Bonds of Ancestry naturally drawn off the Artivore to go, of course, just grab the 100 wins. This is going to be still a pretty nasty turn even without drawing 3 more cards.
Absolutely. Very disciplined play from Chris to not gamble on the draw 3 and realize I have a plenty powerful Artivore turn right here already in my hand without having to add unknown information to it. Really finding the optimal combo line.
So, question for you, Rhea. There are a couple cards in the Banished Zone here that Barrett does have a window to respond to with the Halo and grabbing a Figment of Judgment. Is this the time to do it? Because often when you are playing against a Zen, you don't have the priority window, right? They put it in the Banished Zone and then they immediately play it, right? So here we have 2 juicy options. Unfortunately, you know, you don't really shut the turn off, but if you grab that aspect of Tiger Body here, do you think you're sniffing out the Tiger Swipe if you're in the Prism seat?
So it's interesting. I'm not sure that it's quite enough information yet to say aspect of Tiger Body specifically means that there is a Tiger Swipe coming. If Barrett can deduce that, I think then you're saving around, 3-ish from the aspect of Tiger Body, another 2 from the Tiger Swipe that isn't prevented, plus the Figment that you actually gain from the Halo itself, you're looking at 6-ish value from the Halo, a little bit more perhaps. Seems like Barrett is starting to do that math.
Absolutely. What is the floor of the value you're attempting to grab from your Halo here?
I really am trying to get 6 to 8 out of it if I really can.
It's like, almost like Pouncing Links.
It's almost like Pouncing Links. I mean, the ceiling for it is filling an extra soul that lets you draw 2 cards off of Soraya, which typically is in that, 6 to 8 range. So
and is potentially what he's looking to do now that he has the Soraya out and has the Vestige out as well.
Absolutely.
But when you're facing down a Bond's turn on an Art of War turn with 2 red cards in the Banished Zone that look to be just juicy and ready for a Figment of Judgment to turn one of them face down and make it unplayable on the turn, again, just like that Orion, it has to be something that Barrett is thinking about here.
There also, of course, because we're only really taking away one head jab at a time if we Judgment something here, there's a chance that we could go get the Figment of Triumph, which you noted was pitched on the last turn cycle. So guaranteed to not draw it off of the Halo activation. And since we're looking at, 3 cards in Chris's hand, 2 cards in the Banish that are playable, this could be up to 4 to 5 value from that Figment of Triumph.
So it looks at this. We're just going to go ahead and do the Stonewall Gauntlet here. So this is going to basically turn off the Art of War effect on the turn as long as the combat chain remains open. But at this point, now that the Bonds of Ancestry has been played, you could just go 100 wins into the Aspect of Tiger Body on a new combat chain if you'd like, right?
So Bonds of Ancestry specifically says the card that is banished with it can only be played on that combat chain.
Got you.
So when the Stonewall Gauntlet blocks here on a Bonds that has power greater than its base, it's blocking 1 on the Bonds, it's preventing 1 from the -1, and this 100 wins is also going to have -1 because it must be played on the same chain as the Bonds of Ancestry. So at least saving at least 3 value blocked there from that Stonewall Gauntlet.
Break the combat chain.
All right, now he's breaking the combat chain here.
Now having to break the combat chain, could get a bit awkward. Aspect of Tiger Body, which is in the Banished, doesn't have to be played on that chain, but needs a red card in front of it to combo and get the Tiger for that Tiger Swipe.
So we maybe are just going to be playing the Tiger Swipe here, following this up with the Aspect of the Tiger Body. This is going to be 2 with Go again. So your Stonewall Gauntlet blocked 3. It's exactly what you wanted.
Yes. Stonewall Gauntlet block 3, which is, I mean, blocking 3 in Prism from an arm slot is unheard of. So,
all right, so the Crouching Tiger here, 2 with Go again, thanks to the Art of War and the Tiger Stripe Shuko. Of course, can't be prevented is still relevant.
Yeah, and the Tiger Swipe that's following this is going to have a very real on-hit.
Yes.
Frequently, those Tigers, attack for 0, and they're not very threatening. But on an Art of War turn, it's basically a 1-card offensive 5 with Go again, threatening a 6th point of value if it does connect.
Comboed an Art of War buff, so it comes in for 5 Go again, on hit make 1 Tiger in Banished.
On hit, make 1 Tiger in the Banished. So that's something that Barrett does have to think about here. We know this is coming up with the Aspect of Tiger Body, and then we're going to have 2 resources left over if we want to pump any into the Zephyr Needles, but it looks as though Barrett's just going to take it here. Going down to 17, allowing Chris to grab another Tiger.
So we know, we're not sure what's in Barrett's arsenal, but we know that he has a hand of 2 very powerful Heralds. Herald of Erudition, of course, threatening to draw cards unless Christopher sacrifices equipment to block out the Dominate.
No blocks.
No blocks. Barrett just going down to 13. We've got 2 more Tigers after this. Now the question is, I think if you're Chris, perhaps you're pretty incentivized to throw the needles after this. Even if he blocks, you've gotten your opponent relatively low at this point. He's all the way down to 13.
I think so. It's hard to pass up on the idea of putting your opponent to sub 10 on what is the first real turn of the game.
Yeah, let's see, because Barrett has kept every single card in that hand. Chris, are you going to throw your weapons into the fray? You have to imagine the answer might be yes. This is a Zephyr Needle for 2 with Go again. If Barrett blocks with a 3 block, that Zephyr Needle is gone for good, and that's finally going to buy the first block out of Chris, or out of Barrett here. You have to imagine maybe he was waiting for this. Listen, if I'm going to block, I want to get rid of those needles.
I mean, so critically, outside of the Tiger Swipe on this turn, all of the damage that Chris has presented has been vanilla. There's been no on-hits. The Zephyr Needles are the first thing where Barrett can actually make progress in terms of progressing this game in his favor by destroying them so that Chris doesn't have access to them on future turns, provided that you block with a card that has 3 defense or more.
And interestingly, the Herald of Erudition, such a strong card, but if anything, it would maybe just incentivize that Traverse the Universe to join the fray.
Absolutely,
because
yes.
of course it has Dominate, and if Chris doesn't want Barrett to draw 2 cards, then Zen's going to say, you know what, take my headpiece, I'll grab a Chi, and stop your attack in the meantime.
And what a profitable Art of War turn. Remember, Barrett started that turn at 31.
Yeah. Barrett also just decided not to block with any of his cards pretty much.
That's true, that's true. So he's probably going to be able to convert this 4-card hand pretty effectively. Might see a Soraya draw here.
Yeah, most likely that's something he's hoping to do is draw some cards off Soraya and parlay that advantage into more potential threats, maybe utilize that arsenal in a different way, because as soon as a card hits the soul, the vestige of soul is going to start to put in some major work. So Barrett took an enormous amount of licks. Prism is bleeding and battered after Zen's hand here, but let's see what Chris drew up. Looks like
we have another Descendant Bonds naturally drawn.
Oh my.
And there's an Orihone, remember.
And
so there's and a Chase the Tail. So there's an opportunity to block with Traverse, pitch the Chi, and that blue 100 wins, draw 3 more cards, and just keep going off.
Now the question is Chris worried about an Arclight Sentinel getting in his way? You know Barrett is the founder of the Arclight League, so you have to imagine that the Sentinel will come to the master of its name here. We're going to have to wait and see how afraid Christopher is of that card.
Yeah, so Barrett's out at this point is to have a light blue in hand, have this red Herald of Triumph connect, so that Vestige of Soul is online, and then able to pitch that light blue for 4 resources to awaken and attack with Soraya, draw 2 more cards, and then hopefully find a permanent to play in those top 2 cards, plus his arsenal, still unsure what that is, and be able to at least slow down the game from that state with Ward 4 and a Spectra on the board.
If you're in Barrett's seat here, you just hate to see Chris reach for that graveyard and take a look. You do not want to see Chris having any thoughts about using another Bonds of Ancestry here.
Certainly a telling sign of what's to come, yes.
Wonder if Chris wants to just commit the Traverse the Universe right away. You know, if the Vestige was Empyrean Rapture here, Barrett would have 4 more life, because we have to imagine one of those 2 cards would have been turned into Ward 4 on the last turn, and potentially would have 4 more life from this turn. So that's 8 more life total on these last 2 turn cycles. But it is going to be the Traverse the Universe block for Chris here.
It's go time.
Let's go grab the Chi. We've got the Orihone in the arsenal. Let's see if Barrett is going to be able to get in the way of this at all, or if Zen is going to go relatively uncontested into the semifinals.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see if Chris opts to draw 3 random cards from that Orihone, or once again activate Zen and get exactly the combo card that he wants.
Legitimately, I think I do worse with that.
Tiger Swipe always, you know, infamously combos with Chase the Tail very effectively to fuel more Tigers for the turn.
If 2 turns in a row, the Zen player decides, you know what, it's better for me to grab 1 card exactly instead of draw 3 cards. That really speaks to how powerful that hero ability is, because drawing 3 cards in Flesh and Blood is damn near unheard of. And yet we might see a player 2 turns in a row opt to instead sculpt the perfect hand utilizing a powerful card known as Bonds of Ancestry.
I heard that card's kind of good. Maybe we should look into restricting it.
Yeah. The devs are like, you know what? That's a little much, maybe. But as we can see, Zen's still such a powerhouse in the format, and sometimes it's better to be lucky than it is to be plentiful in your bonds, because just drawing them off the top with Descendant must feel nice when you're in such an impactful game playing for the lion's share of $5,000.
So Barrett does have, with this Herald hitting, he has access to any Figment in his deck that he wants. One of the more enticing ones, Figment of War, unfortunately in the pitch zone, so that's off the table. Probably looking at a Figment of Ravages, just sneak a little bit of arcane damage in there. Hopefully set up, or Figment of Rebirth, get that Herald of Erudition that we just blocked with last turn, immediately back. There's less and less armor on Chris's side, and so this could allow Barrett to, on a small hand in a future turn, provided he survives, to try to catch up.
Just to put a yellow action card. Okay.
Grab a yellow action card, can grab any yellow card once the Figment has been reborn, birthed once again into Avalon, the actual Angel of Rebirth. But as now, it's just a Figment, but a fraction of the power of the Angel, so it can only grab action cards on its front side. Oh, it's going to really come down to what that arsenal is on this turn. And, you know, Barrett is going to be able to draw 3... Well, he's going to draw the Herald of Erudition potentially right now.
He has the light blue. All right, so we get to draw 2 extra cards with Soraya. We know one of them is Herald of Erudition, which we just got. So we're going to ask Chris to sacrifice even more armor on this turn cycle, which actually is a defensive thing, because both Chrisaya and Tiger Stripe Shuko represents things that Chris can gain on his turn, resources and
power.
power.
So wait, still 2 floating, or you spent the 2?
No, none floating.
None floating, but vestige active.
Correct.
Okay.
No floating vestige active, which means one of those cards does need to be pitched into the Herald of Erudition on the next, on that attack to actually get it out. Chris is going to take the 4 here, go to 20. You have to imagine maybe he was thinking he should have perhaps waited on the Traverse the Universe. You could put all 3 armor pieces in front of this right now, unless there's something like an Angelic Wrath.
I was about to say, here is the out, is having Angelic Wrath in the arsenal and drawing exactly what you need.
Can you put 1 card here and a piece of armor in front of this if you're Chris? Because, of course, not only does Herald just draw you 2 cards for this turn, it also draws you 2 cards closer to something like an Arclight Sentinel.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, there's no go again on this Herald of Erudition, so if we want to follow it up, it has to be some sort of instant. Luckily, there are a multitude of those in the deck.
And with 1 floating still as a result of this, thanks to the Vestige of Soul, there's a very high likelihood of being able to play any of them. Any of the, 4-cost auras and any other yellow would do it. And, of course, if there's one in the arsenal, we don't know what that arsenal is, that would do it as well.
Absolutely. All it takes with Vestige of Soul online and 1 resource floating is any light yellow in the deck. I believe the only non-light yellows in Barrett's list are that all you gots.
Correct. I guess Soul. Yeah.
So here's the thing with the Orion.
I was like, why did they get to do that?
With the Archon here, the
Wait,
post saying there.
They draw 2 cards and it has died.
I think they're comparing Orion to Herald of Erudition.
Or maybe just describing what it feels like to play against Herald early on in your Flesh and Blood career. Like, why is that allowed? It says, let's go ahead and take a look here at the pitch zone here, because of course we have that incredible Arclight League token that is Barrett's pride and joy. That is the league he has created. I know we've both been involved in various capacities, as well as there's a 4-cost aura there in the pitch zone, the Parable of Humility, something that he elected not to play, instead going for the Herald of Erudition. Yeah,
interesting choice there. Just really saying, Chris, I would need you to give me a card here.
Yeah, I value that more than establishing a Parable.
Of course, if the hand is just Parable of Humility and Herald of Erudition, because there were no extra resources floating, he couldn't resolve that Parable.
Right, the 1 floating is a result of pitching the Parable. He didn't have it from... Yeah, absolutely, you're right.
Vestige of Soul, shenanigan math.
Yep. Now, here's the thing, Chris, maybe it doesn't feel as bad to block with 1 card, knowing you're about to draw 3 if you resolve that Orion.
Absolutely, he kind of has a built-in counterbalance to that. Of course, all of the cards in Chris's hand are very important. You need the blue to pitch to play Orion outside of the Chi. You need the 100 Winds, of course. You need the Descendant. So it's really just blocking with Chase the Tail, if anything. Which, one of the more powerful cards in Zen. It's a, 1 for 7 go again, as we like to say. So it is actually a painful block here for Chris to give up a card on this Herald of Erudition. But I don't see how you can afford to not block this and give Prism the opportunity to have an out in this game.
Absolutely. And interestingly, on this turn, if you look at blocking with either the 12 Petal or the Shuko, you already have the Chi. You're maybe not transcending on the turn. And the Tiger Stripe Shuko represents something that Barrett has to significantly think about on whatever the Tiger Stripe affects, given that Soraya is now awakened. That ward 4, if a little tiger goes unblocked but has the Tiger Stripe Shuko buff effect, Soraya will attempt to ward and get in front of the tiger, but the tiger will claw and scratch and bite and push right through without any of that ward, preventing any of the damage. Tiger Stripe, of course, having a very relevant effect into heroes that have ward.
Chris really taking time on this block. He might be, asking Barrett, show me that you have it. Saying no blocks. Have 2 cards off the top. I'm betting that you don't draw a relevant instant. It's a very real line here.
What do you do, Chris? What's the block here? He's not necessarily thinking about that life total, though Barrett has put on a significant amount of pressure, saying at this point, turn 2 of the game.
Defend for 5?
Yes.
You defend for 5, the 12 Petal and the Chase the Tail.
None for me.
No reactions for Barrett.
No, it's not the Angelic Wrath in the arsenal.
So that means Chris here only lost 1 card out of the hand, but it's potentially about to draw 3, and Barrett unable to punish, unable to get over the top with that Herald of Erudition. So let's see what these 4 cards drawn are. a bunch of 3 blocks and that all you got. That's not going to impact the turn.
It's a Herald in Arsenal.
Ooh, Herald in the Arsenal for Barrett here. So it's going to maybe come down on this turn to the Halo of Illumination and how much value Barrett can get off of that. As Barrett says, oh boy, staring down another blue Descendant Gust Wave.
Another blue Descendant Gust Wave, and we saw Chris check the graveyard last turn cycle, so it's a bit face up what either is in the hand or what that chi is going to get.
Exactly. The chi of course, even if he didn't naturally have it in the hand, he could go grab it with the chi he grabbed off his Zen. This is going to be a that all you got, so he does get to draw a card when the combat chain closes. So Chris definitely incentivized to keep that chain open for the entire turn, not give Barrett another blocking card on this turn.
Are we going to draw 3 cards? He's looking at the arsenal. He's got a chi in hand. He's really thinking about it.
Yeah, I wonder if he's really just thinking about if it's better to Zen or if it's better to draw 3. If you're going to draw 3, maybe good to get all the information you can at the start of the turn, even though you have to imagine Descendant into Bonds is going to be a part of the equation. But drawing it naturally off the top is as good as way as any to begin this turn. Let's see what he wants to grab here. Does still have the chi in the hand. Going to grab the Aspect of Tiger Body. So that's going to get banished. But now, of course, we are still in the resolution for Bonds of Ancestry, and of course, the attack step, the defending step, the reaction step, the resolution step. So there are plenty of windows if Barrett wants to go ahead and activate that Halo and snipe that Aspect of Tiger Body from the Banished Zone, turn it face down, make it unplayable for the rest of the game. But that requires a card pitched, and it requires, you know, that to be the most valuable play you can make on the turn.
Yeah, I think there is a really, really strong argument at this point to Halo for your Figment of Judgment and take away that Aspect of Tiger Body. Chris only has 1 card in hand. We know it's the Chi. And of course, there can be a Tiger associated there with the Tiger Stripe Shuko. But if you're looking at, you know, what's the best single card follow-up here, it's probably 100 Wins. It's just a 0 for 3 go again. Or the third Aspect of Tiger Body. These are 3 damage into 1 damage, of course not knowing that there's an Orihon in the arsenal.
Yeah.
This would be relatively easy for Barrett to block out. So 4 on the Bonds of Ancestry from an Awakened Figment. And then even just giving up Vestige or Footsteps or cards from hand to block those last 2 attacks. And then restarting his turn, drawing 2 cards with Soraya, still throwing another Herald, which he has in Arsenal, potentially arsenaling an Arclight Sentinel. There is a large life deficit here, but both players are still in this game, which I think is very interesting.
I wonder if Chris is incentivized just to use the Chi once again on Zen to grab a Tiger Swipe to get 2 Tigers with the body and with the Zen activation to make that Tiger Stripe Shuko super relevant.
Yeah, so importantly, one
we just need
small
the one
attack has already been played with the blue Descendant. And so we're almost certainly going to be able to turn on Shuko this turn, even if it's just the Zen ability or that red Aspect of Tiger Body.
Maybe that's enough of a reason for Barrett to want to turn it face down, knowing that without the Zen activation being used, it gets the Tiger already. Of course, you have to imagine if you're in Barrett's seat, you're not expecting the Orion of Mystic Tenets in the arsenal. So you're imagining Barrett's going to get a Tiger no matter what by activating Zen. So in a funny way, Chris could kind of punish Barrett for making that play. You know, you think if you're in Barrett's seat, you grab the Judgment, you turn the Aspect of Tiger Body face down, you stop the Tiger Stripe Shuko from threatening your Soraya, but then that Chi is used in a different, potentially even more devastating way.
Well, it's interesting because right now Chris has access to not 1 but 2 Tigers if the Aspect of Tiger Body and the Zen ability are allowed to resolve, which with 2 resources floating, you are perfectly set up for a Chase the Tail. We've only seen 1 of those in the graveyard so far. It was blocked within that Herald of Erudition. Could be the most potent offensive threat for Chris to fetch on a Zen ability here. Probably better than drawing 3 random cards with the Orihon.
Oh my goodness, if it's 2 turns in a row that Zen doesn't draw 3 and just activates that
it's
hero ability, man, it really speaks to how powerful it is.
I mean, friendly reminder, looking at the bottom left of the screen, this is turn 2. This is turn 2.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we had turn 0, we had turn 1, and then now this is turn 2 here for Chris. It's like your turn 2, turn 3, depending on how you want to look at it, but it's a nasty one regardless. Barrett really having to give this one a think, as this is potentially the only window he has to go ahead and turn that Aspect of Tiger Body face down with
and here we're going for it.
And he's going to go for it.
Figment of Judgment, the top card of the deck.
Because we have searched at this point, so it's no longer a guarantee, given that we have searched for those other Figments that have been played.
thinking about what he wants to pitch. Pitching a red, no resources floating.
With the other red, and we're going to draw off the top.
Oh, it's the Figment.
Oh my god.
Huh? I said 2 in soul.
2 in soul.
Gotcha.
It's literally, chat, it's literally the worst case scenario. He just
God.
lost like a 1 in 50 chance
my God.
of the top card of the deck being Figment of Judgment.
We just had to like stop yelling because the battle hasn't stopped yet. But that was.
Oh my God, this
That
is
was
the worst case scenario. Figment of Triumph at least is an alternative. It'll save a few life across this turn cycle. 1 on the bonds,
Right.
1 on the
Yeah, that was unbelievable.
That was
What
what a moment to catch on camera.
Dude, yeah, this is the tale of 2 top decks. You have Christopher's deck just being like, "Here you are, sir. Would you like the perfect cards? How about a Descendant to the Bonds of Ancestry? And can I get you a foot rub?" And you have Barrett's top of deck being like, "Hey, listen, bucko. If you're gonna win this game, you're gonna do it through cold sweat and hot tears. All right?
You're gonna have a pile of 3 blocks that don't pressure Zen in any ways, and you're going to draw the 1 card you want at the worst time possible.
Oh my god.
So not only did Barrett not get to fetch Figment of Judgment off of that Halo Search, he now has a no block in his
Oh
hand
my god.
on this gigantic go wide turn.
You had Arthur Trehey draw exactly a Sigil of Solace to win the Pro Tour, and you have Barrett Goss draw exactly Figment of Judgment. His deck just saying, "Yo, get effed, bro. You're absolutely screwed."
It was the worst case scenario, and I can't stress how unlucky that was.
Well, let's see if something's going to be enough. No, the Soraya is going to just ward 4 here on the block for 3, so not even getting the full defensive value out of the ward. Let's see how Chris wants to follow this up here. Aspect Tiger Body is online, and you also have the ability to just play the Orion.
Did he just reach for that Orion?
Come on, dude, you got to play it.
He's thinking about it
Little smile-
really hard.
Little smile on his face.
No. We don't have to commit yet.
Tiger body comboed. So that's 2 go again and triggers and makes a tiger.
I can't believe
That was
Figment of
a jaw-dropping moment. I didn't know what to say. I was speechless.
Aspect
So-
Tiger Body here, 2 with go again. Make a tiger in the banner zone.
So importantly, that Figment of Triumph going to put a lot of work in negating the Tiger Stripe Shuko this turn.
Yes, it's not
all of
it's not-
these, all of these Tigers going to be 4-0 as they should be.
I will.
Oh, is he going to do it?
Come on, Chris.
I will play this tiger first for +1, -1, 0 can't be prevented.
Yep.
No reactions.
No reactions.
And then in the link step, I'll activate Zen. I get another tiger.
Okay.
Wow, he is
Going-
gonna just
going
go
for
ahead and
Zen.
activate Zen here. Still 2 turns in a row. Has the ability to draw 3 cards off the top of your deck in Flesh and Blood. That is something that is just so backbreakingly powerful in a game where you only have 4 cards in hand, where it's so challenging to even draw 1 card in a turn. You have to commit cards like Snatch, Enlighten Strike with a Snapdragon Scalers. You have to have Quicken tokens. But here, it is more beneficial for Chris to just activate his own Zen ability to grab such a powerful card in the Chase the Tail. It's more beneficial to grab the exact 1 card you want than to potentially grab 3 random cards off the top. That is just mind-blowing to me, and it speaks so much to why Zen is nearly halfway to Living Legend, just days into his life cycle in Flesh and Blood.
I mean, we are still going to manage to threaten lethal on this turn cycle, even through the Figment of Triumph. That Chase the Tail will be for 3 after the -1. The Tiger after it will be for 2 instead of 3. And then we'll have 1 resource left. That Needle, that counts to 7. 3, 2, and 2.
Does the Figment affect only attack action cards, or does it affect all attacks?
It only affects attack action cards. So the needles, the 1 needle,
Yeah,
excuse me,
will
will
still
still
be
be for 2 power.
3, no blocks, goes to 4, does Barrett.
And so Barrett really is just hoping that at this point the arsenal is not something that Christopher can play like one of those 2 Flusterfists that we saw in the deck list. Of course, the threatening of lethal is trying to face up here, probably just holding 1 card to take away that Zephyr
I
Needle.
wonder if Chris just doesn't attack, just to say like, no, I'm not going to let you just blow up my needle for free. That would be pretty baller.
It could be, but
Nah, he's going to do it.
yeah, I mean, this makes Barrett go to a 2-card hand.
And one of them is the no block. Then
One of them is the no
arsenal
block.
is the
One of
Blue
them,
Herald.
yeah, one of them was a blind arsenal off of a ponder, probably not the highest card quality then, and so it's really valuable. Oh, but
Does get
is
to
that
draw,
all you
does get to
got?
draw that all you got, yeah. So how much? I mean, that Figment of Triumph still got 3 to 4 points of value.
It did. It
Right.
did. It got 4 points of value.
4 at the minimum. So probably similar to the aspect of Tiger Body, right?
Similar, yes, but the aspect of Tiger Body would have been easier to block
Mm-hmm.
because remember we don't know what was in Chris's arsenal at that point. It's, really the devastating part of that turn cycle was the fact that Barrett had to pitch a red to do that. Didn't have 2 resources floating to also awaken a Figment.
Yeah, or pitch into anything like the Phantasmal Footsteps, give you another block on the turn, as now Prism is all the way down to 2. Zen's out of armor for the most part, but that Tiger Stripe Shuko can, as we've been talking about, be very relevant. And of course, the potential to draw 3 cards if there's another Chi in the hand at some point. Let's take a look at the hand here for Chris.
Ancestral Harmony.
That's another good card.
Cluster Fist, Command and Conquer. All right,
Oh,
we're slowing down. We're slowing down a little bit here.
How, I don't know. You play the Ancestral Harmony. You play the Stir the Pot. You transcend. You draw 3 more cards.
You make a strong point.
That's pretty
You
good.
make a strong point.
I mean,
The Ancestral Harmony doesn't even have to hit at that point.
No, you just play it as a blue card. Chris is.
Of course, you would have to pitch one of the 2 reds to get the 4th resource to play the Orihon. There's no 12-petal Kase anymore, so no free resources, no free lunches, even for Zen.
And no Zephyr Needles, so
And
you
no Zephyr
cannot
Needles.
threaten that life total with anything other than attack action cards. So Barrett, in a funny way, it seems as though many of the decisions and the, decision trees that Barrett was going down revolved around trying to get those Zephyr Needles off the board, because now you have to force your Zen opponent into going ahead and doing it naturally, doing it honestly, utilizing the cards in hand.
So Awakening Aegis here has the option on attack trigger to make not 1 but 2 Spectral Shields, and is ward for herself.
With it, I'm going to vanish to get
Oh, and pitching Herald of Erudition. So that really is showing that we don't have an Angelic Wrath in hand to push over that last
arsenal,
point of armor block.
one arsenal. Correct.
Of course, playing around the fact that Chris does have a Pauper in hand, so Heralds aren't actually that high of value this turn cycle.
Yeah,
Barrett a little bit has a Soul Read there.
Yeah. Imagine Barrett goes for the Herald of Erudition and just gets popped on the, it would just be.
It would have been disastrous, yeah.
Ward 4, Ward 1, Ward 1.
And you can see Chris there, he saw the Figment of Judgment get pitched in the turn. You have to imagine he's like, oh, did you draw it off the Halo? But this is going to be now fully Ward 6 on the board. I wonder if that Tiger Stripe Shuko can do some major work in pressuring all 6 of those points of defensive value if you can get a couple of smaller points of damage.
I mean, I wonder if this game comes down to if this Ancestral Harmony hits or not. Need a combo card off the top.
And it
it's
is the
not.
Enlightened Strike, so not going to be a combo card. This was literally the first misstep here for our Zen player. So as we've talked about all game, Prism, super not out of this game.
Not out of this game yet. We can actually take a peek at Barrett's hand. We see a Parable of Humility.
And I think a bunch of 3 blocks. I will say, the combo, the Ancestral Harmony here, does it not somewhat incentivize Chris to finally play that? Or can you play it with a red? You can just pitch a Chi and a red, right?
You can pitch a Chi and a red. It just cares about if a Chi was pitched to play this.
Yeah, so you got to imagine here, he's got nothing else that has go again.
Yeah.
He's got the Orihon, he's got a CNC, and he's got the Fluster. So at this
Fist.
point, it is, it's very much in his favor to go ahead and rip those 3 cards. And you have to wonder if he had done it on either of those other turns, would he be able to have threatened Barrett enough that he wouldn't be able to be alive at 2 right now? But he spread out his power turns. Now he took a turn that could have been quite literally a complete brick, and instead gets to draw 3 fresh cards off the top of the deck, which might be the difference in this game. So perhaps the discipline showing to be the way of the ninja here, and is going to carry Christopher into victory. And a little update from the other side of the bracket. Our 1-8 game has been decided. Our Kano has defeated our 1-seed new David Lee, falling to Joshua Borger, runner-up at the Battle Hardened in Pittsburgh, I want to say.
All right, we're drawing 3 cards.
Let's go ahead and see what's on the top of the deck.
Yep, you're good. Yep.
1,
2, 3. How many of them are combo cards?
Shifting winds, and
0 of them.
nothing here. And Harmony of the Hunt and Enlightened Strike there off the top of the deck. So not a lot with go again.
Like, I don't know what.
With combo.
Shifting Winds, really just a blue block 3 here.
It's a Harmony. I was wrong. I said Shifting Winds. Ah, there you go. One shifting,
and 1 Harmony. So a little bit of diversity
that art
here.
is so similar. Are you kidding me? Look at that art.
They're blue ninja cards.
Come on now.
Similar offenses as well.
There's
1 and
There's
0.
literally one figure in the foreground of the frame surrounded by shifting winds and mist.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, that Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast looking a lot like Enlightened Strike fodder to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can go E-Strike into the Fluster Fist and Pocket the other
I mean,
card.
there's not a lot of opportunity here. Yeah, E-Strike with Go Again into Flusterfist for 4. With no weapons, you really don't want to be pitching either of these two blue cards because
Yeah.
it's attacking with Harmony of the Hunt for
Rhea.
1 and 1 after the
Rhea.
Tiger Strike.
Is this the brick following the two incredible top deck games that brings Prism back into this game?
I think Prism is back in this game just based on this draw
Definitively,
alone.
Prism has to be considered, definitely not favored at 2 life, but I don't think Chris is going to be able to do much at all in the way of pressuring significantly.
Yeah,
You're going to be able to go probably 5 into 5, right? Because the Flusterfist has combo.
Yes.
So you'll go 5 into 5 on the turn here. But we have Ward 6 available for us if we're the Prism player.
I mean, yeah, there's always the option to put 2 cards in front of the Enlightened Strike and then let Aegis and a Spectral Shield eat the Flusterfist. And then we still have a 3-card hand to crack back with. I don't even know that there's something worth arsenaling in this hand for Chris.
No, I don't think so.
Blue Harmony of the Hunt is the
But I don't think
closest thing.
But I don't even think you can play anything other than Enlightened Strike and Flusterfist if you want to play those cards because you have to pitch into both the Shifting Winds and the Harmony of the Hunt.
He's really reaching for that Harmony of the Hunt like he's going to play it. That would be the perfect punish from Barrett because he has that Parable of Humility to downgrade it to 0 power.
Yes, I think what he's doing here is he's trying to pressure with the Tiger Stripe Shuko, right? You're playing a 1 power attack, you're going to make a Crouching Tiger, which will then turn on your Tiger Stripe Shuko, which means that you are forcing Barrett to kind of block 2 little 1 power attacks. We don't, of course, Chris doesn't know about the Parable, but that's a fair amount of investment for Barrett, pitching 2 cards into a Parable when you're at 2. Yes, the Ward 6 can go a long way, but I actually think this is a very interesting play here from Chris, right? You don't necessarily throw the most damage, but you throw the most obnoxious damage utilizing the Tiger Stripe Shuko here.
So, interestingly, Chris now has the option, because Harmony of the Hunt did create a Tiger, to put that Tiger on the bottom for the E-Strike and actually go 1 into 5 into 5.
Yeah, that is
finding
a little more
an extra
damage.
point of damage
Absolutely, absolutely. Chris showing why he is the 3rd seed, finding even more value out of the hand than is perhaps at first glance what seems to be the natural line.
He also, though, has the opportunity to play that Tiger, which turns on Shuko. Ward on the board, this is going to demand a card, even if it's just the Phantasmal Footsteps. But even Footsteps here, not very efficient. There's no cards in Soul, so pitching a blue and an Awakening of Figment with the other 2 resources isn't on the table.
So yes, this Tiger is pumped up by the Tiger Stripe Shuko. So we're just going to put the Vestige in front of it. It does have Blade Break 1.
Yeah,
That's
you know what? Sometimes
here.
Iron Rot is a good equipment.
Good playing here from Barrett. Now it's just time for the Flusterfist. This is going to come in 4-5. We're going to threaten the ward, and 4 Chris is just going to go ahead and try to keep that Enlightened Strike in the arsenal for a bigger turn next turn.
But importantly, Barrett still has access to all 5 cards in his hand here. He hasn't blocked with anything yet this turn.
And he doesn't
if
have
he
to because
wants,
of the ward. Yeah.
He can say no blocks on this Flusterfist, still be at 2 life, and potentially have a crackback turn.
Right. 1 soul. Okay. 1 soul. Cool. Are some of them 2 soul?
Yeah, importantly, the Aegis trigger is not being threatened if we go to Barrett's turn because he has to banish a soul to make 2 additional Spectral Shields. And Chris trying to have an Enlightened Strike to put in Arsenal, be a glue card if he draws another brick hand, and still be able to threaten some offensively. Really heads up play.
This game is wild.
The fact that this game is still still in contention is incredible
This
after
is
the first
a
2 Zen turns.
Wild game for our first in the top 8 here at the RealmFest. One of the most interesting I think I've ever seen. And it really often ends up that way when you have Prism on the gaming table. That is going to buy all of the ward out of Prism here. So alive at 2, no Vestige, which is a large part of the game plan with this version of the deck. But Chris is also at 16. And one thing we know about Prism, those Heralds are relatively overstated for their costs.
So I wonder if what we see here is playing that Herald from Arsenal, trying to bait Chris into blocking it, and then after cards have been given up from Chris's hand, playing that Parable of Humility to reduce the offensive output of any cards left. We do see a Popper in Chris's hand with one of those 2 weakest links that we saw earlier.
Ooh, a Popper could go crazy here, but the Parable of Humility could have something to say about that well.
It could. A Parable of Humility works on defending cards as well as attacking cards, so it can turn at instant speed a 6 into a 5 and turn off the Phantasm trigger even if it's on the stack.
You're really starting to see why Barrett valued so much getting those Zephyr Needles off of the board, because when you look at the game state here, Chris, these hands would be so much more smooth, so much more threatening if he had access to a weapon of any kind.
Even last turn, we missed out on at least 2 damage from the fact that there weren't any needles with 2 resources floating. Seems like Barrett just has a hand full of, good heralds and a parable.
We know the Herald in Arsenal is blue. I think it's a blue protection.
Blue Herald of Protection.
Yeah, so threatens 5 damage and creating a spectral shield upon hitting. Of course, also puts that Herald into the soul, which means that Prism can turn it into Ward 4. And without the Zephyr Needles, Chris is potentially going to have a more challenging time. We see 2 Ancestral Harmonies in the hand, the weakest link. And what else for Chris? Do a little flick for me, brother. Do a little flick for me, brother.
Fan those cards out.
It's a
Tiger Swipe.
It's a Tiger Swipe. So Tiger Swipe here without the ability to make a Tiger on the turn and naturally not going to do much. So you maybe once again are in a position of really hoping that those Ancestral Harmonies hit because the blues are not nearly as impactful when the other cards in your hand cost 0 and you got no weapons.
All right, we're going for the bait here. We're asking to be popped here so that Parable of Humility can be flashed out, negate the popper, still get the soul anyways, still get the Figment anyways, and sneak some damage through.
And have a Parable of Humility on the field, which
and have a Parable on the
affects
field.
Chris significantly on his offensive turn.
Absolutely. Chris obviously reaching for that popper. Barrett, is he going to punish, or is he just going to pitch into Footsteps?
You pitch into Footsteps here, you can threaten another Herald.
You can.
But that Parable of Humility does so much work on both the offense and the defense.
And here we go. Here's the punish. Pitching a blue and a red. Oh, so that was the decision to make there.
Because no ability now to flip this Figment that we grab, unless we do it on Chris's turn.
Yes.
There's going to be no Ward 4 represented without having to pitch a card on Chris's turn.
At this point, we're probably reaching for the Figment of Ravages, get some Arcane, because Chris's life total is getting low.
Absolutely.
No, it
doesn't close the chain now.
Yeah. If it was Phantasm, but it didn't.
Even that doesn't close it.
Oh, even better, War have a more offensive turn on the next turn cycle.
I don't know what the hell's going on.
Potentially upgrade a...
What do you say? What do you say?
Look at Figment of War.
That one makes a Courage?
Yes.
So Figment of War actually really heads up play here. If you have a Herald of Erudition in the next hand, now you have 6 Dominate, which gets over critically a 3-block from hand and the Tiger Stripe Shuko, the last piece of armor.
You have to imagine without weapons, that Parable is going to stick around for quite some time.
And this Parable is going to be very awkward for Chris to clear because his hand really doesn't do a lot. There's a Tiger Swipe for 1 at this point.
And your best
Ancestral Harmonies that need to hit. And Enlightened Strike for maybe 6.
And your best option for pitching a blue on the turn was the weakest link that you tried to use as a popper. Not going to work. It is going to be the Courage. So
are we going for the gamble? All right. This Ancestral Harmony needs to hit. And it does.
Oh my God. Bonds of Ancestry. I don't think there's a way to utilize it on the turn.
Yeah, bonds without access to a chi to get a Descendant and with no Descendant in hand
actually
is a 2 for 4.
Actually just means that bonds is... Bonds is just potentially gone for the rest of the game.
But there's an opportunity here.
There is a significant opportunity
You can play Ancestral Harmony number 2 and just rip the Descendant Gust Wave off the top.
Just ask your deck to do what it's done all morning long and give you the gas immediately. Let's see here.
The thing is, does Chris have any other outs?
I mean, your other out is you go Enlightened Strike, bottom the Tiger Strike, and literally pitch into your Bonds of Ancestry just to get some damage across, right? That's 4 into 3.
We also need to keep a hand on Barrett's, what's in Barrett. Keep an eye on what's in Barrett's hand. There's always a chance of drawing one of those Arclight Sentinels that we have yet to see.
Looks like
still just a grip of heralds. Yeah.
I will say the Vestige plan did not really present itself to Prism here, right? This is something that actually Barrett was telling me about one of his games earlier. He lost a game that he felt favored in, and he said my deck was in 2 piles. I drew either all heralds or all auras, and that means because we've seen 3-block, 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 3-block in a number of turns in a row,
that luck is going to run out at some point.
Potentially we'll see aura, 3-block. Yeah. And that means a lot of cards that don't block. And even if we have a brick out of Chris, it might be enough with Barrett at 2.
So Chris still managing to find a line here that goes 4 go again on the Enlightened Strike into 5 from the Bonds of Ancestry. Just paying 2 resources for it with that other Ancestral in hand.
Oh, yeah, so it would be 4 to 3 to 4? It
4 into 5.
But the Parable, so back to 4?
So back to 4.
4 into 4, yeah. So 8 damage is still something Barrett has to really think about. And even though it's not nearly as good as it could be. It is 2 breakpoints.
It's 2 breakpoints. Barrett is at 2 life. So one of those can be covered by the Spectral Shield and a card from hand. The other one, a Figment, is probably going to have to be sacrificed. And critically, Barrett doesn't have a Herald of Erudition in hand to draw some extra cards and have a real crackback aside from, you know, 1 Herald.
As well as no arsenal here. Had to commit it to kind of bait out the popper.
There is, of course, the question, if Chris spends that Bonds of Ancestry to go offensive at Barrett's face and Barrett spends the turn full blocking, the Parable of Humility is still on the board.
Absolutely.
And Chris could draw yet another hand that doesn't present a lot of offense.
I don't know if Chris is really going to be able to without any weapons available, unless he is able to like end the turn with a Tiger, right? Something like that. I don't know if you can spend an entire card dealing with the Parable of Humility here because you have no weapons. Your opponent is at 2. If you give them too much time, they will resolve a Genesis, they will resolve an Arclight Sentinel, and then they will start to go back-to-back with those auras. I wonder if Chris is starting to sniff out what we are, especially once he sees how the blocks line up on this turn, if Barrett is just drawing all of his 3 blocks at once, meaning that there will be a hand that he just does not have the blocking value available to him to be able to stay alive.
We have luckily seen most of the Figments at this point. 3 on the field, at least 2 in the graveyard. There's only 7-ish in the deck, so we're not likely to draw those as far as no-block cards go. But, of course, there are still Parables floating around at the very least. Almost certainly there's Arclight Sentinels in that deck somewhere.
Blocks. Sure. No reactions. Yeah. Ward 1.
All right. No damage goes through to Barrett. We're losing the Spectral Shield and blocking with a red Wartune Herald.
So technically
here,
what you can be doing is looking through your graveyard, looking through your Banish Zone, doing the math on exactly what 0-cost combo cards you have, and decide for yourself if it is worth it. But all your 0-cost combo cards are going to be 0 for 3s, right?
Yeah.
So, or I guess a Fluster Fist. So yeah, we're just going to be attacking with the bonds here. I don't think the math works out that is a more beneficial line than just pitching your other blue, coming in for 4, pumped up to 5, back down to 4, thanks to both the Ancestral Harmony and the Parable of Humility. And that's just going to buy another block. 1 damage going over. Barrett down to 1 here.
Down to 1.
2 cards in hand. And you can see
Parable lives.
Parable lives. Again, I don't think that Parable's going anywhere unless there's something like a Tiger.
I don't think so. Now, can Chris's hand overcome a Parable? Tiger Swipe, Levels of Enlightenment, Enlighten Strike, and an Art of War. At this,
but a Herald of Judgment and an Art of War right now, this doesn't really affect Chris at all, right? This is an incredibly good card in the matchup because it turns off the Zen ability, right? It turns off cards like Bonds of Ancestry, but we've already seen those cards really to the greatest effect. So at this point, this is just 7 damage and the threat of another soul, and then Barrett's going to have to draw 4 cards that block well. Also, that Art of War can totally be used in the reaction step as a potential just get 1 damage over the top.
It can, absolutely, yes, which I would hazard a guess is what we're going to see it do.
That it's now 7 attack.
Although there's not really
no starter.
No.
Other than the Enlightened Strike, which does
you
not allow him to make the Art of War play in reaction step. So if he wants to make the Art of War play, he's going to have to do it face up.
Well, he could just without the banished draw 2 clause.
Oh, just the +1 and the
+1 and go again on next attack. But that's risking a lot considering that Prism has a soul and has 3 Figments out. She functionally has D-reacts on the board. I don't know that you can make that play and commit to it.
Buddy.
You know, there's the temptation here to play Art of War and turn that Enlightened Strike into a popper. But there's a Parable of Humility still on the board. So you need not just a 6 power, you need a 7 power to pop right now.
So there's no way to. You could turn your 5 power into a 6 power, but then it would go back down to a 5 power.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like a good play to me.
Always the temptation to do a little defensive Art of War.
There's always a temptation to throw, but sometimes...
Herald of Ravages going to tick Chris down 1 more life. These life totals are getting close.
The other thing we have to consider, I mean, Barrett is quite literally at 1, so to keep cards is going to be a tall order.
Yes.
No cards left in hand to flip soul at all. No defensive ability without pitching cards on Barrett's turn at all. But if Barrett is able to survive or Chris really significantly bricks, we are at a situation where like this entire time, Barrett has, because his hand has just been all 3-block heralds, been throwing these big dumb attacks that are knocking Chris from 40 down to 6, even through all the pressure that Barrett's been able to hold. So the question is, what is the play going to be here from Chris? This is going to be potentially game deciding one way or the other. Let's take a look at what Barrett draws up. That all you got?
That all you got, and 3 more heralds.
Fox, man.
He's doing a great job at staying alive. Now, what's the play from Chris? Because, to be honest, there's no obvious good plays here.
Banish and attack to draw 2, +1/+1. Resolves.
All right. Banishing the Tiger Swipe. So we always have the floor of the E-Strike. The draws are
Cancelled out.
just 100 wins.
Just 100 wins here. So
Okay.
this is just most likely going to be as much damage as possible. So the 100 wins into the Enlightened Strike for what would have been 8, but now will be 7, which will buy a bunch of cards because Barrett is, once again, at 1 life. But that all you got can go in front of the 100 wins.
The 100 wins, which will just be for 1. So that all you got blocks the 100 wins functionally with no cards. And then the Enlightened Strike can be blocked with a Figment and 1 card. Means that Barrett will still have access to 3 cards on this turn cycle. And that's assuming that Parable of Humility lives. How much damage is Parable blocked at this point? Upwards of 8,
yeah,
right?
a lot of value from the Parable.
100 wins at you for 1 go again.
This is the easiest that all you got of your life.
Lethal. Casual lethal. Casual lethal.
So Barrett here blocks the that all you got, and then on his next attack is going to have to block with 3 more cards. We'll have 1 card available on the next turn. That most likely will head right to the arsenal.
You know, he has the opportunity on the E-Strike for 7 to block with 1 card. Blocking with Phantasmal Footsteps instead. Oh no, he's misreading.
3 in hand? 3 in hand.
He's assuming that Chris has another small attack to follow this up with.
Well, this is going to be for 7 up to 8, back down to 7, right? So he's still going to have to give 3 cards here.
So he can give the that all you got and 1 Figment.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Figments defend for 4, or they ward for 4.
I missed. Yeah, for sure.
Choosing to block with the Phantasmal Footsteps there means that we're missing the free card draw from that all you got.
Maybe, you know, Barrett's going to value keeping it in the arsenal for these future turns that are potentially going to be also annoying with little points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's doing that, he's not putting any pressure on. If he keeps, if let's say, you know, like you said, you awaken a Figment and give a 3 block here, you can throw an attack that all of a sudden Christopher's going to have to probably give at least the Tiger Stripe Shuko.
Probably so, yes. And I would assume that we're keeping that Herald of Judgment, just making sure that Zen either, you know, can't really pop through that Parable of Humility, so is going to have to play a fair game without searching his best combo cards out of his deck.
This is a crazy little game.
It's pretty insane.
This is just a crazy little game.
Barrett definitely thinking hard about which Figment to awaken here. Ravages, you know, probably one of your best threats to close the game at this point. Need to spare soul for those that threatening to Arcane. And just going to throw away Avalon, you know, we're not really in a board state where we can afford to rebuy yellow cards from the graveyard. So efficiently blocking 7. We still come out of that turn with 2 cards available. And it's going to be, I believe, a Herald of Judgment.
Descendant Gustwave and an Inner Chi in the hand. An Inner Chi naturally drawn, which means Zen can go grab whatever they want.
But not with there's a Herald of Judgment on the table.
Herald of Judgment means no cards from the Banished Zone. It's a Prism specialization, a card that you don't always see utilized to its greatest effect. But when the Banished Zone comes into play, it's not just in the Monarch set, everybody. It's not just the Demonastery terrorizing Solana. It is something that ninjas from Mysterias also like to utilize quite well.
Christopher's hand does not threaten much offensively if he can't go and get better cards with that chi. In fact, he can. All that he can do
is Barrett about to win this game.
All that Chris can do if he doesn't want this to hit is block with 2 blocks and Tiger Stripe Shuko, and then he has access to 1 chi.
1 chi that can get you a Fluster Fist and a Tiger.
I don't know that that's a game-winning opportunity.
I mean, oh my goodness, because then at that point, if you're trying to get rid of the Parable, you're trying to keep a card, you just give Barrett a 4-card hand, and all he's been doing is drawing heralds, so there's no reason to necessarily believe that's going to stop.
Goodness. Yeah, Chris having to do the math. What combo cards does he have left that he even could go get? Because giving up the Tiger Stripe Shuko makes the threat of getting chi to get something like a Tiger Swipe much less threatening. If it's just 4 without the Tigers being buffed.
Wow. Barrett, gosh, showing some real stones, showing some real mastery of the Prism class here. Prism Hero, the Illusionist class, winning that ProQuest Plus earlier this year, founder of the Arclight League, naming it after what must be one of, if not his favorite hero, and showing that even in the face of unimaginable adversity, through some of the most devastating Zen turns we have seen naturally drawn off the top of a deck with those blue sleeves on, still finding a way to put himself in a very potentially favorable position to close out this game. Even the lights themselves know the drama of the situation as they keep flickering on and off throughout the turn. They must be like motion censored or something.
I believe they are, yes.
It's like
we're just sitting.
They're not used to quiet card players sitting at tables and comfortably enjoying.
I mean,
their
we're
game.
just enraptured in suspense. We're frozen in our seats, waiting to see what this outcome is.
More awkward.
It forces me to give you 2 cards early.
Yeah. Ideally, I can like.
Not doing this.
You know, there's a pretty convenient joke here, right? Because Chris on Twitter is the banished zone, and now that tagline that he so famously has worn for the last few years in the Fab community, threatening to be taken away by this one Herald of Judgment.
Herald of Judgment saying, "I don't listen to your podcast, brother." Herald of Judgment saying, "I don't care about no banished zone. You're turning that off when I get here."
Herald of Judgment famously
Ethan really liked that
prefers live radio over podcast.
Yeah, Ethan really liked that one. All right, Chris. You know what I think is also an interesting part of this game is we very well could see a different outcome where Barrett could have potentially already fallen here if they had to finish the game in 55 minutes.
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
Without having as much time to think through all of these lines as they have in an untimed top 8 game, you're potentially in a position where you're not able to think through and find the most optimal lines. And to stay alive at 1 in this game, Barrett has had to think through every single optimal line, especially when the top of the deck has just given you mostly cards that they just block for 3 on these defensive turns. And Barrett has shown, listen, if all these cards do is block and they're so much more effective on the offense, I'm going to just try to stay alive as best I can and utilize these cards on offense as most potently as I can. And in doing so, has gotten his opponent down to 6, facing down a lethal attack with a hand that doesn't do a whole lot.
The thread just through. Okay, so we're giving all 6. We say we really need to pitch that chi and find something to play with Zen next turn. It has to be a tighter swipe, right?
Yeah, because the other card in hand is just the drop in the ocean.
Get a combo.
Now we're gonna have to see what he can find. He can definitely just try to pressure the life. This is something we've been talking about. He does get the Crouching Tiger, and potentially that Crouching Tiger is the way he wants to get rid of the Parable here. The 100 wins.
Too late?
That's what I'm wondering. The 100 wins will pressure a card in one way or the other. It will take a card in the hand. It's going to be the spinning
wheel kick. So that's at least 4 instead of 3. Pitching that drop in the ocean in the hand, obviously not the best card to be arsenaling right now.
Yeah, well, it's going to be 3 because of the Parable, right? So it's still only going to maybe require 1 3 block out of Barrett's hand. And then you have to imagine that Tiger is going to go straight into the Parable of Humility, and he's going to arsenal the drop in the ocean. Maybe that -1 will be the difference on a big Herald.
But importantly, spinning wheel kick costs 1. So that drop is going to have to be pitched.
Yeah, he's going to have to pitch it. Right.
So Chris is going to go into the next turn cycle with no cards in hand. Barrett's going to have a 3-card hand, and he has
Merciful Retribution, Figment of Judgment,
and 2 Heralds.
And 2 3 blocks.
So Barrett does have auras in his deck. He just hasn't been seeing them. That is insane on the luck there.
So, oh my goodness. So you have to imagine we're going to keep another Herald to swing some pressure with. And there goes the Parable of Humility, finally. No response with the Merciful Retribution to deal any arcane damage and grab another card in the soul, because that's not the game plan probably at this point. We've got our opponent down to 6, no block in hand. There is a Chase the Tail, Levels of Enlightenment, and a Command and Conquer, but this is a Herald of Triumph, so it cannot be popped with that Command and Conquer.
Cannot be popped with that Command and Conquer. Going to take at least 1 card here, and this hand, again, doesn't do a whole lot.
No, it does not. You can go, it looks like the best line if you block 3 is to go through levels into CNC, right? Yeah, you would go for 3, go again into 6. But at this point,
if this Herald hits, it's essentially just gaining 4 life for Barrett because it'll go to Soul. He can pitch that Merciful Retribution in hand to awaken the Figment.
He certainly can. Oh, Barrett. Oh, are you going to do it?
I mean, if
are you going to do it, my dude?
If you need a deck that efficiently trades 2-card hands, Prism is one of them. You know, every turn, a Herald for 6, on hit of Gain a Soul. Christopher also has to be really careful about falling low on life. If he ever drops to 2, then Barrett has a 2-card hand of Awaken Sekrom, the Archangel of Ravages, attack with it, deal 2 Arcane. And we've already seen Homage to Ancestors resolve this game, so that will be the game on the spot if 2 Arcane connects.
I think Barrett is just shuffling because I don't know if he even has any Figments left. Has he grabbed every single one out of the deck?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
So at this point, we just saw that there are auras in this deck because the Merciful Retribution is in the hand. And so what we want to do, because they're a bit clumped up, we just drew all those Heralds in a row. We want the opportunity to shuffle and try to get as many Heralds in between those auras as possible.
Yeah. LMAO, there's Figment of Judgment is once again, he could have grabbed the Figment of Judgment, but once again it's in his hand.
Once again it's in the hand.
Grab it out of the deck. Figment of War looks like it's going to be the
Awakened into Bologna, yeah.
Here, yeah. Beautiful Marvel coming out. Now that's just Ward 4 and Chris.
Oh, is there going to be an attack trigger here? Because Bologna can spend Soul and give herself a +1 power counter.
Yeah, I just don't think he had any resources left to attack with, I think.
Oh, I see.
In hand. Parable of Humility in the hand. Parable of Humility.
Two Herald of Eruditions and an Angelic Wrath.
Angelic Wrath here. So he's going to have to give 1 card to block.
Not holding priority?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Holding priority, no. This is just 3, so this can be eaten up by either a 3 block or the Figment here.
I'm going to be real, this is not good for Barrett.
Yeah, because you're going to have to give 2 cards total on the turn. Either 2 to the CNC or 1 here and 1 to the CNC.
But if he gives 2 cards on the turn...
The only 2 cards he can give are the cards he wants to attack with.
Exactly, yes.
And he's not going to be able to do anything with those other 2 cards.
He could awaken an angel and attack with it. It will still take 1 card from Christopher, but not ideal. You really want to be saving 2 soul, if possible, to trigger the Arcane on Sekrom. It's unclear if Barrett does have 2 soul available or if it's just 1.
I think it's just 1. I think it's that blue Herald he hit with a long time ago, which was the only soul he had on that turn. This is going to take the other card that Barrett wants to attack with, and then all of a sudden, all he's doing, he can't get the attack trigger because he'll have no soul left.
Actually, you know what Barrett can do? He can spend that last soul to awaken a Figment
right now,
and then attack with Herald of Erudition.
That is massive.
Calling that Christopher does not have the popper.
That is
on the next hand
here. So Christopher would have to draw the 3rd and final CNC or one of his other weakest links.
Well, let's keep an eye on it.
3 block.
Not a popper. Not a popper. Herald of Erudition is going to connect here and draw 2 cards.
This is going to draw 2 cards for Barrett. Once again, finding the correct lines. We were like, oh, he's going to have to block with his 2-3 blocks. No, use the final soul, awaken the other Figment, continue to find the only outs in this game.
I mean, this is trying to deal 2. The Angel follow-up with Sekrom, no arcane damage, but still starting to attack for 4. Chris is at 3.
2 more cards out of the hand.
We'll be at 1.
This is unbelievable.
What a game. This is the same game where Halo was activated and the Figment was drawn off the top of the deck. What has gone on in this game of Flesh and Blood?
We are seeing potentially one of the greatest games played in recent memory, specifically when you look at a Prism snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Perhaps the most impressive potential come from behind victory I have ever gotten to witness in my time covering this game. This is going to be 2 damage coming across. Christopher's going to head down to 1. Let's see what the 2 cards drawn off the top. No vestige available. Tome of Divinity. And a blue. That is still nice and threatening here.
Okay, yeah, so I think we're just going to see an Angel awakened and attacked with. Because, obviously, if Vestige of Soul was available, we would be a whole different ballgame with that Tome of Divinity and even the light blue. But even still, Chris is at 1 life, and the Angels attack for 4. He has to give up 2 cards here, which leaves him, I believe, with just a Grain that tips the scales in hand.
No weapons.
Does actually nothing.
Yeah, he's going to have to arsenal a card. Barrett is going to have a 4-card hand.
And an Angel.
I think
this might be the game lock.
I think, Rhea, we might see Barrett Goss come from behind after two of the most devastating naturally drawn Bonds of Ancestry lines after the card has been restricted.
Yes.
An Orion of Mystic Tenants drawing 3 cards.
Which is rare to see unto itself.
Rare to see precisely. And a set of hands for Barrett that did not want to cooperate to the game plan to which he tried to actuate by bringing Vestige of Soul to the matchup. And yet, through all of that adversity, we are looking at a situation where perhaps Barrett is going to move on to the semifinals against all odds.
Yeah. And I think what Barrett is thinking about right now is, does he attack with this Wharton Herald instead of putting an Angel on the field? So we're going to opt for the thing that puts more ward on the field just in case Christopher does have any sort of like a 0 for 4 in the hand.
Actually, no, sorry. Sure. Always Ravages, just in case we get lucky off of them.
So calling out, we're going to Awaken Ravages in case there's a Light of Soul in the next hand, which would give the extra soul to fuel that guaranteed lethal arcane damage. But what this is going to be, importantly, is 2 resources for 4 offense.
Yeah.
And
Because
Chris is at 1.
Here's the thing. Barrett knows he's not getting any more Heralds into Soul because if that happens, Chris is dead. Because he would have hit, and he would have to hit to go to Soul, so we have to give 2 cards here. Chris is at 1, passing priority, and Chris is just going to have to arsenal that grain that tips the scale. It won't be tipping any scales into Chris's favor in the foreseeable future. It will just be headed to the arsenal. The little gremlin will attempt to eat his rice another day.
Finally, an Arclight Sentinel and 2 Genesis in Barrett's hand.
This is it. This has to be the game.
No, this is actually the game. If Chris passes here, Barrett can play Genesis, put a card in Soul, and then 2 Arcane with Sectum.
Yep, that is
maybe taking the more safe line of
Forego again.
just forego again into a Wharton Herald.
Yeah, because I guess Barrett is playing around technically. If he plays a Genesis and that last card in hand is something like a 0 for 3,
that can attack.
you could attack into the Genesis, and then Barrett is big time sad. Instead, this is going to take 2 cards, unless that Art of War has something to say about it. Because that Art of War could turn these cards from 3 blocks into 4 blocks, and even turn that Command and Conquer into something that could pop through a Triumph effect.
Could pop the Triumph, yeah, absolutely. Defensive Art of War might just be taking for cards that actually block well here, though, because that Sacred Art certainly does not. It's an instant that's a Pearl.
Yeah, he
Banishing the Pauper.
The 2 cards off the hand.
Chi.
That's just a no block in the hand, another no block in the hand. Oh, no, 2 3 blocks, and a Chi. So he's going to... Yeah. You're going to have to just go ahead and give both of these cards.
But those are non-attacks.
Yeah,
they don't have increased defense.
So
blocking
another
here,
attack,
Barrett with any Herald in hand has the game locked.
What do you have for us, Barrett? Check the graveyard.
He's thinking about, how many Paupers are there? What can I afford to play here? But I think there's only one option. It's Blue Wharton Herald, and that's the game!
Final card out of Christopher's hand is a no-block. The Chi that so significantly pushed him forward. The Descendant Gust Wave, the Bonds of Azalea, no Arclight Sentinel, no Genesis needed, no Merciful Retribution, simply Heralds, simply gumption, simply strategy carries Barrett Goss into the semifinals.
My jaw is on the floor. I'm nearly speechless. I mean, that was Prism against all odds with her deck, with Barrett's deck fighting against him as much as possible, only giving him Heralds in a matchup where he was trying to put Spectra on the board that Zen really couldn't afford to answer. We saw that Parable alive for how many turns?
A million.
Against all odds, even drawing the wrong Figment off of his Halo, Barrett Goss taking out the win.
What an absolute treat. What an absolute pleasure to get to watch that game. For all of you here watching at home, thank you so much for joining us for that incredible game. That was incredible. I just said incredible like 4 times in a row, but that's because, let's be clear, that was incredible.
I mean, that was the best.
Stupendous. That was marvelous.
That was the best game of Flesh and Blood I've ever casted.
Yes, that was, hey, I'm glad I could be here with you for it, my friend. I think let's go ahead and take a very quick break. Let's sort out exactly what the next game is we're going to get in. The Battle Hardened starting momentarily, so we're going to make sure the players are all getting sorted for that. My heart is racing. I need a moment to take a breath, so we'll see you all in just a couple minutes. If that was anything to go off of, the games today are going to be incredible. We'll see you in a sec.
Hello and welcome back to the RealmFest here in New Jersey. I am Charm3r, and I am once again joined on the desk by the amazing, spectacular, whichever Spider-Man descriptor you want to use, Rhea Adams. And we're going to be taking a look at the bracket to see the results after you got to cast an outstanding game. It turns out we're finding out at this event that to beat Zen, you have to go to 1 and then claw your way out.
Yeah, who needs Arclight Sentinel when you have a fistful of Heralds and a plan? So we just saw Barrett Goss take down Christopher Junk in the one of the quarterfinals matches. Of course, we have reports coming in. Joshua Border taking down David Lee in the new game. We're about to dive into the Joshua Lovell versus Connor Bryant, Kano versus Azalea. And then I'm hearing reports that the Michael Clare and Adam Franze game is also going on. So we might have a peek at that one later.
Yeah, this is going to be a rather interesting bracket. Also, I think that the graphic is a mistake at the moment because I'm seeing Christopher. There we go. It's fixed. Christopher was there, and I can understand why that would look that way because it looked like Christopher had that game for so long.
Based on the first 2 turns, that definitely was the favorite to win.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this. We don't know what the results are yet, obviously, because we're getting ready to dive into a game. But we could have a situation where one side is Kano and the other side is Prism. And that would be absolutely wild. I am excited to see how this Kano versus Azalea matchup goes. I believe we have one of the deck lists that we can look at here, specifically Connor's list. And the important bit here is going to obviously be the access to Arcane Barrier. But
oh my goodness. So not just Arcane Barrier. Look at this. Spellfray Cloak and Spellfray Leggings. Spell Void 2 in deck slots that are typically reserved for Tunic and Snapdragon Stalers in this matchup.
Yeah, I was just about to say, specifically that Spell Void as well. And I actually really like this simply because most Azalea lists are down on blues. Obviously, this one is running 3 Spire Sniping still, but yesterday you and I were talking about how a lot of those lists are even cutting the Spire Snipings for the yellows. So we'll have to see if these Spell Void equipment pieces make a difference in this matchup. I hear that the players are ready. I think we're going to be diving right into that matchup now. And I had a moment to actually talk to Joshua Lovell before.
Okay.
He was focusing on manifesting a win. We talked a bit about the book The Secret. It was a wonderful conversation. We had some laughs. He's very excited to play this game. The thing is, I don't think he was expecting Spell Void. He said, you know, I feel pretty okay into this based on previous Azalea matchups.
I don't know. We will see. Connor, you know, the lower seed, so Joshua has the opportunity to decide to go first or second, choosing second. So giving Azalea that free arsenal, but also getting to establish the tempo for the game. But with Arcane Barrier 2 and Spell Void 2 on the table, Joshua has a large barrier to overcome to win this game. Seems like we're starting off with a quick judge question.
So while he is asking the judge a question, I want to ask you a question.
I tend to answer some questions.
Well, that's great for me, because then I won't look so bad for asking it. Do you think, so I like the inclusion of the Spell Void, but do you think the lack of Tunic might cause Connor to trip up at all? Because sometimes that Tunic into Death Dealer can really help make up for some bad hands.
Well, I mean, Tunic for Death Dealer for the free load is certainly useful. I think the fact that this is Spellfray means that you are a bit freer to break your Bullseye Bracers to get that reload one time, still for 0 resources. Arcane Barrier 1 and Spell Void 2 is still quite annoying for Kano to play around. I think, personally, what I'm more curious in is the Spellfray Leggings replacing the Snapdragon Stalers. Azalea being restricted on most turn cycles to 1 chain link instead of 2 chain links really can diminish her offensive power if Connor doesn't draw a lot of buffs in a hand.
And so here on this very first turn, we're going to have some Kano shenanigans already. This is going to be a Cindering that's occurring. I know that he is running 3 of these just based on the conversations that we were having before. But you're right. The lack of Snapdragons could potentially be an issue. when you want those big, impactful go-wide turns. The start of this also, I don't know if you noticed, but originally it was a take aim that reloaded the memorial ground and then used the skull bone to find an arrow because I wasn't certain that there was another one in the hand there. We're going to play a tome as well. So
Draw
Josh,
2, just spin the wheels. Critically, there's a seek and destroy on the field from Connor's side. Those inertia-style effects are critical to disrupt Kano. He really likes to arsenal Aether Wildfire in these more aggressive combo-y matchups. And if he's not allowed to do that, but I is going to draw him into...
Well, I see a Kindle. One of the new all-star cards from Part the Mistveil for these Kano players.
Potentially very powerful if you can set it up on the next turn. Of course, it's a whiff off the top, so not very useful right now as he's Kanoing at instant speed.
Yeah, and with this opt 2 from the Eye of Ophidia, you might see him decide to push them down if he wants to just keep digging further.
2 resources, 2 cards in hand, and we have a floating 1-point increase in arcane damage from that Cindering Foresight. But, you know, this is a third of Kano's health being threatened on turn 0 with this Dominate.
Yeah, you do not have a lot of time to set up against Azalea. So, on the one hand, you don't typically have to worry about some of the cards like Oasis Respite. They're just not usually included in the list because you have the natural arcane barrier and you want to stay aggressive. You want to keep your deck lean. But with the addition of the Spell Fray and this 10-point start...
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
We'll talk about finding the right card on top. That's an Aether Wildfire. And if there's 2 resources floating to play it, and it's buffed by Cindering Foresight, can Joshua find a 0 cost on top of the deck to buff with that Wildfire?
I get nothing.
Yeah, and I was just going to say he's double-checking that there's no way that he can save anything here. And I believe Seek and Destroy is even worse than the inertia effects because it's discard, correct?
It goes to the graveyard, not even to the bottom of the deck.
Not something that you can try to find second cycle or do anything with.
Yeah, no opportunity to Lesson and Lava it or shuffle and redraw. Joshua thinking really hard about that last card in hand.
He's trying to find something, and this is kind of the curse of success because you found it, and now what? Oh.
Let's see.
But even if this Wildfire goes off, it's not the biggest threat in the world. Connor has Spell Void 2 available. What's that last card? It's a Gaze the Ages. So there is a chance. Does he block 3 here? Does he activate Kano one more time and try to spin the wheel and find an instant to play off the top?
You know, there's also that consideration. You mentioned the Spell Void. There might be a situation where you kind of go into this thinking you have to combo twice, or not like full combo, but at least get them to crack that Spell Void first and then set up another. And I think that might be what Josh is thinking about. Can I generate enough right now to get him to use some resources and then set myself up for the future? Because if not, you're kind of letting this Wildfire go to waste in many respects, right? It's just gone, and now you're limited just to 2 left in the deck. The clock is working against you in terms of health totals, especially with this 10 damage being presented. What's the likelihood I find, you know, one of my other 2 later?
Well, it depends on how long the game goes, but if there's 10 damage every turn, we're looking at about 3 turns in this game.
Yeah. I mean, 10 damage is about par for the course, it feels like, with Azalea as of late.
She's not pitching, absolutely.
And so we have a judge question here.
Actions were, I
think
to Kano.
The resources all work out here. There's 2 floating from that Tome of Fyendel that was played, which drew 2 more cards.
I pitched to Tome of Fyendel, so that's 1 cost, 2 floating. I draw these.
The on-hit, the consideration of the on-hit here is interesting, though, because...
I sunk both cards, and then I Kano'd again, and blind flip this. So I have 1 in hand, this is in banish, and this is 2 floating.
There's still 1 more Kano activation, right? From this?
Oh, there's still a Kano activation floating.
Okay.
Well, that changes a lot on this turn.
Suddenly, Joshua has a whole new level of things to consider.
There's a layer on the stack that we all forgot about.
Just do that now. now?
Yes. And so now we're going to, I guess, be blind flipping the other Kano activation. And
Oh my God!
Whoa.
What is going on in this top 8?
Well, I mean, the good news is I don't have a lot of resources.
Okay.
Why does he say that's the good news?
Okay,
That's the bad news
so
for Josh.
2 wildfires cost 4 resources. There's a Cindering Foresight buff on 1. Joshua has access to 3, 4, 5, 6 resources if you include the Spellfire Cloak. So it can be a wildfire for 4, 5, 6 into a wildfire for 4, 5. Even if the Spell Void 2 is used on the first one, we're looking at upwards of 15 damage this turn from Joshua.
Which is pretty good if you're trying to keep pace. The question, I think, following that would be at what cost, because you've now used 2 of your wildfires.
I mean, those wildfires have already been banished, so we're too late for that at this point. Gotta go all in.
2 resources.
Sometimes, you know, you just gotta get lucky.
All right, so we do also have the Crucible activation, so this first one is going to come for 6.
Wildfire for 6, and the next one will be for
10.
10, basically.
Threatening 16 damage on turn 0. Connor, of course, can give the Spell Void, but is it worth it at this stage in the game when there's no Blazing Aethers involved? And I believe that's a red arrow in Connor's hand, so it's just AB1 at the most.
This is perhaps what Josh needed. Yeah, that is going to get the Spell Void. I was going to say perhaps what Josh needed to get rid of the Spell Void. And I do think that this is the safe approach from Connor, especially knowing that 2 of those wildfires are now gone. But this now is going to be rather interesting because Connor will essentially kind of be in the danger zone after this.
I mean, this is exactly what you said that Joshua needed to see to take down this game. He needs 2 combo turns, the first one of which clears out the Spell Void. And we found the first combo turn on turn 0. Now we're going into Joshua's turn, and he gets to set the tempo for the game.
For those of you just turning in, yes, this is still turn 0. This is just Kano doing Kano things. It's not your turn, it's our turn.
Our
when you're
turn.
Comrade Kano. And
Sounds good.
Connor also resolves that 10 damage. So Josh goes down to 20.
And then
And
what
now
is the hand?
Josh gets to start his own turn.
Let an Aether Spindle opt into some more gas.
Yeah, I like that potential play. I like that a lot. Now, the good news for Josh is you did get rid of that Spell Void, and while you lost 2 wildfires, you still have all of your equipment. So you've got Striders, you've got Metacarpus, the Ragamuffin. So there is still some magic that you can work in terms of the resources that you kind of want to bank on.
On the other hand, we're under Seek and Destroy. There is no arsenal this turn, so Joshua has to figure out how to use all of these cards in hand or else waste these resources.
Well, I suspect if there's anything left over, we're just going to do some Kano digging and maybe try to find some
pitching
potions.
2 reds. This was a 3-red hand.
Okay, well, sometimes the reds happen.
Sometimes.
So just keeping track here, that was 2 red wildfires on the previous turn.
Yes.
And then again here we have 2 reds we're pitching and a red Aether Spindle that we're sending. So Josh finding a lot of reds early.
But you know what that means? He's about to draw a lot of blues to Kano with. It looks like Connor's hand is 1 pump? Yeah, 1 pump and then 3 arrows. Of course, the spare blue there, but not really what you want to see when you don't have Snapdragon Stalers available.
Well, I was going to say one of the arrows was a Bolton shot, it looked like, though. So with the 1 pump, you're still in a position where you can go wide. I think the consideration here from Connor was whether or not you wanted to let him opt for, as opposed to worrying about the damage, right? Because the real danger here might be getting Josh deeper into his deck to set up that crackback combo turn, because offensively...
There's a Tome and an Energy Potion on the top of Joshua's deck. If he has a blue in hand, he can keep this turn going.
Yeah, the last card should be a blue, and if he wants to here, you can just use this to grab that Energy Potion as well.
Yeah, so that Tome...
Or you can Tome and then grab that Energy Potion, continue to Kano if you want, and then still play the Energy Potion later.
Yep.
Play pot.
And then what's the last card on the top of the deck? This one is unknown.
This one's unknown, but sometimes you just got to keep going. Again, Seek and Destroy active, so you're just trying to see what you can get. on the board, but this honestly is working out to be pretty.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
You know what is perfectly counteracts Seek and Destroy? Ponders, because you can order the triggers so that you draw after your cards are destroyed. Exactly what Joshua needed here in order to have an arsenal.
Yeah, Joshua turned what could have been a really mediocre turn into a fantastic turn. So that is actually going to get the red in the ledger out of Connor's hand, just because you do not want to allow that ponder, right? You want that Seek and Destroy to get you some value, but you have to give up an extra card to do so.
All right.
This was looking really bad for Joshua at one point, and all of a sudden, everything is coming up aces for him.
At one point, we're on turn 1. All right, so we do have a Bolton shot here, a Lace with Bud Rot, and a blue to pay for the turn. Of course, opting with that Stormwind Crosswrap. There's a Codex of Frailty on top of the deck.
Okay, that...
Joshua has no arsenal, of course, but he also has no attack actions, so can't force him to discard with that Codex.
Yeah, you can't force him to discard, but it would still potentially get that red in the ledger back if you wanted it. It would also give you a ponder for your own turn to continue to go forward. Yeah, I think he's just checking to see, okay, I was just going to pump this Bolton shot, and you still could.
You flip this guy.
And then decide to activate the Death Dealer later. This is a tough decision for Connor.
I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, I guess it turns into a red in the ledger essentially just as an offensive arrow.
Yeah, and so because either way you're likely only firing one arrow, I think the question is, do I want to do more damage with the red and ledger?
I don't know. When you're this far down compared to the Kano that has shipped you for 16 and has an energy potion on the board, I wonder if you just have to dig for another buff here. I don't know that the Codex is doing enough.
Yeah, because it would essentially just be +1 damage, right?
And we're throwing it to the bottom. Let's get a little bit luckier.
If you swap it out, you're just increasing the size of your arrow, which isn't as good as a +3, right? So instead, we're just going to do this. There is also the consideration as well, as I pointed out, all of the equipment is still on Josh's side, and now he has that energy potion, he has a 4-card hand. Connor also has to, in many ways, kind of feign having pitch for arcane damage. If he goes all in on any turn, Josh could try to combo off again.
Yeah.
And just go over the top on him.
And there's no Spell Void to save Connor this time. Josh thinking about potentially blocking. It would deny the reload, also would
deny the blood rot. He's thinking about playing Cindering Foresight once again.
Instead, we're gonna spin the roulette wheel.
Another red, I would like to point out.
Another red Cindering, yeah.
Well, just red in general.
Home and 2 blues.
Oh.
Just on the top, finding, you know what? Let's go +1 card in hand.
Just gonna leave that here for the buff.
Yeah. Leave that here for the buff, he says, because we know we're about to make some magic happen once again.
Everything certainly is coming up Kano in this game so far.
Kano?
Yep, Kano should be Tome.
Yep. There's
There's
2 blues
the
on
Tome.
top. Is that a Kindle in his hand? It is. Kindle and a Lesson in Lava.
Kindle and a Lesson. And that Lesson is potentially pretty key, because if it finds you one of your key combo pieces here after already seeing 2 wildfires, that could be a big deal.
It can find the last wildfire. We're going to muffin that Lesson onto the top, knowing that there's a blue up there.
Draw a card.
Yep.
And then
So this is part of that equipment that he got to keep earlier. And
Are
I mean, I like this because you've already got the Cindering buff, you've got the Kindle buff now, and so this Lesson that we know is coming is more likely to find something of value.
Draw a card.
Draw a card from Kindle. We know it's that other blue.
A Tome to draw 2.
Tome drawing 2, but these are blind, so what's it going to be?
Another
blue. Another blue.
All right, we're in business. Kano doing Kano things.
Kano with two arcane buffs floating on the next card that he plays.
Yeah, it is worth noting that that Kindle is just an amp 1 for the next card.
Cindering Foresight similarly, although amp can hit staffs if they deal arcane, and Cindering cannot.
I'm going to Kano.
All right, so we're going to
All right, here's a blind.
This is a blind Kano.
Just hang out for a bit.
Might not resolve it yet. We might be stacking these a bit.
It is also worth noting that we have these blues, but we also have that energy pot. So if we do find something spicy with no cards in hand, there is still resources available to Josh as well.
We're just on the Kano cam at this point, trying to see what's on the top of the deck. Another energy potion.
What a rip.
And then one Kano activation floating still, I believe.
Yep, still one floating, correct. I think he wanted to see if there was something else that would continue to allow him to buff things before he throws this lesson. But I think that this is...
Okay. We're just still going. Sap, not exactly what you want to see. But there's a Kano activation floating. This can still be a lesson into a sap into a blazing. And it's a big lesson after that Kindle and Cindering.
That's why he put it out there. He said, hey, this is still floating. He says, yup. We don't want to forget like that first time where it completely changed the math on everything. He's just trying to figure out how much can I send now. And I think one of the other things you might want to consider is just timing on these energy potions as well.
Yes, there's no resources floating at this point. At least one of those will have to be activated if you want to play the Lesson in Lava, because it costs 1, and there's no cards in hand to pitch anymore.
Well, potentially. That's why I say timing, because we do still have that one Kano that needs to resolve. So depending on what that finds, there should be a third tome, I think, left, right? So if you find a tome, you could draw 2 more and then keep going.
I'm going to break.
Oh, we're breaking.
I would be surprised if that Kano activation is not reserved for a Blazing Aether that the Lesson in Lava is going to find.
There's a 4 on here somewhere.
Yeah, that would make an awful lot of sense. Especially now going up to 4, because you could now do the Lesson in Lava.
Lesson in Lava already for 5, could be 6 after Crucible.
Yep.
Instead, saving 3 resources, so there's another potential Kano activation.
This is for 3, 4, 5.
So we're going to do officially 5.
I'll just do this,
I was going to say, I love the dice that we use to signify the attacks, but we really need one with like a little lightning bolt next to it for the arcane.
A little bit of arcane damage.
Especially with Rosetta coming up.
Oh, that's very true. They are about to be amping all over the place in Rosetta. So this can get any wizard action card with cost less than or equal to the damage that it deals. Of course, 5, even -2 from Arcane Barrier would be essentially any card in Joshua's deck.
Yeah, I was trying to think if there was anything just in the game that 5 wouldn't get, because even Fork Lightning costs 4, for example. Now, Josh isn't running it, but...
Yeah, it's kind of just free range to search any card that he wants. Of course, there's Kano activation floating, so he can play that card. A couple of options between Blazing Aether, which would be around, 5, 6 damage. Taking all 5.
Taking all 5. I think that the math here was just saying, all right, well, if I Arcane Barrier this, he can still find whatever he wants. But the danger in doing this, obviously, is that it increases the damage you're taking if it's a Blazing Aether. Because you want your lead-up damage to be, I love
another
this.
lesson.
I love this. Because with that floating Kano activation, you could, if you want, with this 3 resources, buff one with your staff, send another one, and then go get the Blazing.
Yeah, because he has 3 resources for a Kano activation for this lesson, and the 1 from the Spellfire Cloak to pay for that lesson. And because it's base 3 damage, and Connor only has access to Arcane Barrier 2, it's always going to hit and can find a Blazing, even if Connor prevents 2 on it.
I'm going to take these 3 to Kano. Kano this lesson.
So we're looking at...
We also have that sap still floating as well.
We are. That sap's going to be 1 more for the Blazing.
Go to 1. I'm going to spend that 1 to send in lessons.
So we have the lesson for 3.
Kano's still on the stack, presumably for a Blazing Aether at this point. This is turn 1, by the way.
Turn 1.
Turn 1.
Taking 1.
So we are going to get that AB2 in.
Okay. So
This is going to trigger?
Blazing Aether presenting 6 damage right now. There's a resource floating on Connor's side for that sap. So even if it's played, it's not going to connect. But Blazing Aether still is 0 for 6 at instant speed here.
Yeah, this is still a healthy amount of damage. Now, Josh it's looking like won't have enough to kill Connor. So
Correct.
once we finally resolve turn 1, both players will be taking a bunch of damage and will be low.
Around 12 life, yes.
But with, again, the Spell Void's gone.
Spell Void's gone.
Josh will be down the Ragamuffin, but he does still have Metacarpus, does still have Storm Striders. The Cloak is gone as well, but I think Josh will be okay with being in this position.
Yeah, access still to his 2 most powerful equipment. And Connor at this point really cannot afford to break the Bullseye Bracers.
Blazing is going to go on top.
And so there is the Blaze.
I'm going to let this Kano resolve.
I'll let that one resolve, so it's banished, but you don't have to play it right away. It's just the activation goes off. So we start with that Sap.
Sap for 1. And there's an interesting thing here. If Connor prevents it, it's like preventing 2 arcane damage, but then he doesn't have a resource floating for Death Dealer after this Bolton shot.
Yeah. He does have still the card in hand, so if he wants to do the Death Dealer that way, he can, but
there's a real trade-off. If he does the Death Dealer that way, he's not having a free Arsenal card off of the reload from the Bolton shot. And I don't know when the game is this close and this tight already that you can afford to have a turn off without an Arsenal.
Well, and so the other thing to consider here as well is at this point, Josh has kind of shown Connor everything. Like, Connor knows what the result is going to be. And so if Connor is saying, like, maybe I do just want to continue to push more damage, he could have taken the gamble, but not knowing what's on top, you've already used your Skullbone. There is an additional risk there. So he does AB. The Sap, the Blazing Aether will come in and deal an additional 6. Connor goes down to 12. And now we finally get to resolve Connor's second attack of the game.
Connor's second attack of the game, Bolton shot for 6, will hit. We'll make a Blood Rot, which is going to put Joshua down to 12 as well. So we're looking at a functional tie game here. Now, what's Connor's last card? Can you threaten more with another arrow?
Yes, you can. Okay. So going down to 10, and then as you properly said, functionally down to 8. No cards left in hand for Josh, so his turn will be passing and drawing up. Because you're passing and have no cards in hand, cannot pay for the Blood Rot.
My turn, I'm going to move to end. I cannot pay for this Blood Rot pot. So
Connor's hand is looking perfect. He has a mixture of buffs and an arrow. Joshua, it's going to be the burden on him to find damage off of the top to survive this turn. There's a Kindle. There's a Wildfire.
Oh, my.
There's a Kindle and a Wildfire in Joshua's hand.
Wildfire number 3. The real question, because I didn't get a good look at Connor's hand. Now I can. I don't see one of those blues, and Connor is a little bit more blue heavy than other Azaleas, right? Has the Spire Snipings and the Knock the Death Whistles, but the lack of a blue in hand here means that if Joshua starts to go off, it will demand more from Connor's hand. So Connor wants to buff as much as he can to threaten lethal here and put the onus on Josh, but also wants to, even if he doesn't have it, kind of wants to fake or bluff having some arcane barrier back as well. This is a tough decision.
We can say to look at Connor's hand a little bit better here. He does have access to resources in the form of Rain Razors, and he's considering opting a yellow Bolton shot on top of the deck. If he draws that yellow Bolton shot from the Death Dealer, then he has access to 3-ish spare resources, but he has a 1-cost arrow in hand with that Infecting shot. So you're going to have to save one of those to attack with it at the very least. Really thinking about, do I need to keep the start on top, draw it with Death Dealer, have resources for Arcane Barrier, and try to survive, versus bottoming it, potentially finding a more powerful card on top of the deck, off of that free Death Dealer draw, and being able to present lethal to Joshua more efficiently. Looks like we're going to prioritize resources in hand.
And that does make sense given the game state. Yeah, certainly don't fault them. Going to load the Infecting shot, draw up that yellow so that we've got a little bit more.
Is this going to be a blind dominate?
I think he might be hoping for a 0-cost arrow.
This is a blind Azalea. All right, well.
He says, look, Josh,
Connor knows how to make the game
I've seen
exciting.
you blind Kanoing over there. It's my turn.
And no!
Knock.
It's the worst possible option.
That
So Notch
is-
can reload an arrow from hand, but it doesn't do anything else, and it's just a blue that was lost from deck.
Yeah, that is not good. Now there is an arrow that's in hand, but that means that Connor has to go all in with his hand, and that will tip off so much information to Josh regarding his agency to try to combo off and just kill Connor in response. So
The arrow in hand, which can be reloaded here, is also the only resource card in hand.
so yeah, we are gonna do the knock thing, just because you have to at this
Yeah.
point.
At what point do you knock and search for blue Spire Sniping just because it's a resource card to survive arcane damage?
Sounds good.
Okay, so I'm
Good to
going to
resolve.
Can I just take a moment and say that I love Josh playing with the Bazooka Joe
Yes.
sleeves because he's playing Kano, which is basically a bazooka in
Mm-hmm.
hero form. We've certainly seen him launching explosives in that direction.
Yep, blue Spire Sniping just saying, I need resources next turn or else I will not survive.
Yeah, having that guaranteed blue for the next turn is kind of a game changer.
If there is a next turn.
Hey, we're only on turn 2. There's no way this game ends by now, right?
Definitely not. Flesh and Blood is at least a 4-turn game.
At least. Oh, wait. No, sorry. I see a Kano. My bad.
All right, so we are reloading the bolt and shot. Opting, we know that the Spire Sniping is on top.
And he's got no choice. He says, I have to threaten lethal.
Yes,
We're going
so-
to do the thing.
All right,
9.
the burden is on Joshua here. Can he find 13 damage? His
Or,
hand is 2 blues, a Wildfire, and a
And a Kindle.
Kindle.
I was going to say, if it was any other hand, there also could be a consideration of just blocking out because this is not
Mhm.
not lethal if you throw cards in front of it. But given this hand, I feel like you go for it, knowing that there's just the one resource for AB because that's it.
Well, so there's something interesting here. If you let this hit, the inertia from the Lace with Inertia means that you can't arsenal like the Wildfire because the rest of the hand only blocks for 6. That Kindle is a no block instant. If you want to do the setup as Kano here, you have to say goodbye to that 3rd Wildfire and block with it. You could, of course,
Yeah.
arsenal the Kindle, but it's a powerful card. Is it a card that helps you survive another turn cycle?
I will admit that I am not a particularly smart man, but I do have a bit of a gambler's spirit.
Oh, yeah?
And if my deck was feeding me W after W after W the way Josh's has been, I feel like you have to just go for it here anyway, right? You know it's the 3rd Wildfire, and you've got the Kindle, you've got 2 blues, you still have
I think
the heart of the cards on
Yeah.
your side.
I think the issue is the resources aren't necessarily in Joshua's favor. If
No.
he pitches 1 blue to activate Stormstriders and play Aether Wildfire, that's presenting 4 damage, right? Another blue activates Kano, and then the Kindle would buff the Wildfire to 5, draws a random card off the top, which would have to pay for the 2nd blue. But if that blue does 5 plus the 5 from the Wildfire, it has to be something like a blue Scalding Rain or a blue Aether Quickening to reach that magic number 12. And there's more 0 for 1s in the deck than there are 1 for 2s. And if,
Well, if
Joshua
it's
draws a
if it's
red and it's
zero
a 2
for-
cost on deck, then it's even worse.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it's 0 for 1s.
Oh,
though,
we're going for
you
it.
could have Metacarpus node as an
This is
option
true.
here
This
as
is
well.
true.
So I think in that part you're fine. The real, I think, potential threat though is because of the Lesson in Lavas, everything's been shuffled. You do also still have Eye of Ophidia in there that you could brick with. Like there are bricks on top as well.
Carpus on the stack.
So we are going to do the Metacarpus. We are saying, hey, we're going to find a 0. I believe in it.
I will Kano
We know that there's not an Eye of Ophidia on top.
on the stack.
We've seen 1 Kindle already. There's not a lot of whiffs.
Hold Kindle.
And what's the draw? I missed it. Could you see?
I did not see there. It looked blue, but every Kano card looks blue.
Every Kano card does look blue.
When you only get a glimpse, they all look like lightning.
If we block 3, we can still live.
Whatever it was, it looks like he's fine with letting this Kano activation go. So this is another moment of truth. And it is a Spindle.
So if he has a blue in hand, that's plenty of resources to play that Spindle.
But if it's not a blue, if it was a red,
We'll pay for Metacarpus.
it
is
was
a
a blue.
blue.
So going to pay for Metacarpus again, I believe, is what was said.
6.
So that's 6 on the Wildfire. I think this is game.
Yeah, because this is going to connect for 5, but then the Spindle with the 2 resources left
Will be for 9.
will be for 9. And that is more than 12.
Take 5.
5.
7.
Josh, like I said, you gotta believe when your deck is given you
And that's
every
the game.
opportunity.
Joshua Level takes it out on
Gotta lean
turn
into
2
it.
with Kano. All 3 wildfires resolved in that game.
There's the smile. I was about to say, I've never seen somebody win and look so downtrodden, but Josh finally lets himself get that smile.
Oh my goodness. Half of your prophecy has come true. We have 2 Kanos in the same half of the bracket.
Not only do we have 2 Kanos, but it's 2 Kanos piloted by Joshua's.
The Joshua
Joshua mirror.
True mirror in the semifinals coming soon. I do believe there's wow. What a game that was. I mean, double wildfire turn 0,
man.
a Kindle turn 1, and then a Kindle wildfire turn 2. That's
I'm hearing from our producer that we can now jump into the other matchup, which was Prism versus Levia, and so we can potentially see if our top 8's going to be 2 mirrors. We'll revisit the top 8 here real quick on the graphic, because with that win, Joshua Level continues on. We'll be taking on Joshua Borger, both on Kano. We have Barrett Goss, who we saw win an absolute nail-biter to start the broadcast. And we're going to be diving into this game between Michael Clare and Adam Franzi to see if we're going to have a Prism mirror or if Levia can continue. And looks like we are watching this at 2 times speed. Yep, producer just told me it's at 2 times speed because it was a lengthy game, so they are doing this to catch us up. So this was happening at the same time as the other ones, so we're going to start on the Adam side. It looks like that Pierce reality is in play.
some interesting things going on here. That's a ball breaker on the Levia side, notably not 2 mandible claws.
Yes, that was something that we saw yesterday on the broadcast. Ethan was feeding us little tidbits about how that extra point of damage, if it adds up to at least 3 or more, it's like getting an additional card throughout the course of a game, and it's a nice chain ender.
So something interesting as well, there are no Gambler's Gloves to be seen on either opponent's side of the field. So whatever number Stabskins rolls, that's the result. There is no changing it. And, you know, typically one of Prism's outs in these games is to resolve an Arclight Sentinel while you also have a different threat on the board that Levia wishes they could take out. So Michael might be coming down to just trying to roll Stabskins to get out from underneath some Spectra in this game.
Yeah, that certainly is a possibility. We are going to get our first Figment after that Herald, and also create the Ponder token and continue to try to set things up. I believe that was a Passing Mirage there to end the turn.
So Passing Mirage, there's a card in Soul, but that doesn't matter if you die before you can pop off, because this is a Blood Rush Bellow. Let's go.
Pitch the Art of War to play the Blood Rush, no less. But that's okay. We're going to start with the Mandible Claw. Should be for 5.
Yep. 5 go again. Card has been, a 6 power has been discarded. Of course, never really want to discard the Swing Big randomly. It's your preferred finisher on these Blood Rush Bellow turns. But, you know, Dominate, also a pretty reasonable alternative.
Yep, we do have the Pulping coming. And it is also active as well, based on the discard. So this is going to be the 8 Dominate, as you said.
8 Dominate, and importantly, Levia's graveyard is getting filled really quickly. So Michael will be able to very quickly in this game freely play the cards that banish, build up blood debt, but have really powerful offensive capabilities.
I have a feeling that's not what Michael is going to end with, because of the go again here and 2 cards in hand.
And 2 resources floating. At the very least, Ball Breaker for 4 can
yeah, I was going to say. So that's going to get a Soul Shield here from Adam.
Oh, but this is really critical because Prism now has access to 2 cards in Soul and the Figment of Erudition on the field.
All right,
and the Passing Mirage is living. Mark of the Beast attacking face for 8.
I was just going to say the Passing Mirage is going to live because this Mark of the Beast is way too big to be throwing at that Spectra.
Absolutely.
You want to send that face, but it does get 2 cards from Adam. Adam very quickly already down to 23 health, and as you rightfully pointed out, Michael Clare also has a rather full discard pile, so the Levia player finding what they want early in this matchup.
So Passing Mirage surviving, but also getting no value as it's just a pass from Adam with no cards in hand. Levia's Blood Debt has, the clock has started ticking. 1 from that Mark of the Beast, but there's a Shadow Realm Horror.
Yep,
Talk about a stacked graveyard.
Yeah, we start with a horror, and this has the potential to become a real horror, because if this hits on all 3...
Swing big
is a hit.
Agile Windup and a Pulping, all 3 hit.
My. So if you are not familiar, this is now going to be 7 Go Again, and the opportunity to play one of the cards that was banished. Swing Big.
We were
pretty good target.
Just complaining about Swing Big wasn't playable earlier. Well, now it is.
And that's assuming that we don't do other things, right? With 2 cards still in hand and 1 in the arsenal and a resource floating, this could be potentially something else as well. If you've got something that, for example, if you've got another blue in hand and then something that has Go Again, you could do that and then end with the Swing Big.
There's even a chance if you need another extender, instead of playing the Swing Big, playing the Pulping. I mean, we saw... Oh, this is already the Halo turn. Adam trying to survive here, perhaps.
I think Adam is realizing I have to do something to survive here. I just took the Blood Rush.
He's shaking his head. Did he draw the Figment that he wanted to get? He did.
Yes.
He shows the hand to Michael. I drew the Figment that I wanted to search for. All right. Let's save a little bit of life, but there's no Figment of Judgment to banish this turn.
No Judgment. So instead, I believe that's Triumph. Yes, Figment of Triumph. So is going to reduce the attacks by 1.
This also means in both of our top 8 games with Prism, they drew the Figment that they wanted to get with their Halo. What are the odds? That's like 2 1 in 50 chances in a row.
So the Figment that was desired is instead going to get pitched, so it goes back into the deck sooner rather than later. We're going to block with that Celestial Radicalism, a.k.a. Sea Strike, and we are going to follow that up with the Pulping, like you said.
Discarding another Shadow Realm Horror.
Just going with the Dominate here, but discarding the Shadow Realm Horror.
Oh, and critically, because Figment of Triumph was drawn, Pulping is not a 6 power, and Footsteps can be blocked without them being destroyed when the combat chain closes.
But because that Pulping had Go Again, you can then send the Mandible Claw.
Oh, and an Endless Maw for 9?
And now just casually end with 9. We thought that was going to be Swing Big off of the Shadow Realm, but no. Instead, we're going to end even bigger. Endless Maw for 9. 8 because of the Figment of Triumph, but this is still an absolutely monster turn. Adam's already down to 16 and still staring down 8.
This one attack is half of Adam's health.
Does get the other 2 cards out of Adam's hand. He is doing everything he can to just not die. It's 35-14 after back-to-back massive turns from Michael Clare.
And Halo is drawn now too, so even if Adam does find something like an Arclight Sentinel, he doesn't have an easy way to generate resources with Soraya, Archangel of Erudition.
And looking over at Adam's side, the board, traditionally if you're low on health with Prism, it's because you were sacrificing your health to develop permanence. The board is okay, but it's certainly not where you want it to be here. I mean, the one thing working in your favor is you do still have that Passing Mirage, right? You've got 2 Figments, but not being able to get the Judgment like you wanted is a bit of a problem. And even you've had to pass 2 straight turns because your hand has been just stripped away by the offense of Michael.
And even if you do hold 2 cards to attack with a Phantasmless Herald, I mean, Michael has 12 armor blocks just on the field. That Herald will not connect, even with no cards blocked with from hand.
Yeah, that Carrion Husk over there is a huge advantage to Michael. When you're already at 35, you are not at all pressured to use that anytime soon.
Yeah.
And so if you somehow don't have a popper, or the popper you have is something that you want to keep, and I know that's hard to imagine with Levia.
But Levia just
in a world, the Husk can just cover a bunch of Heralds.
Yeah. But look at that. Stabstone Leathers was rolled. The result was 1 action point, and Michael choosing just to clear the passing mirage and pass the turn after that with 3 cards still in hand. Adam has a full 5-card grip to do whatever he wants with.
That might
and
be
it looks
the window.
Like we're going to try to pop off. This is Soraya. Draw 2 cards.
Yeah, that might be the window that Adam was hoping for.
Can he stabilize with an Arclight Sentinel? Banish, draw 2.
Waiting to see what's happening here. I think they're just kind of double checking the life totals and so forth.
Yes. So Soraya is attacking for 4, but it's vanilla damage.
Yep.
And Michael is unlikely to block.
Just doing a little bit of accounting, saying, wait, you're still at that much? And looks like there might have been also a correction from earlier because Michael Clare's now down to 29. Perhaps that's what they were doing, was just re-going through the back and forth from earlier. Perhaps before we joined, but
Herald of Triumph with
Herald of Triumph.
2 floating.
And it has go again.
2 cards in hand. Michael cannot afford to let this hit, otherwise it's turning on Vestige of Soul and giving a Figment.
And knowing that, we're going to give up a card and some equipment. And it's still not the Husk, but we do get a Might token. This is the power of the Brute equipment.
Look at that. That Might token also is a Leader Levia Might token, which I believe you can get from our wonderful producer, Ethan Mansant Vansant. Cold foil token.
It is a Mighty Might token.
But there's a Parable. Interesting.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we've got Soraya. We've got a Parable. Those are 2 things that Levia really wants to take off the board. Does Michael have access to go again into the Angel and then claw the Parable?
Well,
or is he going to rely on Stabstone?
I was going to say the answer is yeah. You always have access to it in the form of scab skins. It's
all
whether
right,
or not you
die
can
roll.
get it done. And no. And as you rightfully mentioned before, no gambler's gloves. So
no gambler's gloves. So Adam lives with a Soraya and a Parable and a 5-card hand. Draw 2 more cards here from Soul Banish. Yes.
Adam was backed into a corner, and after 2 straight turns of Michael essentially taking the turn off, suddenly Adam has a window.
Scowling Fleshbag, but when there's 6 cards in Adam's hand, he probably can make do with 1 gone.
And so the 5th one intimidated away.
Mm-hmm. So what can he make do with only a 5-card hand available?
Only a 5-card hand. No
soul, which is very important.
Yeah, that is something that Adam will, have to rectify here at some point. You want to use your soul for a number of your Prism activations and so forth. Getting the Heralds across to get them into soul can be difficult. Light of Soul might be able to help, though.
Light of Soul and a Red Triumph. Light of Soul hits. So there's a free Figment, and this is a Herald of Triumph for 7. Levia needs an 8 power to pop this Herald because of the combination of Triumph Effect and Parable of Humility, taking an 8 down to a 6.
Yeah, there is, believe it or not, actual opportunities to still have the 8 power to pop this. So it's within reason, but it is a much smaller number than the 6s and 7s that are in the deck of Michael.
Adam, of course, searching for a free Figment right now from that Light of Soul. Going to get a Judgment.
Does get the Judgment that was, the target or the hopeful target before, but was unfortunately in the hand.
And just taking away that Slithering Shadowpede in the Banished Zone in case there's any shenanigans that would allow Michael to play it later on.
And there certainly are shenanigans that would allow Levia to do that, depending on whether they transform into the demi-hero, Blasmafet, for example.
So the burden really put on Michael here. Does he want to block this? He can block it out. It involves giving up Carrion Husk while still having his whole hand.
And instead looks like
just
we're going to
block 3, take 4. Adam gets another Figment. He also gets a second soul.
So before this turn started, I was saying, the Prism player, Adam, has a board, but it's not necessarily the one you want. And all of a sudden, it's like I blinked, and the board has doubled in size.
Yes.
We still have the Angel. We've got 3 Figments after he finds this one, and the Parable.
Yeah, 2 Soul as well. And, of course, one of these Figments can be awakened this turn because Soraya was awakened last turn.
Correct. So we are going to create the Courage token after finding that Figment, and the turn is still going because of the go again that was on that Herald. And you are correct. We could also awaken an Angel. depending on what's left here, we might be awakening the Angel swinging and maybe even ending with another attack as well. This could be a huge turn of events that has allowed Adam to close the gap after a Blood Rush Bellows turn, followed by an absolutely massive turn by Michael. Adam looked like he was backed into a corner, but we have seen a 1 on a Scab Skins, as well as a turn off to get rid of the Spectra. And now Adam is back into making this competitive and might even be pulling ahead.
Yeah, so interestingly, banishing from Soul to take away the Mark of the Beast also in the Banish Zone, really making sure that Michael does not have access to cards in Banish to play as Blasmafet Levia Consumed. Finding a Dread Streamer here, but it's only going to be for 5 after that Parable. And of course, you have to hit your Banishes.
You do have to hit.
Thinking about randomization just to decide which is which.
All right, and we have our 3.
All right, so we're hitting. Only 1 blood debt now, but it is turned off for the turn. Plenty of misses in that graveyard. That can get kind of scary sometimes for Levia.
Dread Screamer coming for 5, as you rightfully noted, going to be fully covered by this Soul Shield, and that will also help Prism get some of that soul back after it was expended the previous turn.
And then 6 more damage. Although Soul Shield critically is the first card back in Prism's Soul, if Adam can block out this Boneyard Marauder, he can draw 2 more cards with Soraya again next turn, with just a 1-card hand.
Yeah, this Soraya on the board is potentially going to allow Adam to power back through this. At what point, if you're Michael, do you stop trying to race the health and try to clean up the board, or are you just kind of all in committed at this point because your health is now so low you might not have the time to do so?
I think Soraya actually is not that threatening if there is no soul for the Prism, but now that this Soul Shield is in Soul, I would be very tempted to point this Boneyard Marauder at Soraya and say, listen, I know how bad this can get for me. You're not allowed to draw 2 cards next turn. Of course, you know, Michael is with this 5 offensive at Adam's face saying, you do have to give me 2 cards here, and you only have 2 cards in hand after pitching for that Soul Shield. Or let Themis die. Blocking with Vestige of Soul and Themis, so keeping 2 cards and the Soraya in hand.
Yes, keeping 2 cards and the Soraya. You're also going to have this Courage token popping as well this turn. So a little bit of additional offense, but we're going to start with the Soraya.
Drawing 2 more, puts 3 cards in hand, and that's after 4 go again.
Cards like Scar for a Scar are pretty good because they're just a 0, you know, for 4 go again.
Yep.
It's really nice when you can essentially do that and put more cards in your hand.
Yeah, Pot of Greed I've heard is a good card.
Especially if Pot of Greed did 4 damage. All right, so Michael trying to think through what the options are, knowing that this is just the start of the problems. And Adam showing off, yeah, I still have 4 cards after the card draw from Soraya.
And also, you know, 4 is actually the perfect awkward number here because it's threatening to put Michael to 13, which would take away the ability to go Blasmafet Consumed if that was Michael's game plan. So he is being forced to block from hand to avoid crossing that critical life threshold of 14 life.
There is also the kind of forced use of Carrion Husk approaching as well.
Yes, very, very quickly.
You know, it felt like just moments ago I was saying Michael was in no danger of being forced to block with the Carrion Husk, but I think the time is upon us, and this is going to be a Herald for 7 because of that Courage token that I mentioned before.
And once again, Michael needs a 7 power card to pop this because that Parable of Humility is still on the board.
Now, if you don't pop this, again, you could still use the Carrion Husk and stay above the appropriate threshold if you are trying to transform into the Demi-Hero.
Yeah. You also can just give Carrion Husk and Apex Bonebreaker.
Yeah, if you also want to create a Might and fully cover this to prevent the on-hit for the Herald so it doesn't go to Soul. You do still have to worry about the Go Again, though, right? So this is 7 with Go Again. And there's 2 cards in hand and a floating resource.
Yeah. And there's also that Dreamweavers that's going to be used at some point. If there's ever a more threatening Herald, especially if it's following up this one, things could get bad very quickly.
I think Michael is understanding that I have to survive this turn, but I also need to be able to play stuff. The blood dot hasn't mattered a ton up until this point, and there's only 3 there. But that 3, depending on what damage you take, it could take them below the threshold for the transformation as well. And if you don't have enough cards in your hand to turn off your blood debt, that could be a problem. And so instead of the gloves, we're going to get scab skins in the Carrion Husk in order to cover this.
So following up afterwards with a Wartune Herald for 5, of course, still very vulnerable to Phantasm, but there's a card for Adam to Arsenal, and still need a 7 from Michael. It's pretty clear he doesn't have one, or else he would have popped that Herald of Protection that he put 7 armor in front of.
And though this is only a blue Wartune Herald, this is again still relevant because it would take them below the Demi-Hero transformation.
Yes.
And notably, Levia decks typically are not running Sigil of Solace to pop back up above and do any sort of weird tricks.
It is known to be a whiff. It unfortunately does not have 6 power.
Yeah, it does not have 6 power, weirdly enough. And we are going to Art of War.
Defensive Art of War to turn something into a popper through Parable of Humility?
Suddenly, the hemming and hawing that Michael was doing makes an awful lot more sense when you realize that there was a no block in hand. And so this is going to draw 2 new cards, and I have to assume that they also did the bonus for defense. The only downside is you technically missed out on some defense earlier, because if you would have activated this Art of War, your Endless Maw would have blocked for 1 more.
Yeah.
But that's us having the benefit of hindsight. I think Michael was hoping this turn wasn't going to be so wide, so impactful.
Oh, but look at that. Convulsions from the Bellows of Hell is not an attack action card, so it doesn't get the increased defense.
So that is still going to connect and go into the soul.
All right. But I will say, Michael, ready for that threshold to turn into Blast Effect Consumed if he wants to do that. And look at that Banished Zone. Not 1, but 2 Shadow Realm Horrors. Exactly what you want to see when you get a free card drawn every turn.
Yeah, and an Endless Maw there as well. So that is a lot of attack power in that Banished Zone. So they're going to clean everything up. The Carrion Husk will join it, and it might be something that is on the mind of Michael, because the window of opportunity is closing. It does get the attack with the Ball Breaker in.
It looks like we are going to flip.
Yes, we are going to do the transformation. So Blasmafet, Levia Consumed, is now the hero that Michael Clare is piloting.
So we have access to these 4 Blood Debt cards. It looks like 2 Shadow Realm Horror, a Dread Streamer, and a Endless Maw, I believe.
Yes, the Endless Maw is the bottom card there.
Oh, but now with all the armor gone, here's a Phantasmless Herald of Erudition to draw 2 more cards with a Soraya that can also draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, and Michael just has to take it. Not enough in hand to stop the Dominate. No Reckless Swing, it would appear, in the arsenal.
Thinking about what Figment we get here, just really the pick of the litter at this point. You already have most of the good ones on the field. Yeah, let's gain a little bit more life. Why not?
Go get Figment of Protection, which will create the Spectral Shield. I said it yesterday, but again, Bastion Jez, if you're listening, fantastic artwork. One of my favorite pieces in the game.
Really, really beautiful. The gold foiling around the edges of it with that little intricate detail work.
All right, so Adam says, okay, I like drawing cards. That was fun. Let's do it again as we attack with the Angel. Excuse me, the Archangel. Let me put some respect on her name.
To be clear, Michael did clear the Parable of Humility, so we need to play some more Spectra to make up for that.
Yeah. But that is the Archangel of Erudition. My apologies.
As you should. As you should. Adam has a grip of, I think, 4, 5, or 6 cards at this point. Still has Go Again. Of course, nothing else on the turn will have Go Again. Both halves of Lag's claws that give Go Again to Angels and Heralds have been consumed. But this is where all of the instants that Prism plays can really shine in terms of extending your turn on these wide hands.
Just what an absolute 180 we have witnessed here, because at the start of this, it looked like Michael was in full control after that impactful Blood Rush turn, followed it up with another wide turn, But the combination of having to take an awkward turn off to clear the Spectra and then the one on the Scab Skins really allowed Adam to develop a board and then has just snowballed his advantage ever since. And now Michael at 4 health, staring down another huge wide turn from Adam because it turns out drawing cards in Flesh and Blood is incredibly powerful.
Extremely. And what's dangerous about this Herald is, of course, with the Parable Drawn, Michael can pop it reasonably for the first time in several turns. But if it is popped, Phantasmal Footsteps can give Adam an action point and let him continue his turn.
Yeah, Michael has to be essentially sitting on 2 poppers and hoping that Adam doesn't have more behind that, because you could have 2 Heralds here, have them both popped, and then still end with an instant aura. I'm kind of thinking we haven't seen Retribution, for example, yet.
No, we haven't. I will say there's a invoked Soraya in Adam's pitch zone, which he actually has a Spectral Shield that he could play that on as the material. With Adam having so many cards in hand, that kind of is indicating to me that he does have some sorts of permanence to play after this Herald of Protection. Otherwise, you could have added invoked Soraya to the board and then played this Herald.
And Michael is finally going to be assigning a 6 block here.
So blocking with the Blood Rush Bellow and a popper, being really safe playing around Celestial Reprimand, which can be quite popular to punish trying to just block with 1 popper at this stage in the game against brutes.
And hey, it's like I had a feeling. We see the Merciful Retribution enter the board here.
Yeah. So Merciful Retribution, importantly, is being played before the Phantasm trigger resolves there. And so when the Herald is destroyed, it still is sent to Soul from the Merciful Retribution, deal 1 Arcane, and Prism doesn't care about how a Herald went to Soul. She just says, oh, a Herald went to Soul. Go get a Figment. It's on me.
Yeah, so there should be 1 Arcane there, and then that's also dangerous because with that Spectral Shield,
yes,
with the Angel, there's a lot of things that are now dangerous that you wish that you could get rid of, but...
Yes. All right, here comes the Scabskin roll. There's only one way to get out of this, and it's to have multiple action points. Oh. Thinking about it.
I think the trauma of the last time this was rolled is weighing on Michael.
It certainly was not favorable the last time. Let's see if he can find a few more action points.
I can understand the hesitancy here, but I honestly don't see a situation where you get out of this without multiple action points, because you really do need to clear that Merciful.
Merciful and the Soraya.
And I was going to say, and you need to get rid of the Soraya. The sheer amount of card draw and presence and power between the Soraya.
Arclight Sentinel in response to the Scabskin Leathers.
It wasn't, to clarify, it wasn't a pause on Michael's side. It was Adam saying, in response to your Scabskin's activation.
Okay, so there is 2 action points, but one of them must be spent on Arclight Sentinel. And importantly, Arclight Sentinel is Light Aura. It will be destroyed and sent to Soul and deal 1 Arcane for Merciful.
Absolute insane play by Adam at the exact right time. So the Ball Breaker is going to go at the Arclight Sentinel. The Mandible Claw will clean up the Merciful.
And that's game from Arcane damage alone.
Is game. Well, it's Arcane damage, but then also he's out of cards. He has...
Oh, interesting.
He has nothing left. So
what?
Adam takes it. We are going to see for our top 4 a Prism mirror and a Kano mirror.
So the finals are guaranteed to be Prism versus Kano in the finals of this top 8. We just have to decide who those pilots are. What a wild ride of a top 8. Just truly incredible games, every one of them.
Yeah, let's pull up the bracket now. So and I know it's going to be Prism versus Kano, but I also know for a fact one of the finalists is going to be a Joshua, because our Kano mirror is also...
Are you willing to bet on that? That's a bold choice.
I did say I have the spirit of a gambler before. So we're going to have the Joshua versus Joshua, Kano versus Kano mirror, and we're also going to have the Prism mirror. And here's the other interesting part, right? It's Barrett Goss versus Adam Franzi, both of which we saw fall down early and then claw back with those Prism decks. So these are 2 players who know how to hang in there. I have a feeling that's going to be an absolute bonkers game to watch. But when we come back, we're going to be starting with that Kano versus Kano matchup, and I'm really excited for it because one of the interesting things with a Kano mirror is that it is less combo oriented and more value oriented. It's like the one time we see Kano in a different light is when they're up against another Kano. So I'm personally looking forward to that.
Going to be a wild game to watch. Those wizard mirrors always turn into real brain melters.
Yes. So with that in mind, we're going to be taking a short 5-minute break. And when we come back, we are going to start our semifinals of the RealmFest here in New Jersey. Again, this is a $5,000 tournament. Don't go anywhere. We will be back.
Hey everybody, just going to jump in real quick with an update so the timer's not stuck. We are waiting for some of the casters to jump back in the booth. The players are ready to go. We're going to watch that Kano mirror first. In the meantime, though, for everyone hanging out in chat, let me know of anything you're enjoying in particular about the stream or not liking about the stream, because I'm packing up these bags and heading right off to Amsterdam literally in like 12 hours. So please let me know what you like, what you don't like, and I'll incorporate that feedback into the ProTour broadcast upcoming. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope to see you all back in the chat. It won't just be you all. I'm hoping that viewership breaks records. We got almost up to 5,000 at ProTour LA. I'd love to actually like hit that number for real this time. So please, open to all constructive feedback. Yeah, it looks like the casters are jumping back in. So with that, we're going to get underway with the top 4 in just like another quick beat. Just wanted to give you an update. Be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey. This is the RealmFest. We are moving on into the semifinals, and I am joined by Mr. Darick Charm3r.
Top 4.
Oswald, top 4?
Top
Semifinals.
4.
There's only 4 people left. There's been
the final 4.
There's like 100-ish players playing yesterday. It's all come down to 4. And, dude, if the games so far today have been any indication, we are just in for banger after banger. How was that? How was the little double feature you got last round?
They were fantastic, and it seems the theme of this event is that somebody gets low and claws back. It's just like time and time again, and that has me really excited for this next matchup because that's going to be a Kano mirror. Yeah. But before we talk about that,
we got to talk about some deals for you all watching the stream. There is a flash sale live for only the rest of today. I know you're excited about Wizards. We've got so many Wizards about to play in the rest of this tournament. If you want to get whatever cards come out in the next set that features 2 brand new Wizards, then we have got a deal for you. If you head to the RealmGamingNetwork.com and enter the code RealmFest at checkout, as long as you have a case of Rosetta in your cart, you're going to get $120 off your entire cart when you pre-order that case. So, you want Rosetta? You want 4 boxes of Rosetta? You want to pay a little less for it and still get all the cool cards? Just go ahead and head to the RealmGamingNetwork.com, put a booster case of Rosetta in your cart, and you're going to get a whole whopping $120 off of that cart. Seems like a good deal to me. The link is in the description. We'll put the link in the chat. It's right there on the front page. It's easy for you to find. And this flash sale only exists for the rest of today. So for those of you watching the stream, if you want to do it, act fast.
You know what else only lasts for today?
This tournament.
This tournament. And I am looking forward to the conclusion of this. I am really excited to watch these Kano players duke it out because I was saying to Rhea before we left, these Kano mirrors tend to be a bit more value oriented, less combo oriented. Yeah. So we're gonna see
that Aether Wildfire. That Aether Wildfire, if they go for it, it's all the spells. Yes. So if you try to combo and your opponent just kills you and responds with a huge Aether Wildfire that you yourself started, anything is possible. Let's get into this game, folks. Let's waste no more time. It's time for the first semifinal here of the day. This is a Kano mirror between a Joshua mirror. It's a battle of the Joshuas, a battle of the Kanos. Let's go ahead and get after it.
Yeah, there can be only one.
There can be only one Joshua?
There can be only one.
There can be only one Kano.
So I would expect both players to be on Waning Moon, and they are. Again, this is more value-oriented. This is going to be all about getting that chip damage in along the way, some pitch stacking for sure, and then trying to get yourself into a position where you can finish off your opponent, but do so in a way where you also have resources to stop them from comboing back against you. Like, that is really the key here. I've talked with Majin Bey a lot about this matchup, and he is always saying that the mirror is the only time you really play Kano differently. Yeah. Because you, as you rightfully pointed out, can't just go wildfire into, another wildfire and do shenanigans, because then your opponent will go over the top of you for, 30 or 40 a pop, and that is not okay.
We're going to start things off. It is Joshua's first turn here. This is the semifinals of the RealmFest. It's going to be an Aether Flare for 3. We do have lots of Arcane Barrier represented, and blue Aether Spindle going to go ahead and cover that all up. So the Alluvian Constellus gets its first energy counter.
Yeah, that Alluvian Constellus is another key part of this mirror matchup because it does represent free staff activations. So whenever arcane damage is presented, you always want to AB into that if possible so that you can start getting those free Waning Moon activations later on.
Absolutely.
So we're going to see both players very actively and very frequently use that chess piece.
There's something that I very much personally like about white border Stormstriders. When I was building a Kano deck a while back, I had the idea that I was going to make as much of it white border as possible just because that felt cosmically kind of right. Looks as though we are going to have an Eye of Ophidia activation into the, or Eye of Ophidia pitch into the Kano activation. I wonder if that's the card Josh saw on top, because when he Kano'd on the turn prior, there was like an immediate, yeah, no, that's staying right on top of the deck.
Yeah, it's got to have been the Eye of Ophidia. I don't know that I like the white border Striders, but I do the Metacarpus node, and I think it's just because of the color palette.
Yeah, totally. There are certain my Art of Wars are white border, and I did that on purpose.
Yeah.
I like the way that the white of the Art of War with the clouds up there.
All right, so now we are taking another peek after that Kano resolves, and we are going to banish the Sap, which represents a nice little poke, a little nudge, a little, hey, how you doing?
Hey,
how's
how
it been?
doing? I'm Sap. Nice to meet you.
Aether Flare.
All right, so Aether Flare here.
1 Aether Flare on one side, 1 Aether Flare on the other, 3 damage, and of course the little mini Wildfire represented.
So again, fully expect this to be arcane barriered, but one of it will go through the Alluvian because you want to keep those counters going. And as you rightfully pointed out, AB4 available to both of these players between the Alluvian, AB2 on the Stormstriders, and then the Metacarpus node as well.
Yep. I wonder, I do think, kind of as you've been pointing out, that the Alluvian Constellus interplay is a huge part of this mirror match, and you'll see certain players maybe hold back certain cards, not wanting to give the other Kano just easy, free Alluvian counters with easy, Arcane Barrier.
Yeah,
Make an easy choice to Arcane Barrier. You want to make them have to really think, like, do I really want Arcane Barrier? I get my Alluvian counter, but I do, as a result, lose out on X.
Well, so it's rather interesting because on the one hand, yeah, you don't want to give them free ones, but you also kind of just expect it. It's more so about when you use your Alluvians for the free staff activations to get that value. The early game here is all about that chip damage. The other key piece when it comes up that we'll have to be paying attention to is the energy potions, because in this particular matchup, the energy potions also represent life. You can use the energy potions into the arcane barrier. So if you have one person who gets a bunch of energy potions and one person who does not, you can have situations where you can start expending your entire hand and not be fearful of the crackback because you can use the energy potions to pay for your own arcane barrier. So neither players have them yet, but that is another thing that we're definitely going to monitor as this match goes on.
If I put my Banish Stone here on. Oh yeah, I was kind of
They're saying they're going to put their Banish Zone next to the hero rather than below their deck because they play out of it so frequently. We're going to be a Wildfire here. This is a Wildfire on Joshua's turn, so this is not going to have the effect of all the arcane damage being dealt for the turn. In general, this is just a normal, basically 2 for 4. It's going to be all entirely AB'd because of the AB4. We're seeing a red, the Blazing Aether and an Aether Spindle use, so that's going to be completely covered up.
And
let's make sure that you get the Alluvian counter. There he goes. Puts that on the thing there. Does Joshua Lovel.
Yeah, I was about to say, and Joshua lets that resolve, and then I realized, oh, well, that doesn't work.
Well, at least we could say, well, Kano lets that resolve. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. They're 2 Joshuas, 2 Kanos. And an Oasis Respite. Kind of nice. You see the Oasis Respite pitched similar pitch window as that Blazing Aether if you are Joshua Borger here. And put that Oasis Respite theoretically on the same turn. That Josh might be going off later in the game.
I'm actually rather interested to see how that plays out when they get to that cycle. There tends to not be a lot of shuffling with these, and the pitch stacking, again, specifically in this matchup, matters quite a bit. The first energy potion does hit the board on the side of Joshua Level, so we're going to play that and then activate the Waning Moon, because playing the item still counts.
Block 2.
Putting a Blazing and an Aether Spindle on the bottom of the deck next to that Oasis Respite is Joshua Borger. Going to go ahead and put those there. Doesn't flip anything in the pitch deck, it looks like. Oh, look at that. They're giving a little turn player marker so that everybody at home has an easier time knowing exactly what the heck is going on. That's very helpful. Interesting to see Joshua Lovell activate the Illuvian Constellas just for a Waning Moon for 2. Maybe it points to him really thinking and understanding he's going to get so many counters, he wants to just continue to cycle through them and get as much value as he can.
Yeah, you're going to have no problem building the counters on the Constellos, for example. So it will be very common to see rapid activations for that. It's just more so you want to try to do so whenever you can get some value or maybe force some stuff out of your opponent's hand. But this is a Chains of Eminence. This is interesting inclusion, not necessarily always included in these Kano matchups, along with that Energy Potion. So we've seen the Chains come out, but we have also seen the Oasis Respite that was pitched. It appears that Joshua Borger said, I am really afraid of the Kano Mirror. I am coming prepared. I'm going to have a completely different deck for that matchup.
Yeah, did you catch what Joshua named? We were speaking about the Constellas, so I didn't hear what was named. We're back on Joshua Lovell's turn. He's going to go ahead and activate Kano here.
Does it resolve? Yes, game's good.
Kano resolves.
2 cards in hand, 1 floating.
Going to go ahead and look at the top card there. It's going to be a red Aether Spindle. That's a nice hit off the top. Can be AB forward, especially with Joshua having all 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, that is the most interesting piece to this matchup, and it's unique to the Kano Mirror. Kano doesn't have a traditional weapon, and also, as a result, all of your quote-unquote blocking goes through Arcane Barrier, and so when you are trying to threaten this damage, when one player pitches, as we're about to see Joshua Borger do, you're not getting cards out of deck. So the fatigue game plan in this is not available really to both players. The only time that you can force damage through as well is whenever you go above 5. 5 is the magic number in this. So all of your 2-for-5s are of the highest priority when you are trying to get that chip damage in. But we could have a situation where, because of the AB4 present, both players do have to rely on a pitch deck. You get into a situation where you're throwing damage and they AB it, and then they throw damage and you AB it, and ultimately the only way you can get over that, magic 4 damage number is by pitch stacking the proper cards in the proper order.
Gaze the Ages there showed a Gaze the Ages, so this is going to go ahead and banish the Gaze the Ages. That's already resolved, so they're going to go ahead and put it into the graveyard. Now this Gaze the Ages is available to play once again. Op 2, you can see the this is going to show another couple of blues, just Aether Dart and a Sap. It's not necessarily the most exciting of cards.
Well, just a couple of pokes. So yeah, bottoming both of them makes an awful lot of sense.
Gaze is going to go back to hand.
Gaze goes back to hand after it resolves. And that we might just
this is a
Kano again.
This is a turn. This is a big moment here, right? You either use the Waning Moon, get guaranteed 2 damage across, you blind Kano, and potentially have something that could be not playable even with the blue, after pitching the blue there. You have the E-Pop, but you'd like to save that for the more impactful turn.
Yeah, so before I was kind of talking about the idea of there's no real fatigue game plan. The one thing that could be a fatigue game plan is being the person who activates Kano the least, because, for example, if Joshua Lovell here doesn't Waning Moon, whatever is here, if he chooses to banish it, it has to be used, right?
Looks like it's a blue Aether Quickening on the top of the deck there, which is just going to be a pass over.
Knowing that, he does decide to not banish it.
So now we can kind of see the pitch stack being assembled here for Joshua. Let's see how he wants to do this. We do have the Blazing Aether. We do have 2 Gaze the Aces in the same pitch stack, so it looks like the Gaze the Ages are going to kind of create a Blazing Aether sandwich there. Turn player back to Joshua Borger on the right side of your screen.
Start of my turn, Chains breaks.
I was going to say the Chains should break here. We hit the start of the turn. We're going to just play another Energy Potion and likely Waning Moon with the remaining because we already have a card in Arsenal. Unless you just really like that card, but I would imagine.
Waning Moon.
All right, so there is the Waning with the Tome.
AB2.
And so Because of AB2, we're going to get a counter on the Alluvian, and then the other AB goes through the Metacarpus.
Joshua Level says, I am the turn player, as he goes ahead and grabs the little marker here. Let's see what that Arsenal card is for Joshua if he wants to play it here. It's going to just be a blue Prognosticate, which kind of indicates you want to get a different card into the arsenal. Let's see what he's working with in there. Oasis, Respite, and 2 blues. I have to imagine the Oasis is something he wants to get to the arsenal. This is going to float too, meaning the Waning Moon is easily stopped. We've seen Joshua Borger gets way, you know, I think a grand total of 1 more Alluvian counter in this so far.
So right now, in very untraditional Kano fashion, we are at turn 4, and the health totals are 28 to 32. Joshua Borger being up because of that early Findall's Tome. So that's how the health was gained if you are just joining us. But again, this is a very slow-paced, value-oriented game when you have 2 Kanos playing against each other. It is far different from the race to the end that you often see when Kano is playing another hero.
Sounds good.
And we're going to have a Kano activation now from Joshua Borger. And finds a Gaze.
Gaze on top. We can see what else Joshua's working with in the hand. An Oasis Respite of his own and a Rewind. That's an interesting card. Let's see if we can... We're going to resolve the Gaze the Ages. People know what that is. Let's bring Rewind up onto the screen so that people can get a read of that card, because I haven't seen that one played in a minute.
So
Rewind
Rewind is something that allows you to stop a non-attack action and or negate it, but then it goes back to the hand, and then the hero gets an action point. But obviously that doesn't matter if they are playing it as an instant, because it's on your turn, and them getting the action point doesn't matter. This is kind of the closest thing we have to a real counter spell in Flesh and Blood. I believe there's one other one that's in Arcane Rising as well, but it's conditional. So again, another card that Joshua Borger has brought in for the mirror. It feels like Joshua Borger said, hey, I'm going to play the same 60 into every other hero because I've got that so finely tuned. So all of these tools I'll bring in specifically for the mirror.
You can see the Joshua kind of rub his hands together. Let's take a look at the opting 3 here. Ooh, there's an Aether Wildfire and a Aether Spindle. Wonder if the Aether Spindle is the key if we want to try to get something. We have to imagine that the Oasis Respite is in the arsenal for Mr. Lovell here. It's actually very interesting. Both players finding the Oasis Respite on the exact same turn cycle. For Joshua, it's in the arsenal. For Joshua, it's in his hand. For Joshua Lovell, it's in the arsenal. Joshua Borger, it's in the hand. So this Aether Wildfire might get stuffed by that one floating resource. But again, you have to be very careful when you decide you want to go crazy in this Kano mirror.
We do also know that Joshua Borger has another Respite that has hit the bottom of the deck. We saw it pitched earlier on that same turn that Joshua Lovell pitched the Blazing Aether. And Lovell taking a long time on this opt, comparing the cards in hand versus what's available here. It is worth noting that whatever you decide to go with, because of the Cindering Foresight was played, you do also have that damage buff available to you, but it is not amp, so it won't work on the Waning Moon.
You have the Cindering Foresight effect currently online. You can see that represented in the arena.
This is such a difficult spot to be in because you want to get some value out of your Cindering Foresight, but also it's very risky to do anything too splashy here. Not only does Joshua Borger have 32 health, right? They're above what they started. They do have those 2 energy potions on the board as well. So, yes, he has spent some cards from hand, but still has a lot of Arcane Barrier available to him. And trying to go over the top of that will potentially be difficult. So, we are going to activate Kano after the opt to find the Wildfire.
See Josh on this right side of your screen, you know, reacting to the Wildfire there.
Yeah, they now start to meld their brains together, right? This is where the the Kano players go, okay.
Kano player.
Yeah, turn player, there should be one that just says our turn.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
They could just put it in the middle of the combat chain. Just on its, you know, facing us.
So timing is going to be incredibly crucial here. As we have pointed out a few times, Aether Wildfire, once that goes, it's amplifying everything for each player involved. And so if Joshua wants to capitalize on this, there is a world where he might let this resolve and then fire back. Again, the card in hand, I believe we both know is the Oasis Respite, but we have the card in Arsenal and the Energy Potions.
So the Wildfire here can be stuffed by the Oasis Respite. This is going to be just 1 damage coming over the top. Joshua's going to head down to 31 after taking that. Now, does Wildfire say cards or just arcane damage effects? Does it pump up the Waning Moon, or is it just...
It should just be cards because it's not amp. Though amp is also singular, but if I remember correctly, Wildfire is just your action cards.
Well, that's 1 Wildfire down, and now Joshua Lovell on the left side of your screen is going to start his turn with just 1 card in hand, so that potentially means he might just pass the turn, allowing Joshua Borger to, if he wants to fire off some Arcane, he can keep that 1 card in hand for some Arcane Barrier. And does it look like this is the first time we're going to start to see the players kind of trade some Kano activations on their opponent's turn.
Okay. And so we find a blue Emeritus Scolding. So this is a action that gets additional Arcane damage when it's played on your opponent's turn. So Joshua Borger going to take advantage of that opportunity and try to send 4. I believe this started because Joshua Lovell was trying to pass, like you were saying, like, hey, I'm just going to pass priority, and that's why Borger has started this activation. And so now Joshua Lovell is going to respond, AB2 of that, get 1 counter on the Alluvian.
Interesting. So keeping 1 floating for the...
2 in hand?
Keeping 1 floating for the Oasis Respite in his arsenal there. Just going to go ahead and now Arcane Barrier utilizing that final resource. Had the option to AB3 on the Scolding, but did not. Just took 2 more off the Waning Moon, so all of a sudden Joshua Lovell down to 22 here.
Yeah, I think
that Oasis Respite was huge from Borger because it allowed him to, cover up the damage and then draw up and finally put some damage through. This is the first time we're seeing a significant life deficit.
Yeah, I think the plan of action for Joshua Lovell there was I will AB2, leave the 1 open for the Oasis in case he does something not the Waning Moon, right? If he Waning Moons and I prevent 1 there, it's the same as if I prevented 100%. 3 on the Emeritus Scolding, but if he does something that I'm not expecting, at least I'm covered, right? So it's the nice, safe play, very heads up. And now we are over to Joshua Borger's turn. And so they are...
When you play, choose 2. I think that's my...
This is an interesting question. This is a question I've never asked before. I always like to...
I just go...
I always like to figure out what is all the capabilities of each and every card.
It's like, I wonder if the question there is, do you have to decide on the +1, before you let the card resolve, you have to choose. Kind of like Art of War. You declare your modes upon playing, I believe.
Yeah, I think the question that they are asking the judge is exactly that, right? Like, if I put this on the board, do I have to make my decisions now, or can I put it on the board and then...
Once it resolves, make my decisions.
Make my decisions, like, after I Kano, right? Like, say, hey, I'm playing this, and then Kano and see what's on top. Does look like instead that they ruled you have to choose when played, so the choice was to draw 2. And then we have another Kano activation here, and this is a blue Bolt coming for 3.
So we'll see if this takes some cards out of the hand from Joshua Lovell, and then if he's going to have any 2-card plays he can send back. We know that Arsenal is not clogged with an Oasis Respite, but the Oasis Respite definitely means it's going to be harder for him to throw back something like, a 2-card 5, a 2-card 4, utilizing a red spell.
Well, that's just it. The Voltic Bolt here is a blue, but traditionally in these mirrors, your reds are what you're looking for. As I said before, your pitch 2, deal 5 are typically how you go over top of the AB4, and they kind of come as a priority play. We haven't really seen that from either player yet, so Joshua Borger's probably pretty happy with the fact that he's got so much chip damage in without some of those 2-for-5s.
Joshua Borger also has some great, has the ability to gain some information based on that AB2, not just the AB2, but the fact that it's a Tome of Find All that was pitched, kind of giving a sense that Mr. Lovell on the left side of your screen probably wants to keep that arsenal around, or else that Toma Findle will be a great Arsenal target. So maybe Josh is starting to really sniff out. Like, I think that might be an Oasis Respite in the Arsenal, though. What an interesting card that Mr. Borger himself has pitched over there.
Yeah, so Nourishing Emptiness is another fantastic card that you can bring in for the mirror, even if it's just as a one-of. Because you're not comboing nearly as much, you don't have to worry so much about the whiff, right? Like I said, this can be a very value-oriented game. Nourishing Emptiness is great at that just because of the dominate. It's usually going to leak the damage through. You don't have armor to help soak up the rest. And then on top of that, obviously, the extra one intellect is a big boon as well. But it's just another great way to leak damage through to an opposing Kano player. So not surprised to see that's brought in for the mirror. And again, it looks like Joshua's sideboard, when I say Joshua, I guess I need to clarify, Joshua Borger's sideboard is very anti-Kano.
Makes sense when your 60 is so able to be so streamlined into each and every matchup. One of the only ones that you'd play differently. You know, you want to bring in the right cards. Also nice for Josh here is Joshua Borger on the right side of your screen, by pitching the 2 blues into A being the 4 of this Aether Spindle, you already have the 2 floating, easily available to cover up the Waning Moon if Mr. Lovell on the left side of your screen decides to send that over.
And we finally have another turn resolve.
All right, start out. Activate Kano.
And
Resolve? Yes.
starting with a Kano activation, but I believe the turn player, I was about to say, I think the turn player needed to be moved at the start of there because it was a draw up from both, and it should be Joshua Borger, who is the active turn player, and started with a Kano, and now they're going to play a Kindle.
And here is Mr. Lovell's first little window to maybe get some damage through, but it looks like he's not going to activate Kano in response. He's going to allow the Kindle to resolve, which means a card comes into hand, and now the Amp 3 goes on to, or sorry, Amp 1, Amp 3, imagine, goes on to this Lesson in Lava here, which is going to threaten to go ahead and grab any card on top. However, this can be Arcane Barriered pretty easily by Josh with just a couple cards. But it looks like he's going to AB3 and allow the search to happen here, most likely because he'd have to commit an E-Pot, Borger would, to
or another
actually,
card.
Yeah, I just don't think he has any more cards in his hand. So instead, we're not going to search. Choose not to search. Lovell is rewarded for allowing the 1 damage to come through, not being afraid of the search, given that without any cards in hand, you'd have to commit the energy potion resource to actually activate the Kano and get any value out of putting the card on top. So rather than, mess up the pitch stack, Josh Borger is going to go ahead and just fail to, or not even fail to find, just choose not to resolve that part of the text.
Yeah, and my apologies. When I said or another card, I was thinking about it from Joshua Lovell's situation, which was you also want to AB3 that because otherwise you commit another card or your own E-Pot to fully cover it as well. So both players just, again, opting to play it safe. But we do have an Aether Quickening for 4 being sent over by Joshua Lovell before ending the turn.
Interesting. Look at that. It's a Wounded Bull in the hand for Josh Lovell. I was wondering why he held a card back. I was like, oh, he's, trying to Arcane Barrier and hold some cards for that. But the Wounded Bull there, some interesting tech. It can be a 2-card 8, but unfortunately, the rest of the hand for Mr. Lovell, red, yellow, red. So it's not a clean and easy 2-card play, meaning that card is going to get no value on the defensive end. But maybe to save his grace here, look at this. We're just pitching 2 reds into Waning Moon. So Mr. Borger also a completely ineffective turn as well, though it is an Aether Wildfire and a Blazing Aether being pitched back-to-back. Something we'll have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, that could be setting up a second cycle play there as well. Or it could just be getting them out of your hand because you don't want to be red stacked here. As you said, you thought Joshua Lovell was holding on to potentially some more for Arcane Barrier. I think that was also part of the plan. Sometimes when you have a clunky hand in this matchup, you want to signal to your opponent like, oh, I'm just being reserved. But yeah, the Wounded Bull is very interesting because it's showing the difference in how these two players approach the mirror. Joshua Borger, we have seen a lot of defensive options, right? We've seen
reds.
The Chains of Eminence, for example, whereas on Lovell's side, he says, hey, you know what? I want to become Bullander, but instead with Kano.
Yeah.
I'm going to board in some more offense and see if I can catch somebody off guard or demand cards from their hand.
Local player, local legend of mine, Evan Bridges has said, he has played a Mickey Mouse Kano deck in the past. I don't know if it's his. It might be my friend Alex Vors, an actual legend, Alex Vors, creation himself. But Mickey Mouse Kano was an attack action version of the Kano that was popularized maybe 6-7 months ago over in my little area. But it did run significantly more attack actions than just the one couple Wounded Bulls. But man, Josh Lovell here, the draw off of the Home of Aether when they're really devastating. No action point to speak of, so all those red and yellow cards in the hand really get no way to be used other than for Kano activations, and that's just not a good use on the turn.
Move to end.
I was going to say, I think you might just move to end.
He's holding all those cards in hand still.
Saying, I'm okay with having all of these as long as I get to take another turn with them, or maybe I want to pitch some of these.
Yeah, I think it's a red Aether Quickening. I don't think it's a blue one, so he might have to eat a bunch of arcane damage here.
Can I look at my graveyard? Sure.
All right,
This
still resolving the
might
Kano
be
activation.
This might be the sort of thing where you are posturing. As I said before, sometimes when you have a bad hand, you just signal to your opponent, no, I'm actually fine. And right now, his hand is clunky. He could pitch, but if he pitched some of those to Kano, he would have maybe tipped off too much information, allowing Joshua Borger an opportunity to punish him. And he's already down to 16. So by just passing to end there and then maybe trying to set up I send a bull or a quickening or something next turn, you can at least have the appearance of being fine, being stable. You do also have to remember the Oasis in the arsenal gives you a little bit of flexibility here.
Looks like it might be maybe coming out just to cycle one of these red cards away. It is going to be the Oasis Respite. Maybe pitching the Bull. No, pitching the Aether Wildfire away. So once that resolves, gain a life, go to 17, block all 3 of the damage. And 2 floating for the Waning Moon, but it is just going to be the Tome of Findall. Draw a couple more cards. No life gain. Did still have the action point because that was off of Kano, so we can draw a couple more cards here. Let's see what we got. Aether Spindle can't be used. No action point, but we can Kano off the top. Let's see what it is. It is a blue. We can play that. That one's going to be coming in for 0. Not for 0. Costing 0. Coming in for 1. Let's see how Lovell wants to respond. He's just going to take that one right back down to 16.
He says it's free because I just played my Oasis Respite, and I'm trying to give the appearance of, I really like my hand. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this incidental damage. Now, there is some danger in this. Obviously, you're getting pretty low. You're down to 14. But one of the benefits working for Joshua, if this game does really start to drag out, is that Borger has now played a Tome of Findall where they did not gain health. Yes. So far, Joshua Lovell has not played any of his Tome of Findalls. So if he gains health off of those, he's also ensured that when he played his Respite, he got to gain a health as well. There is a chance where he can just use that incremental value over time to maybe close this gap. Right now, we're going to send this Aether Quickening, and with 1 card left, again, you're just kind of feigning, hey, I've got AB if you do something, or I can just arsenal this to kind of get that clunky Wounded Bull out of your hand, draw 4 fresh, and then make use of it in the future. I really like this path from Josh because you're giving away as little information as possible.
Yeah. Man, Josh, such a good Kano player.
Oh yeah, Josh is.
Just a great
Josh
Kano
is
player.
great.
Really great to watch Josh play Kano.
Yeah, Josh is.
Josh is one of the best Kano players I've ever seen.
I have a lock on Josh winning.
I think you're crazy, dude. I think you're insane. That's a wild thing to say. I'm just gonna gaslight you for the rest of this game. You're crazy, dude.
Oh, so this actually
crazy
is a pretty
for
big
saying
deal,
that,
though. In terms of resources, finding the 3rd energy potion means
you're crazy for that.
It is that much harder for Joshua Lovell to ever force unwanted damage. He has to, I think, transition to a full, hard, I'm going to get as much value whenever possible game plan as I can, because Joshua Borger has everything working in his favor.
Way more resources. The life deficit is in his favor as well. And he's going to finally AB4, putting another Wildfire on the bottom, showing how dangerous that card can be in the Kano mirror here. Josh Lovell, these last 2 turns really have not gone his way, keeping all those red cards in hand, because after the action point loss on the turn 2 turns ago, just drew again more red and yellow cards, so was not able to comfortably Kano. Joshua Borger, on the other hand, has done a better job of not only catching Lovell without the right cards in hand to Arcane Barrier, but pushing damage on Josh's turn, causing him to, on his own turn, causing Josh to not have any cards.
You know, earlier I was saying one of the things that you have to do to close this gap is make sure you're getting your full value from your Tomes of Fyendal, for example. This is a great way to do it. We are going to start with that from the arsenal. We're going to gain 5 health.
Massive.
And if you can continue to do that, you might fight your way back into this game. This is going to be the path to victory for Joshua Level. If there is one, right? He's obviously behind, but if you play to your outs, and we've seen so much in this tournament, whether it's a Teklevasan hanging in at 1 against a Zen, whether it's a Prism hanging in, if you play to your outs, you give yourself a good opportunity to win. You can sometimes just make magic happen, and Joshua Level is attempting to do that now.
Still Kano here, activating Kano. Let's see if it resolves. The answer is yes. Can't check out what's on top. He moved too quickly for me. But we have seen, you know, I have a video was pitched a while ago. We pitched a Wounded Bull a turn cycle ago as well. Sometimes those cards can clunk up the top of the deck. It's just going to be a Waning Moon. Nope. Let's just take a second before we decide. No, it is going to be a Waning Moon.
I think he was just pulling the Kano back, saying it resolved. They're trying to do a good job of making sure that they are visually representing stuff because they know how complicated this
I would say they are doing a great job.
I was about to say the same thing. They are actually doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, nice and well represented. But again, Josh Borger here already got the Illuvian Castells counters and still had the resource floating to pitch into the Waning Moon. So only 1 damage coming through. Just seems to be ever so slightly at each turn, dealing a little, actually connecting with more damage and preventing more damage. Though we can't, you know, kind of overstate how clunky a couple of these hands have been for Mr. Level.
Well, I was going to say this is a big victory because this is the first time that Joshua Borger has been below starting health all game.
True.
So sometimes you just look for the little moral victories and you say, hey, if I can get a little bit of a win here, a little bit of a win there, I can chain them together and get some momentum going in my direction.
Motion to Deja Vu going to be the action point usage for Borger here. It is going to go ahead and then be followed up by the Waning Moon and another Aether Wildfire. That's all 3 seen for Josh Level that have been pitched away. Blocking 1 of the Waning Moon and then a Kindle here. That's going to go ahead and draw a card as long as Josh doesn't want to push any damage. We have seen Borger do a little more of kind of like attempting to blind Kano when he sees his opponent out of cards in hand, but rather than do so, we're going to see what the card draw is here for Josh Borger. It looks like it's another Potion of Deja Vu. That can't be used. There's no action point remaining. So most likely going into Kano here. Let's see if we can find something off the top we want to play. It's a Tome of Aether Wind. That's going to be able to draw 2 more cards on the turn, and we still have the Amp effect online. So this is all happening while Josh Level has a grip full of 3 more cards. Let's see what we're working with. It's just going to be more blue, so it's going to be Kanoing off the top, and there is an Emeritus Scolding. This one's going to be coming in for 5. We've already used the Waning Moon here. So 5 arcane damage coming across.
Yeah, this was a good dig by Joshua Borger.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. 3 because it's Joshua's turn. It's not Joshua's turn. Sorry, Joshua Borger's turn. Even though it's off the top of the deck at instant speed, because it is on his own turn, it's only coming in for 3. I know. They're both kind of putting their head in their hands. We're trying our best. Everybody is.
I was going to say, this is a good dig because you at least got some value out of this Kindle, but it's a bad result because you got a card that you want to play on your opponent's turn.
Yes.
And one of the other cards...
While establishing a Potion of Deja Vu, which is nice.
Well, yeah, that part's great. One of the cards that I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen yet, and maybe it's just not in either person's list, but a card I often seen in the Kano mirrors because of the opportunities it provides is Snapback. I know when I was covering the Arclight League... myself and DM Armato were casting a Kano mirror, and one player used Snapback to incredible advantage because it's a great way when they are, you know, planning on saving AB for the Waning Moon, but you can chain in and just sneak in that extra chunk of damage. It can really go a long way, and now we finally see that Wounded Bull coming out representing 8 damage and still the card in hand and the energy pot to potentially reduce any sort of damage coming back in the other direction here. This is what I think Joshua Level has been waiting for.
That's going to buy 2 cards away from Josh Borger. That's going to get 2 damage over the top. So still has a card in hand in case there wants to be any instant speed Kano activations from the right side of your screen.
I'm going to move to end. End is good.
End is good. So we're going to go ahead and put that pitch card on the bottom, draw 3 more bazookas.
Are we sure this is a Kano matchup? Somebody played an attack action, and then they both moved to end with no instance? It's raining cats and dogs out here. It's
Another Wounded Bull and 5 cards available, or 5 resources available for Arcane Barrier, but it looks as though Josh Borger just passed the turn, which means we can throw another Wounded Bull here for Josh Level. That is something that you can't do Arcane Barrier into, and you can't get any value off the Luvian Constellas. It looks like it's going to be Wounded Bull into Wounded Bull. Back-to-back Bulls and the Kano mirror. Am I dreaming?
one of the other things that was really important in Joshua Level's hand is another energy potion. So
yes, I was.
Ideally, you would hope that you don't have to use that for Arcane Barrier because that will give you a decent play the following turn. But back-to-back Wounded Bulls, absolutely what Joshua Level needs to start closing this health gap. And like I said, you got to play the value game. And a 3 for 8 in this matchup is actually really valuable.
These Wounded Bulls have done such a good job of shoring up some of the life deficit, even though Josh Level is still sitting at a precarious 12. That is significantly, there's a significant less of a life gap after dealing the 2 and then the 5 total damage out of those Wounded Bulls. So 7 total damage was gained from the Bulls. AB4 on the Aether Spindle here into the Waning Moon for 2. Let's see, though. We've already used 2 cards out of hand, so that might get a couple damage over the top.
There is an Oasis Respite being pitched there by Joshua Borger. That's the second one that we have seen pitched in this particular matchup. It's another thing to keep track of. Joshua Level down to 11. I like to say an effective health of 13, now 15, just because, again, the energy potions. The only way that we've seen so far that Joshua Borger can threaten damage that's not arcane is with the one Nourishing Emptiness that we saw, and I have to assume if we see the Nourishing, that's the single attack. A lot of times that's the line you take as a Kano player. Joshua Level, on the other hand, bringing in the Wounded Bulls means likely not playing Nourishing.
Energy Potion has resolved. Josh Borger just took a peek at the top of the deck with the Kano activation before it resolved, just in case with his opponent at 11 there was something he could do that would be enough damage without the Energy Potion on the field. But it did resolve, so now we are back into Josh Borger's turn. No action point remaining. He's going to draw 2 cards. Let's see what's off the top of the deck, and a couple of rewinds. Fascinating.
So the rewinds, again, very interesting in this matchup, but I would like to point out that's another Tome of Findal for Joshua Borger that does not gain health.
Yeah, that's 2.
And if you are Joshua Level, you're actually really happy to see that because he got the full 5 off of the 1 he's played, and if he can continue to do that, again, this is, in the Kano Mirror, it's a game of inches, not miles, right? Yep. And if you can continue to eke out those advantages, you might be able to get back in this, but he continues to take his own incidental damage here. At some point, he's got to start prioritizing a bit more defense.
But he's leaking damage consistently. The little zaps and the Aether arcs and all these effects from Josh Borger, they do seem to be connecting. Josh Level has just been seeming content to take many of those little smaller zaps and pings rather than do any Arcane Barrier. So he's going to be drawn up with 3 cards, or he's going to be going to his turn, 3 cards, card in Arsenal, but only at 8 life. Card in Arsenal as well for Borger, so they're going to be going ahead and maybe trading some blows in these next couple turns. 40 minutes almost have elapsed here in the first of the semifinals. It's the RealmFest 5K. Lesson in Lava on the stack. Gaze the Ages is from the last turn, so we're going to go ahead and put that on the bottom.
Yep, just didn't finish the cleanup. We're going to start with a Lesson in Lava. So because Joshua Level took so much incidental damage, you have to assume that this is something he has a plan for, right? If I was Joshua Borger, I would be hard-pressed to let any of this connect, knowing that Level prioritized taking damage to set this up.
Moving to the end of the turn there is Level. Maybe he just had a bunch of reds because he is ending up.
It's entirely possible, but I think that was the right call by Joshua to say, hey, this can't connect at all because, you either have a plan or you don't, but I would rather be conservative and assume that you do. You made it to the top 4 for a reason.
But 8 life to 22. It's going to be challenging.
That Nourishing. This is a brutal time to face down a Nourishing Emptiness if you're Joshua Level, because not only is this representing a 5-card hand plus Arsenal for Joshua Borger on the following turn, but you are guaranteed to leak 3 damage here.
Going down to 5 is Josh Lovell, and that means the intellect of Josh Borger is going to 5. One Kano is smarter than the other. One of them went to school for a little bit longer. The lights are dimming as the drama concludes and unfolds here, but we do have a Tome of Find All on the stack. The question is, does Josh Borger want to try to go off before any life is gained?
And this is a situation where these energy potions are absolutely vital for Joshua Lovell.
Right off the top. 2 cards in hand, 2 energy
potions.
potions.
A lesson in lava here.
Let's see. This might be the pitch stack. Let's see if there's a blazing on the top right after this.
Yeah, we did see a wildfire with a blazing next to each other that hit the pitch stack. We saw the nourishing earlier, and since that's been drawn, we have to assume that we're in that second cycle.
So Kano is on the stack as well as an energy potion is on the stack.
I was just getting ready to say what's going to happen here is you're going to have to crack an energy potion, but that doesn't guarantee you the resources right away. That is an activation. And so Joshua Borger now has an opportunity to respond to this. Lavelle could...
So that's another Kano activation in that card. They're just trying to represent it nicely for us. So it looks as though we're going to just have a back-to-back little checkerboard. Kano into an energy potion, Kano into an energy potion. None of that has resolved. It's just Josh Lovell saying, if you're going to try to resolve your next Kano activation, I am desperately trying to activate my energy potion first. I want it to resolve, so I have the 4 resources floating for whatever I need it on. Looks as though the first one's going to resolve here. He's going to move up to 4 floating. Now there's a Kano activation on the stack.
If you're wondering the reasoning and the why you crack the energy potions here, it's because, again, that Tome of Find All is on the stack.
It's
it was played from Arsenal, and you're trying to gain health, right? So Joshua Lovell is ultimately trying to keep those cards in hand, because then when he draws from the Tome of Find All, he will gain additional health. He's trying to play that game of inches that I was talking about. The problem is Joshua Borger here has murder on his mind. While this is not usually a game of combos, when you can pitch stack and you can catch your opponent at 5 while you're still at 22, it turns out that you can pretty safely try to send.
This is on this. I'm putting this on.
Yeah, he's putting it on the stack.
Gaze.
And then he's going to gaze.
Gaze on stack, gaze resolves.
Let the gaze resolve.
Up to.
It's interesting. For Lovell, he had Gaze the Ages into Blazing into Gaze the Ages in his pitch stack, and it looks like Borger went Blazing Aether into Gaze the Ages into Blazing Aether in his pitch stack, so they just kind of reversed that. Let's take a look. Oops, sorry, at what he's looking at there. Those are the 2 blues off of the Gaze the Ages, so he can keep going. We are into pitch stack here, and it does look as though Joshua Borger is potentially setting up the kill. Also, interestingly, the Aether Wildfire, even if you wanted to, on Josh Lovell's side, utilize the arcane damage explosion that the Wildfire would also give, you know, Josh Lovell, because it is a symmetrical effect. He only has 5 life, so he can't take a bunch of damage and then utilize the fact that he's taken a bunch of damage to utilize the Aether Wildfire and blow his opponent up. Josh Borger, who's playing the Aether Wildfire on this turn, is able to utilize the fact that Josh Lovell only has 5 life, so there's only a significant, you know, there's not that much extra that can be done with this Aether Wildfire.
So there are some other things that need to be considered here. Not only do we have the pitch deck that we're into for Joshua Borger, but also he has the 3 energy potions and the potion of deja vu. So that pitch stack that he has in his deck is relevant, as well as cards in pitch, because if he wants at any given time, he can choose to do the potion of deja vu and set up additional plays depending on what's there as well.
So I'm not sure if there was a little bit of a kind of back and forth with the sequencing there. Kindle was played. I'm not sure he was able to draw a card on it because he also had activated Kano. It was a little kind of confusing and back and forth. It looked as though he tried to say, wait, no, Kindle resolved, and then looked up towards maybe a judge. I'm not exactly sure there. It was a little bit kind of back and forth and confusing. The players have been doing a very good job of keeping things together.
That's good.
But in this scenario, it looks as though I'm not sure if something was missed or not necessarily missed, just a little bit of sequencing trouble there. But we do have an energy potion for Borger.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, I think what happened was the Kindle was played, and then I think he slid it, because they've been using the combat chain to represent the kind of stack of resolution.
Oh, yeah. Sure. It's your turn, right?
I think that because he slid it back, there was an understanding that he had resolved it and didn't draw the card, and then they tried to go back after the fact, would be my guess.
Here's Wildfire with Metacarpus being pitched into it. On the stack. Yeah, he's deciding about Metacarpus. If he pitches into it, it'll have to be going down to 1 floating here.
The answer is going to be yes. This is going to be coming in for 5, so 1 damage for sure is going to leak over unless there's a prevention style effect.
I was going to say it should be 6 because of the Kindle as well.
Oh, yes.
Maybe 4. 6. Go to 2. Take 2.
2 damage coming across. Josh level is down to 3 here. Is this going to be enough? There's 2 blazings available. The blazing would come in for 2, and then...
Yeah, I think this actually still might be enough to get there.
Because we have the Aether Quickening as well.
And even if Joshua level does somehow survive this, the other big story here is that Tome of Findall that Joshua level was trying to gain health from is not going to get nearly as much value because you're going to get the cards out of his hand.
Yeah, but I think this is going to be enough damage. Here's 4 arcane damage. There also is Energy Potion as well if we want to continue to go from here.
Well, as I said, there is 2 energy potions and that potion of Deja Vu available.
So you could go into the exact your pitch deck if you'd like right there.
Yep. And there is, at a minimum, stuff like Lesson in Lava, which you could use those 2 energy potions for your Kano activation plus the Lesson if you're just trying to throw even more before that second Blazing Aether goes off. Because that's the other thing, right? We have... this first one that's on the stack, but there's still a whole nother Blazing Aether there.
Yeah.
We get to double twice, potentially.
Ragamuffin's Hat is going to be the activation for level here on the left side of your screen. Let's see if that's going to resolve, or if Borger has something to say about it. With that on the stack, it looks like we're going to go ahead and activate the Potion of Deja Vu here. That's going to go ahead and be activated. Josh nods the head, makes just sure that that is accessible. Top and anywhere. Let's see if we can see how he wants to do this. Keep your cards a little more forward, buddy. That'd be great.
Well,
like
I suspect it's going to be
a couple gazes, maybe.
I was going to say it's either got to be gazes to, set up something else, or just the Lesson on top. Because, like I said, this double energy potion means that you can Kano and then also pay for the Lesson in Lava, and then if it's still in your deck from the Lesson in Lava, also throw another 0 cost as well. You won't have the energy to do that. Or pitch, excuse me. You won't have the pitch to do that, but you can still throw the extra damage from the Lesson in Lava to just further the blaze. I think this was an attempt with the Ragamuffin's Hat to get rid of this card in hand because I don't think it's a blue, and I think
it might be an E-Pot, but I'm not sure. We can see. He might be looking to get like an Oasis.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I believe he had another energy potion in hand, but I think he was trying to still set up being able to draw it next turn as opposed
and this
to
is
pitching
Josh.
it.
This is Josh Borger attempting to resolve the activation of both of his E-Pots, but he's just going to go ahead. Level's just going to go ahead and Kano. He's saying, let's see what's on the top here. It's going to be his own hand, for all we can tell.
Okay.
Josh Level just kind of looking off to the side, perhaps in a bit of chagrin because the top of his deck is not cooperating. I think Josh Level knows the writing's on the wall. There is just too much arcane on the turn. This is going to be another Lesson in Lava. We can only arcane damage prevent as much as we can, but that's just going to be the game. We got Lesson into the Quickening.
That's what I thought. I was watching your stack go.
Oh, yeah. It is the Oasis on top. Remember, we talked about the fact that the Oasis Respite and these cards are being pitched right next to each other. That's why Borger knew if you go to activate the Ragamuffin's Hat, you're going to grab the Oasis Respite. I don't even think that was enough damage to stay alive in that case, enough prevention in that case to stay alive because there was just too much going on.
It may have been if you count the health gain. I would have to go back and do the math because you would not just prevent the 4, but you would also gain 1 health. Maybe the 1 is the maker
as well, though.
Yeah. 2 blazings is probably enough. So ultimately did still end with a combo, but off of the pitch stack, as I said, that usually tends to be a bit more grindy. I would also say that part of the reason that the combo works there is because of the health disparity. That chip damage is so important in the Kano mirror because you have to get to a point where if you're comboing, you are at a comfortable enough health. Obviously, Joshua Borger had a big health advantage so that even if there was any sort of crackback, he was not going to take so much that he lost the game as a result. And so congratulations. We know one of our finalists. It is Joshua Borger on Kano.
Absolutely. So thank you all for sticking with us. A little reminder, you can head to the Realm's website, realmgamingnetwork.com. If you want to take part in the flash sale, there'll be more information about that all throughout the day. So go ahead and check it out there. Also, during the finals, we will be giving away an invite to the 50K Invitational that's happening in December. That is a $50,000 invite-only tournament happening this December for Flesh and Blood, and we're giving away an invitation to that tournament to one of you watching. So make sure you stick around to check that out. We're going to go ahead and watch a quick video with one of the friends of the Realm Games in just a moment, and then we'll be on to the other mirror in this semifinals. We had a Kano mirror. Now we're going to have a Prism mirror. This is all the heroes everybody expected in the semifinals. They're all here. Everyone's here. We're having a party. So that was a great game. Thanks for hanging out with me. We're going to go ahead and push to that video, and then we'll be back with the next semifinal in just a sec.
Welcome in, everyone. It is the road to RealmFest happening right now as we get ready for the seminal RealmFest happening, the first one of the year coming up in July, and I am lucky enough to be joined by the Empress of Volcor, who has descended down from her dragon wings into Mysteria and going to talk to us a little bit about the newest illusionist on the block. So Mara, how you doing?
Feeling good. Glad to be here. Pretty excited, actually. This new set has been a wild ride. All three heroes look pretty great, pretty exciting, and are doing a lot of wild things this metagame. I think it's kind of cool that, as of time of recording, we're only, a couple of weeks into this format, and we've already seen all three of these heroes really shaking things up. I think LSS didn't pull a whole lot of punches with this one. It's going to be exciting to see how this all kind of rolls out as the next couple of weeks progress.
All right, and before we actually dive into the deck, Mara, we got the RealmFest coming up. So tell the people out there, why should they come through and hang out at the RealmFest?
I could not be more excited about the RealmFest. If anyone has never had a chance to check out any of these big Realm tournaments, I just strongly advise, go check it out. They are some of the most engaging, super fun events I've ever been a part of, from just the competitive play to the people there, to the casting has always been super excellent. I cannot wait. I think we kind of talked about the last big Realm 20K. I had a pretty cool run. I'm very excited to repeat that run, but also maybe do it in a less stressful way. I'm just really looking forward to another just amazing, memorable tournament for everybody involved, and it's going to be awesome.
Hell yeah. Well, if you want to go ahead and have your chance to compete in the top 8 of the Rumble, the RealmFest is a great way to do so. All you folks out there, these are the feeder events, because it's not even a 20K this year. This year, it's a 50K. I don't know if that's been made clear yet. All right, well, let's get into the deck tech. Talk to me about Enigma. We're going to go through and, just get some of your thoughts on the hero. You have a sample list here that you've been working on, that you've been kind enough to just share with us some tips and tricks. But in general, where are you at with the hero? How you feeling? We looking ahead to the national season coming up. So people who are interested in Enigma, I'm sure, are going to want to hear your thoughts. So give me just some rundown.
So I'll be honest, you asked me for a list and I had to panic scramble because I've got 7 right now, and I was like, oh god, what's the amalgam list that kind of does everything? I think one of the things that really excites me, and I think is one of the most interesting deck building challenges with the hero, is I think if I could be given a 100 card deck, I think I could build an Enigma deck that could beat basically any hero. But we don't get 100 card decks, we get 80 card decks. So trying to nail down which ones are the right strategies and the right kind of hate cards and the right, little edges here and there to accurately predict this metagame, I think is going to be a big part of what makes Enigma strong and what will make or break a good Enigma deck right now. I think there are so many different angles you can take, and so many of her cards that are very interesting. Ellis has knocked it out of the park in the design of this hero. So many of her cards have this very push and pull on each other. You see a lot of these cards that want to reward you for having a lot of other auras in play. We have cards like Shimmers of Silver and Haze Bending from the previous the Spectra aura era that really want to have a bigger board and have these other auras in play. Cards like we've seen Restless Coalescence be a real all-star in the deck kind of early on, and is another one that really wants to kind of piggyback off of other auras that have counters on them. It has some really neat synergies with Phantom Tidemaw that can kind of build up these counters from other auras, and then Restless Coalescence can kind of do extra things with those orders and expand out the board bigger. But then on the flip side, we have cards like Spectral Manifestation. That is a very powerful card in its own right, but really doesn't want to share the board. Spectral Manifestation is an interesting card that like gets a lot weaker when you have these other cards. Rage Spectre is another one, the same kind of idea, where Rage Spectre is an incredibly powerful aura in your toolkit, but is also very selfish on the board. Doesn't really want to share the board with the rest of these auras. And I think there's going to be a lot of interesting choices where deciding kind of how to balance these different lists, and whether you want this strategy of like, you want one big aura, or go really wide with a lot of these littler auras. And I think it's going to be super exciting. I think there's a lot of ways that you can approach it and a lot of different tactics. And I think we're going to see a lot of this on Showcase going into National season.
Yeah, 100%. It seems like there's a couple different main schools of thought. There's the instant speed interaction and interplay on both turns that really utilizes the effects like the Restless Coalescence. And then there's the kind of, protect the president as defensive as possible, establish some auras, and just build the wall. So I'm excited to see where players kind of land. And it seems like both strategies are relatively viable.
Yeah, and listen, and I didn't even get into talking about the kind of playing on both players' turns aspect, because even if you want to go down that path, there's a whole nother little like branch that you could do with playing more on your opponent's turn, where you have these cards like Haze Spectre that are not in this current list that really reward you for playing on the opponent's turn, where you can play more things like Brother in Arms, or Oasis Respite, or possibly even the Fable actually gets very interesting. The Mistcloak Gully gets very interesting if you're playing a list that's more kind of angled in that direction of being able to play on the opponent's turn more.
Yeah, sure.
And yeah, like it's just, there are so many different directions to take this hero, and even I'm not entirely sure which one is going to be the best. I think there's going to be a lot of these early kind of debates between which angle and which strategy is going to go, because like we mentioned, like some of these strategies kind of directly conflict with each other. If you're playing those Haze Specters and things like that, then like maybe you don't want to be playing some of these more expensive play on my turn kind of cards. And if you're playing some more of the Spectra auras, maybe the cards like Spectral Manifestation that don't really want you to have a sticky board, maybe those get cut. So it's interesting that there's so many very powerful cards, but all kind of pull you in these different directions.
Yeah. Well, talk to me a little bit about, we're looking at this sample list here that you've thrown together for us. Talk to me about either like couple cards that you think are important, maybe no matter what you want to run, or some tips and tricks for players that might be looking to bring Enigma to their nationals, and or just want to hear, from the Empress's mouth, as it were, from God's ears to your mouth, right? Like just some tips and tricks people might be as they looking for as they get ready to dive into the meta.
Sure. I think the one card that's really been the standout in every deck, and I think the one that always kind of deserves to be talked about the most, Manifestation of Miragai. I think, it's no secret that in any illusionist arsenal, dragons are the most powerful thing you can do. I've been telling people this for years, and, LSS agrees with me clearly. Manifestations of Miragai is a pretty wild card. For being a blue pitch, if you even just playing it out without the cheat is still a 4-power ward, or a 4-power attack that has that ward 2 behind it, that then scales very favorably with anything that can put counters onto that card. If you have say Shimmers of Silver, or even like a Poltrization, the Illusionist Gloves, they can put a +1 counter on it. Anything that can put +1 counters on Manifestation kind of scale triple, because you get the one value from the counter, then you get the extra 1 value because putting the extra counter increases the ward value, which increases its attack power. And then on the defensive side, putting that counter on it also increases its ward value for the defensive purposes. So it's part of why like you'll see like my list has blue astral etchings in it. And there are some versions of the list that run red astral etchings. Red astral etchings and manifestations of Miragai is a backbreaking combo. But yeah, I think Miragai is one of these cards that has some very cool tricks with it. Not the least of which is Traverse the Universe, which I think is the other card that's very much worth talking about. Traverse the Universe, the new mythic, the new mystic headpiece that fetches a chi is just so good in this deck. I think there's been arguments in some of my testing groups that this might be one of the most powerful headpieces that's ever been printed. It just does so much. Being able to, and like particularly talk about like with the Miragai, being able to have these turns where you're like, all right, I draw the Miragai, but I don't have a chi. Well, now I just have that on-demand chi to guarantee this big Miragai setup. Is an angle that I think you're going to see a lot of people do. Something that I think is slightly less obvious, but I found to be very, very powerful, is instead of always just using the Traverse to play the Miragai, to get that buff on it, I think there's a lot to be said for being patient with the Miragai, waiting, like sticking in Arsenal, waiting to find that chi naturally, so that you can play out the big Miragai, and then using the Traverse kind of on the follow-up. Because then we get to go into one of my other favorite pieces of equipment in this suite, which is Meridian Pathway. Meridian Pathway, it's super funny because when Pathways first came out, there's a lot of debate of like, well, we don't know how useful this ability is. Some people were like, oh, well, you can pitch a chi and then play 10,000 Year Reunion and get this ward 10 at instant speed, and then you can attack and it's going to be awesome. And then some people were like, no, that costs too much resource. It's too gimmicky. It's never going to see play. This card is terrible. We're just going to play Footsteps. And then we all played with it and we were just like, oh, this is just ward 3. Like, I think everybody was so focused on the first line of text on Meridian Pathway that they just kind of forgot that 3 block on your boots is a lot. Like, not a whole lot of classes get 3 block on their boots, and a lot of them that do have drawbacks on them, like we see with Guardian. So I actually think one of the strategies that you'll probably see a lot with the hero is getting out that Miragai or possibly some of these other big auras that you want to really protect, and then waiting the turn after to be able to block with the Traverse, get the chi, then pitch the chi to either something like Unravel Aggression, which is another fantastic card when comboed with Traverse, or even just like pitching into hero ability to make the extra shields to sort of help protect that board. Turn on the Meridian Pathways, get that extra ward. We've been internally kind of joking and calling the Traverse plus Meridian Pathways combo it's the new Carrion Husk. It's kind of 6 value on those 2 pieces of equipment. Between the 2 block from the Helm plus the Spectral Shield plus the extra 3 block on Meridian Pathway, this is just like 6 block on demand. And if you're in a position where you really want to keep that Miragai safe, or whatever other auras that you're trying to protect, having that just on demand big glut of block is, I think, very, very interesting and very powerful. And I think is a neat trick that you don't initially want to think about. Like I say, it's the obvious play is to use the Traverse to play the Miragai, which is sometimes correct, but I think is often it's often better to be patient with it and wait for that big defensive setup.
That is very cool. It's not something I have thought about much. I have played a little bit into the hero. My cousin playing a little bit of Enigma, and he used those Meridian Pathway ward quite well in a game against me, and it was something I was like, oh, I didn't really think about what this card does in that way. But I think that is a very good point of advice for people looking to pick up the deck, because like you say, manifestations being such an important kind of powerful center cog in the machine that is Enigma, you got to make sure you can protect the big dragon as best as possible, and the Pathway is going to be a good way to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I think this deck just has so many different little little pieces of synergy between all the chunks. I think it's just going to be it's going to be exciting, and I am really looking forward to seeing how everybody has some different takes on this deck and seeing how everyone kind of wants to build it in these different directions. It's going to be a cool hero to really watch as they develop. Like I'm excited to see like the day one decks compared to what the decks look like the day that she LLs, because I guarantee you they're going to be very, very different decks.
Well, thank you so much for chatting with me, Mara. This has been so great. I really appreciate hearing your thoughts. I honestly am going to utilize your tip on the follow-up of the manifestations if I'm ever playing the deck. So thank you for that, and I look forward to seeing you soon at the RealmFest.
I'm going to hold you to it. I'm expecting an Enigma main at the RealmFest. Let's see it. Get your cosplay on,
Ooh.
You know? Get you Enigma, get you a little hat. That'd be nice. I bet we can make it happen.
Hello and welcome back to the RealmFest here in New Jersey. I am once again Charm3r, joined on the desk by Rhea Adams. And based on that little video that we were seeing there, I'm a little sad that Sam did not show up in his Enigma cosplay as promised.
I could have helped him out.
Yeah, the good news is we still have other things to entertain us, such as our upcoming matchup. We are going to have a fantastic Prism mirror, but first let's take a look at the bracket to see how we got here. Again, we are about to see Adam Francais against Barrett Goss, both on Prism, and I just have to mention it, okay? I love that this is the matchup we're about to cast, because the last time I cast a Prism mirror,
yes,
I was casting a game between a little-known player by Rhea Adams playing in a Prism mirror, but I was doing so for the Arclight League, and if you are not aware, Barrett Goss organizes the Arclight League. So I was casting Rhea play for Barrett, and now I get to cast Barrett with Rhea against the person that he roomed with for this event.
I have a feeling that they might have talked a little bit of Prism before today happened, even.
Yeah, they've definitely had conversations about it. So Joshua Borger, again, moved on to the finals. We just saw that previously. We were going to see Adam taking on Barrett, and we do also have their deck lists. So not only have they spoken, but we get to speak about their deck lists as well. Adam is going to be popping up first here. Barrett, I did also get to talk to. He said he actually thinks Adam's list is better for the mirror.
Interesting.
So when I spoke to him just before we went live after the break, he was saying, yeah, I actually think that his list is a little bit better, but you know, I'm still going to hold my own. So with that in mind, because I know that you are a Prism aficionado, what about this list do you think might help in the mirror?
So Adam has foregone 3 red Herald of Protection to fit in more yellows, just more yellows. So we see 3 Merciful Retribution, 3 Parable of Humility, 3 Tome of Divinity, 3 Genesis, 3 Arclight Sentinel. All of these spectra combined with that Vestige of Soul that we saw earlier, knowing that Adam has opted to go first in the matchup, he is probably going with this reduced red count to try to play a more board state-oriented gameplay. There's been a lot of discussion in the past about if Prisms should play more towards Vestige or more towards Rapture aggro. And it seems that with Parable of Humility making it into lists because of how effective it is versus Zen, that's tipping the scales in the favor of Vestige. I think, though, comparing Adam's list to Barrett's is much more prepared to try to do that aggressive Rapture game plan.
Now, another thing that I find to be very interesting, when you follow the evolution of Prism, Prisms of old, especially when you talk about the Prism that has since hit Living Legend status, a lot of times in the mirror you would board in poppers, but because of the presence of the figments and the parables, that's no longer the case. So when we're talking about that aggressive game plan, and I believe we're also going to see Barrett's list here in a moment, what about the aggressive game plan might appeal to a Prism player in the mirror? Is it the fact that you're still, you know, potentially getting the volume from those heralds?
Well, so there's a couple of things contributing to that. There are, like you said, very few poppers in Prism deck lists. Right now, there are 2 Celestial Cataclysm in Adam's list, and that's it as far as poppers go. Combining that with the fact that Prism does play a lot of cards that don't block well, like all of those Spectra that I just mentioned, it's very difficult to block out those red heralds that attack at 7 power breakpoints. And something else that we've seen looking at Barrett's list, comparing it to Adam, Barrett has 3 copies of Angelic Wrath as well. This kind of pseudo attack reaction to push over if Adam does try to play more defensively and still have Barrett's critical heralds like Herald of Erudition connect.
Yeah, you can see the 3 Angelic Wraths here. This is Barrett's list on the screen now. And you are correct. That is like a pseudo attack reaction to go over the top. And we're going to see if it matters, because I am being told that the players are ready to go. So we can go ahead and dive into, again, this mirror match, but also a match between people who know each other. They roomed together for this event last night.
I also love the aesthetic of black versus white here. Black sleeves versus white sleeves. It's perfectly mirrored.
Well, the black sleeves on the person with the sleep token shirt, the white sleeves on the person with the eclipse shirt. So somebody saying, "Hey, I'm a bit more sleep oriented, night oriented. I got the black sleeves," and the other person saying, "Hey, I like a little more brightness in my life."
So we are seeing mirrored equipment setups from both of these players, opting for Vestige of Soul, both of them. So probably looking towards a more aura oriented, word state oriented game plan. Also, the Null Rune Gloves to present arcane damage from that Figment of Ravages right there in that pitch zone.
Well, and also that Merciful Retribution that Adam is beginning his first turn with. That's a great way to start if you're trying to have that board-oriented game plan.
Absolutely. This is one of the more annoying Spectra in the matchup, because all of those little... Both players having their own Merciful Retributions turn 0. So this game is about to get very complicated very quickly, because Merciful Retribution is very good at creating pings of one. Oh, but Adam has the punish. Being able to attack and get a Figment, and Barrett can't do anything about it with only 1 card in hand. He can't block out the Wartune Herald.
Yeah, so Adam will search for a Figment here and also take that 5 damage as well. That is not something that should be negated in any way, shape, or form. Health totals are going to be very relevant here.
This is a huge start to the matchup.
What an interesting, we were saying mirrors, but they were really trying to mirror each other.
So, getting a Figment of Erudition, Adam still gets an Arsenal from the Ponder. The Ponder token will deal a damage from the Merciful Retribution. And these needles of 1 arcane damage is going to make it very difficult for either player to keep Angels alive during this game, because they're going to want to ward the arcane damage, which is where those Null Rune Gloves on both sides of the field are going to come in terms of being very important to keep critical Angels like Soraya alive.
Yes, because as you are rightfully pointing out, when the Angels are flipped, they become ward as well. And if that damage goes unprevented by the Arcane Barrier on the Null Rune Gloves, then the ward would step in and try to prevent that damage, but that means losing an Angel. And that is awful value.
Not a great... but a Herald of Erudition and a Light of Soul in his hand and a Pierce Reality. So there's something funny about Prism. She's terrible at clearing Spectra, even though it's her own cards that she plays. That Pierce Reality is going to be huge on this turn.
That's interesting.
Barrett finding a Figment on top. Now, he can put that in Soul. It is a yellow card, but is he willing to give up the threat of being able to fetch Figment of Ravages from Halo?
I was going to say, and it's Ravages specifically. That is one of the ones that you would think you would want down the line. Obviously, the free Soul is usually really nice, but this is such a powerful card potentially. I can understand the hesitation there. It does look like Barrett decides to put it in the Soul, though.
And with 5 Dominate here, so we saw in the deck lists, the only D-reacts to speak of are Soul Shield and That All You Got. And I have a feeling That All You Got is not sighted in for either of these heroes right now. So Adam either is going to let this Herald of Erudition hit, or he needs one of those 3 Soul Shields, or he has to give up his Figment of Erudition. If I were to wager, I expect to see 2 cards drawn this turn.
We're going to wait and see what Adam decides to do here, looking back at the arsenal as well. But while we're waiting for Adam to make that decision, well, we can see the hands here. I don't see a Soul Shield. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't see a Soul Shield, so unless it's in the arsenal from the Ponder token.
All right, take 5, draw 2.
Go through.
So Vestige is already online from the Figment going into Soul, but this is 2 cards drawn, and we see that they are just another Herald of Triumph.
Another Herald. And that Pierce Reality, as you said. Yeah, it's so interesting that the Illusionists are so bad at identifying illusions themselves, right? They are not great at popping Spectra. They are not great at popping Phantasm. They are great at fooling other people, but then they are easily fooled as well. It's like a magician who doesn't understand his own tricks.
Well, it's just they're way too into it, right?
Yeah.
They just have to play along with themselves. Otherwise, what's the point?
They're like, my opponents won't believe if I don't believe, but because I believe, I can be exploited as well. It's such an interesting bit, but
it's actually quite flavorful, to be
yeah.
honest. Yeah. Barrett thinking really carefully about which Figment he wants to get from this Herald of Erudition going into Soul. Figment of Triumph is in hand, so that's not on the table. But with 2 cards in Soul, he does have the option to go get an Angel and awaken it and use the attack trigger. It looks like we're going to get Bologna. Probably going to awaken and attack.
Figment of War, yep, to potentially flip into Bologna. So the other thing that's out of the equation as well is, again, because Figment of Ravages went to Soul, that was off the table as a choice.
Yes.
So we have the one in hand and the one in Soul, which really does start to shrink your options. I actually like this choice here because some of the other ones you kind of don't want until later in the game. Protection, you want to try to get a little bit more use, I think, out of the Spectral Shield, for example. Though you do have a Merciful on the board, and that would have been another damage when it does trigger, but we do get the Courage token, and then we also get to activate the Courage token when we send this Herald of Triumph.
And that Courage token will deal 1 Arcane because it is an aura that's being destroyed, which Merciful Retribution sees.
And so that is a lot of damage.
Adam is just taking, he's
represented and then taking it, because that's going to be essentially 9, if I'm correct, right? 1 for the Courage token, triggering Merciful, but then the buff from the Courage token and the 7 native as well. So all of that, plus you get to get another Figment because a Herald has hit. So this time we are going to get the protection that I was mentioning, perhaps to get another trigger on your Merciful from that Spectral Shield and give you a little bit more defense going forward. I like the sequencing here by Barrett. He's just maximizing the value with the options he has.
Yes, absolutely. Now, it does look like he has 2 cards in hand still. I wonder if we see an Angel being awakened here or just passing to Arsenal.
Looks like it's just a pass to an Arsenal, and we also see that resource token there. You know, I mentioned the Arclight League that you're a part of and that Barrett organizes, and he's got that beautiful token there as well.
I am a big fan of those pitch tokens. Actually, both players have an Arclight League token on the playmat right now.
So, Adam, I believe, took, or should have taken 9. Is that just not being represented on the screen?
Yeah, I think life totals just haven't been updated yet.
I just wanted to make sure that I didn't have a blackout and not realize it, because I was like, man, I thought Adam was going to be in a lot more of a dangerous position after that big turn by Barrett, but I think we'll get that corrected here in the short term. But for now, Adam now thinking through, okay, I had a good start. Barrett answered back. Both players very familiar with this deck and with this matchup. So,
yeah, so there's actually an interesting mirroring here. Adam has access to his own Herald of Erudition, but it's much more free now that Barrett has Figments on the board that are not the most important one, Figment of Erudition. He's a bit more free to sacrifice those to ward in order to block out 5 Dominate, compared to Adam in the last turn cycle where he just had the 1. And that's why we're not seeing a slam dunk Erudition here like we just did on the turn prior.
It was about that window of opportunity because neither player had set up the proper Figments. It was good to get through.
Exactly. So there's a red Wartune Herald coming in here for 7, threatening with this breakpoint to clear the Spectral Shield and go over the top of Ward 4, like throwing away the Figment of Protection or the Figment of War. And that can then clear the way for a more impactful on-hit effect later in the turn, or to play Spectra, assuming this goes to Soul.
So one of the things that I want to ask you, because you are a seasoned Prism veteran, we have mentioned that the Spectras are not easy for Prism to clear because you have to usually give up one of your powerful attacks. You don't have a weapon to easily do it, for example, on its own. Is that the reason that they are choosing to just ignore each other's merciful retribution? Is that normally the game plan going into a mirror? Because it feels like such a nagging and annoying threat. And perhaps it's the old Guardian player in me, but I see a Spectre and I want to get rid of it because you can't let him get out of control. But is this normal in the mirror to just kind of let it slide and deal with the annoyance?
Yeah, so merciful retribution is an interesting one. It's like, it's the worst Spectra until it is the best Spectra. In these early game stages, it's just a little bit of arcane damage. You really can't afford to take time off to clear it, especially when destroying it actually gives your opponent a soul, sends itself to soul, which is really valuable for their angel attack triggers. But as the game goes later and later, it actually becomes more and more important because it's closing power, it's extra sources of damage to put your opponent to 0. I think both of these players have realized, we're at parity on that board state. We both have to deal with merciful retribution. So if either of us blink and decide to take care of it, it's just giving our opponent a huge window to capitalize on seizing the tempo for the rest of the game.
So Barrett's still thinking through how to defend this Wartune Herald. There's a red Wartune coming for 7. I believe he decides to take it. He will only take 6 because of the Spectral, which should also deal 1 damage back.
And Adam choosing to use Arcane Barrier for that with the 1 resource floating.
Yep.
So there is a Figment search here. Adam, of course, has access to all of his Figments. I don't believe there's any in his hands. And he hasn't ensouled any like Barrett did with the Ravages. This also, by the way, opens up a lot of play lines for Adam. The fact that Barrett has the Figment of Ravages in his soul. It's very common when there is an ally attacking, like an Angel, to threaten your opponent with activating Halo, going and getting Figment of Ravages, and dealing 1 Arcane, which will destroy the ward ally before its attack can resolve and take away Go again. With that threat removed from Barrett's deck, Adam is a lot more free to attack with Angels at will, almost.
So one of the things that I noticed when I was covering this Prism Mirror matchup the last time, I also noticed that it feels like it's not uncommon once an Angel is flipped to almost be like this chain of back and forth where you use an Angel to clear an Angel.
Yes.
And I realized that in many ways you kind of want to be the last person with an Angel on the board. And so with that in mind, is there some hesitancy or any sort of concern about being the first person to transform and swing with an Angel, knowing that you kind of want to be the last one with one?
Yes, so the even more dangerous part is that once that ally is out there, attacking them with a Herald is a guaranteed way to get a soul and get a new Figment onto the board for yourself, because there's no defending allies.
Right, and then even further expanding on that, right, because Barrett has ensouled one of them, that kind of puts him down 1 in that Angel for Angel game. So is that maybe why Adam feels comfortable being the first to flip here?
I think so. So the whole game plan with Soraya is that you want to have a turn where you can go at least 3 chain links wide with 2 Heralds and a Soraya, which is fueled by that card draw, in a way that lets you force your opponent to block. So Adam needs to find a bit more damage this turn cycle, or find an Arclight Sentinel, which will deny Barrett the opportunity to retaliate and destroy the Soraya. We see, so there's been Red Wartune with Go again, this is Soraya with Go again, and looking at the rest of Adam's hand, I see a Pierce Reality, I see...
Is that a Parable?
A Parable in hand, and then an Erudition in... Ooh. Okay,
this is going to be an Erudition with the Courage token as well, because the Courage does not get popped by the Angel attack.
Yeah, so Erudition for 6 dominate. Let's see, how can Barrett actually block this out? If he gives a Figment and a card from hand, but then he's only access to 3 cards, and Adam is then clearly in the driver's seat for the game.
I mean, he does have the Arsenal as well. But obviously you want to commit as little as possible. But given that this was Soraya into Erudition, if you don't cover this, is there any concern that it's going to be too much to kind of come back from tempo-wise? Because this is a lot of potential cards drawn. And even if you don't have an action point or go again here, you could still draw into one of your auras that you could play at instant speed, for example.
Yeah,
it also gives them the opportunity for arsenal. Like, there's a lot that this turns on.
So we know at the very least that there's a Parable in hand, which I believe he has 2 cards. One of them is a light yellow besides Parable. It almost certainly is hitting the field. If this is allowed to hit, he draws 2 more cards. That threat could become even more severe, something like a Genesis or a Arclight Sentinel in the worst case scenario. And so there is a real dilemma here of, if you let this hit, the board state can get out of control. But if you don't let this hit, do you have an efficient enough answer to not let Adam run away with the game?
So we are going to activate Halo here in order to see if our options get any better, but also trigger the Prism, go find a Figment.
Do you know what's unique about that Halo? That's the first time all day that Halo has been activated, and I haven't seen a Prism player distraught at drawing the card off the top.
Yeah, you're right, because it feels like every time that's been activated, the card they want to go get with the Prism Hero Power trigger has been the card they draw with Halo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a fair observation. Barrett is actually, after getting this Figment, going to be pretty low. Again, knowing that we have already ensouled one, this will be the 3rd to hit the board. So the total Figment count left in the deck was going to be very thin after this.
Yes. It's very common to see every Figment hit the board in the Prism Mirror. Figment Rare Edition going to get a Ponder. So Barrett looking to use his entire hand or pop off with his own card draw to answer Adam's Soraya.
And also get that incidental poke, potentially, with the Merciful Retribution trigger.
Yes. Adam will have to budget a resource pitching on Barrett's turn in order for his Soraya to survive that 1 Arcane.
It is worth noting that Barrett has the 1 resource that was spent, I believe, for the Arcane Barrier on the Courage, and that's why the 2 floating is there, correct? And then we can still use this to flip the Angel and then potentially block with a card from hand.
Or home drawing 3, so that's why the Halo happened.
Yes, okay.
What does his hand look like at this point?
So
both players have access to a Parable.
Yep, his own Parable, and it looks like the rest was Heralds.
Yes. So between the Figment of Protection or War and a 3-block from hand, we can defend this Herald of Erudition. It will require an extra card pitched, but luckily Parable exists as a pitch outlet for any floating resources left over.
I'll AB the 1.
Okay, so the AB had not yet been paid.
From the Courage token popping on the Herald of Erudition, yep.
Sorry, we're just now resolving the arcane damage. I forgot that this is also like a Kano matchup.
It was no blocks. Go to Soul. Let's draw 2 more cards.
Okay, this is suddenly incredibly interesting because that was not the outcome I was expecting.
Yeah. Adam has access to Herald of Rebirth, potentially getting back Actually, are there any cards in Adam's graveyard? I don't think so. I think every card has gone to Soul in this entire game.
There hasn't been a lot of blocking yet.
So he can go get Ravages or his own protection.
Get his own protection. I actually like this. It's a nice safe pickup. It gives you the Spectral Shield, which will trigger your own Merciful, but also I think both of these players, as they're finding things, know that the time for flipping and utilizing that ward is going to be coming really soon, and so you want ones that you're kind of safe to sacrifice.
Yeah, absolutely. And what did he draw off of that Herald of Erudition? No action point, but 4 cards in hand, Merciful and Parable.
Yes.
If he can put both of these on the board, it will be devastating.
And he's got the 1 resource floating, and Vestige should be alive, right? So
I couldn't see if he had a light blue in hand. He has at least 7 resources, potentially 8. So he might have to make a choice here on which one of these he has to play and which one he has to arsenal. Obviously, if you play the Parable, you are making all of your opponent's Heralds much easier to defend, and also nearly guaranteeing that your cards will not be popped, although we know the only poppers in the lists are 7 powers. If you play the second Merciful and not the Parable, that 1 Spectral Shield is now 2 arcane damage.
It's 2 arcane damage, which is a heck of a tax.
Usually an entire card for Prism to pitch to prevent that damage, yeah.
Instead, we are just going to get the parable.
Pitching. He has 1 resource floating from the earlier Pierce Reality pitch. I think he doesn't have the light blue pitching the Merciful,
so he's gonna pitch the Merciful. I was wondering if perhaps they were also going to consider putting the Merciful into the arsenal at the end of this as well, but I think having 1 is fine, and with the parable, you don't want to get too greedy and push it. You still want to make sure that your turns are offensive in some way.
I think this is also a really heads-up play. Barrett just ate a lot of damage, so Adam has reason to suspect that there are 2 Heralds coming this turn from Barrett. Parable is going to get at least 2 value there, whereas the Merciful would just be, guaranteed only 1 from that Spectral Shield on the board. Barrett, before the turn is passed, is awakening his own Soraya, so he's going to go into his turn with 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal, and the ability to draw 2 more cards with a Ponder. So expect to see at least 3 chain links here.
Okay. That's a beautiful Marvel Soraya that he decided to put over the top. Just absolutely gorgeous with that cold foil treatment, but with the kind of gold radiancy coming. And so this is going to be 3 with Go again.
Action cards.
I was going to say, I felt like it should be 4 because Parable was just action cards and not allies.
Yep.
The same reason Courage doesn't apply.
Oh, this is another hand very full of Spectra. So it's his own Parable, his own Merciful, and a Pierce Reality, all of which can really command the board, or at the least get him up to parity with Adam. But importantly, there's no red heralds in that hand, so he's not actually that equipped to be offensive.
I was just going to say, he might get to board parity, but the problem is he's not currently at health parity, and if he's not generating pressure on top of building his board, that might give Adam a window of opportunity to close this out even further, or at least make it very, very difficult for Barrett to set up his board in the future.
Yeah. All right, so the Spectral Shield going down, Barrett, of course, having to pitch to Arcane Barrier in order to not lose Soraya to the ping from Adam's Merciful Retribution.
So he is opting to go the other direction. He is going to play a second Merciful. And I think I like this play from Barrett, if only because he knows he's at the health disadvantage.
And then
so going with
Pierce Reality.
The Merciful to threaten more damage, and then the Pierce to, again, make your Heralds bigger in the future. This is the way that you might generate the most value with like a 2-card hand in the future.
Yeah, and this is really important as well. When the Ponder breaks here, Adam has to give away a whole card to Arcane Barrier 1 twice. If it was just going to be 1 Arcane, Adam could instead pitch a blue to prevent the 1 and awaken his own Figment. So that's a really heads-up play from Barrett to stop Adam from developing his board even further when that Ponder breaks.
And it is also worth noting that that was a Soul Shield that was pitched.
Yes.
So might give Barrett a little bit of an insight into what Adam is sending this way, right? Not going to be defensive, just going to send at least 1 Angel.
Yeah, so Adam leading the turn by attacking with Soraya. He is wanting to banish to draw 2, but unsure about if the target is Barrett or Barrett's own Soraya.
Ravages in Soul, right?
He's just double checking what we had mentioned earlier, that Ravages is in Soul.
Both players sub 20, but the Ward 4 on the board actually representing quite a fair bit of life. All right, drawing 2 from Soraya.
I have no blocks. Okay.
All right, no blocks.
Is that an Arclight Sentinel in hand?
And so he was attacking the other Soraya.
I think it is. But so Adam can develop an Arclight Sentinel, but without any soul, he's not actually progressing his board state much in terms of, being able to draw more cards with Soraya next turn. And critically, you can play instants while under Arclight Sentinel. So if Adam just plays ALS and passes, Barrett has the opportunity to play his own Spectra, kill Arclight Sentinel, and then Adam is actually in a worse position than before he played the ALS.
So I think we're going to see the attack come from the Arsenal, because if I remember correctly, it was a Herald that he had Arsenaled earlier when he had the opportunity to either keep a Herald or the Merciful, and he pitched the Merciful. And keeping the foot on the gas would make sense if you were Adam here.
Yes, I mean, Adam can very easily threaten lethal to Barrett this turn. 11 is not hard for Prism to do when she has access to 2 Heralds, especially when there's a Merciful Retribution in play.
All right, so we do get, I believe that's Herald of Ravages, correct?
Herald of Ravages, the on-hit effect there is 1 arcane damage, which has to go at a hero, unfortunately. Can't target allies. But Soul Shield going to cleanly cover that with 1 resource floating still for Barrett. And importantly, that's his new source of soul for the future Angel triggers.
Yeah, it's interesting the position that both players are in because Barrett kind of hasn't had any issue with his soul status, but hasn't had good opportunities to take advantage of it. And Adam is a little soul starved, but that's because his board state is that much more advanced.
Yes. We'll see if Barrett can convert that soul into board presence before this game ends because, you know, ending the game with 4 soul, it's you're not actually getting anything out of it at that point, right? But it is certainly a resource at his dispense right now.
I think Barrett right now is also just kind of itching to have the type of turn where you can present your own damage back and take advantage of this pierce along with the, you know, double merciful retribution.
And Adam pitching the Arclight Sentinel in order to just keep the pressure on. It's a huge decision point right there.
I really like it because hearing your explanation regarding if you develop the Arclight, but then you don't do anything else, you give Barrett a window to continue to develop and then just clear it out. Here you're saying, hey, I'm either going to take that precious health or those precious cards from your hand. Also, another thing that, you know, we haven't really mentioned, these decks have a decent amount of no blocks as well. And so sometimes sending this Herald just means leaking damage because there's nothing you can do about it. And Barrett in particular, we were mentioning when we were looking at the deck list, has those kind of pseudo attack reactions, but in reality they're instants. They are no blocks.
Correct, yes. The Angelic Wraths have situations where being an instant is advantageous, like against Guardian's gauntlets that prevent +1 power being gained. They also have disadvantages in the fact that, you know, they don't block. So Barrett really thinking about, is this worth defending? It is critically, it would give Adam that first soul, which would let him continue drawing cards with Soraya next turn. But Barrett, with 2 cards in hand, would have to offer a huge commitment here of probably taking the turn off to block out this Red Triumph.
Well, and also really important here, this is an attack for 7.
Yes.
And that is a problem because those 2 cards likely don't fully cover it as well. So
there is always the opportunity with the 1 resource floating to pump that into Phantasmal Footsteps.
I was about to say you would have to give up your Footsteps.
Well, there's something unique about Footsteps, right? They break if they defend an attack with 6 or more power.
What's your target?
As long as that attack isn't Illusionist. So you actually are free to defend with them on any sized Illusionist attack.
Like, oh, I have no idea what he's doing.
Oh, it seems like there was some confusion about if Adam was attacking the Pierce Reality or Barrett himself.
Oh, because of... I understand. Because when he lays it down on the chain link, it's right in front of the Pierce.
It's actually right there next to, next to the Pierce, yes.
Yeah, so once he realizes that it's not to the Spectre, he's like, okay, well, I can throw the Footsteps in front of this and take some damage. Obviously, very dangerous going all the way down to 5 here, but does keep those cards in hand. So he's got the 2 cards in hand, the Arsenal, and a stacked Soul, as well as that Pierce Reality and other things. Is Barrett going to be able to close the gap here after Adam ends the turn? Adam, again, still getting triggers, though. Gets to search for a Figment because a Herald connected.
Yeah, so Barrett critically has lost his Soraya. We can see it there in the top card of his graveyard. So he doesn't have an outlet to draw 2 cards this turn, unless he finds something like a Tome of Divinity. Of course, still needs to send a card to Soul before that can happen.
I mean, he could have another Herald of Erudition, theoretically, and it would be buffed by the Pierce, but the problem with that is that Adam has so many Figments now that he could cover that pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, there's Ward 4 on the board just with Soraya herself.
Ravages is a legal target for Rebirth right now, right?
It's still on the chain, right?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay.
All right, so he was asking if he could grab that Herald of Ravages that was played earlier with Rebirth, but because it's still on the chain,
nice graveyard.
that is not something that can happen. You would have to break the chain. In the link step.
In the link step, yes. by passing with no player taking a game action. So I think this Pierce reality actually is going to be really huge here. It means that Barrett for the rest of the game can hold small 2-card hands and still present absurd numbers like, 2-card 9s even on a Red Herald. He also, with the 1 card left in his hand, is choosing to awaken Aegis and attack.
Attack, Soraya, banishing.
Banishing, making 2 Spectral Shields.
Yeah, the Spectral Shields
but hold on. Adam still has access to his Figment of Ravages. Aegis might never make it to the attack step. If Soraya dies in the layer step, because Adam gets his own Figment and targets himself and lets Soraya die to his own arcane damage, there is no attack trigger on Aegis.
Yes, because there would be no legal target for the attack.
Right.
So there is an opportunity where Adam could say, hey, I'm just going to deny you. And that would be a very big deal because not only are those Spectral Shields additional health for Barrett, and he's already low, but that's also technically 4 damage with that double Merciful Retribution on the board.
A huge source of arcane damage that would make Adam have a hard time keeping Figments alive for the rest of the game. Of course, there's a bit of a deficit. Adam has 3 to Barrett's 2, but those Merciful Retributions, if Barrett can find a source of Spectral Shields, you're going to do a lot of work in order to delete Adam's stock of Figments very quickly.
Now, let me go a step further. If the attack is interrupted because there's no legal target and the attack trigger never happens, the go again doesn't resolve either.
The go again also does not resolve.
Lose the action point there, and that would stop Barrett's entire turn in his tracks.
All right.
We're going to start with a Halo activation.
Well, we have to ask the question, is Figment of Ravages the top card of the deck? It's happened twice today. It could happen again.
And
it wasn't. It was a Herald.
We didn't see the deep sigh. Both players kind of smiling, knowing exactly what they both went through. Again, both of them had a very rough initial quarterfinals matchup where they had to kind of claw back. Adam against a good Levia player.
But even better, because Barrett doesn't have access to Spell Void and doesn't have any resources to pitch the Null Rune, Adam doesn't have to destroy his own Soraya. He can just kill the attacking Aegis with the 1 arcane damage.
Yeah. That
so Aegis is drawn, and Adam still has Soraya. This game is starting to look like a precarious position for Barrett.
And it would appear that putting his own Ravages in Soul might be coming back to haunt him because, as you rightfully pointed out earlier, he doesn't have that option.
Yeah.
Very prophetic of you to talk about how important that is in this matchup, to have Adam essentially stop Barrett's entire turn in his tracks, continue to push the advantage here. He has a massive board state, an incredible health lead.
Oh,
He's now flipping Bologna.
And so what Adam can actually do now is attack with Bologna using an attack trigger with that last soul that he has, so that both angels will be attacking for 5 this turn. It means that Barrett is going to have a hard time keeping cards for the rest of the game.
Now, I was going to say, is it worth it to use that for the thing, or do you just want to draw cards with Soraya?
Well, I think it really depends on if he has Heralds in hand already that he's happy with attacking with.
I mean, he started with Soraya, so I have to assume that he is looking for more juice in the hand.
Barrett asking for the pause. There might be an Arclight Sentinel here. Interestingly, we've seen none of those resolved on either side of the board yet. It is Barrett's out to stay alive in this game, but it also, ALS would be Adam's way to close the game out, to say, listen, I'm going to keep developing my board state, and you're not going to be able to interact with me, and that's how I'm going to find these last 5 points of life.
And it would also, not that it would matter because it would likely be shutting the turn down, but would also command at least the 2 resources that are floating from Adam as well, because the ALS would trigger the Mercifuls. And there it is. There is the Arclight Sentinel.
The whole hand to do it. Okay, so Barrett is going to fall to 1 because there's nothing to defend that Soraya attack with. Adam still wants to draw. I see a Soul Shield. I see a Grip of Heralds. So Herald is going to have to go at Arclight Sentinel, and Adam's going to have to be careful to hold 2 resources back for the Merciful Retribution damage. But outside of that, he's going to go into next turn cycle with not 1 but 2 angels on the board and a 5-card hand.
Arclight.
2 arcane at you.
Okay.
So he's got the the floating resources.
Yep.
I'm going to drop with you on your turn.
Sure, give me 1 second.
So Adam choosing to arsenal, I believe, a red Wartune Herald here.
Arsenal, good.
And importantly, no soul, so there's no attack triggers unless you can find something like a Genesis. But, you know, you have 2 angels on the board and your opponent is passing.
And Barrett has already said, hey, I'm just drawing up on my turn, so he already put the 4 cards ready to go so that they can speed to essentially the next Adam turn. So if you are watching at home, no, Adam is not time walking and taking 2 turns here. We are just speeding through and...
Yeah, what happened? I thought Barrett played the time walk, so he's supposed to take 2 turns in a row, right?
Yeah. I said we're going to start with that red Wartune, as you had rightfully pointed out, was arsenaled. So this is going to be 7 with go again.
7 with go again, Barrett has to full block it. I mean, he can give a 3 block and 1 Figment Awaken, but after that, he's going to have to be getting creative in how he's blocking out the rest of the damage on this turn.
Yeah, it's really important to note that this has an on-hit that is not listed on the card at the moment, which is death.
Yes.
It turns out. If it connects for 1 damage, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so block 3 and ward 4 leaves Barrett with 2 cards in hand. Unfortunately, Adam on board has 4 into 4.
And rightfully acknowledging that, so we're going to have to give up the Vestige here and a 3 block. We have 4 again. Or just the Erudition. Yeah, the 5 dominate with no figments left. And Adam is going to successfully get the victory and move on to the finals.
So we have Adam versus Joshua in the finals. Prism versus Kano. We started round 1 in this event with Adam on coverage, and he'll be in the last round as well, interestingly.
You know what? I would feel really good if I was Barrett. It always feels bad when your tournament ends, but you made it to the top 8. But also, when you look at the games that were on the broadcast today, some really bad luck. If we're being entirely honest and objective here, he had an incredibly rough hand a couple of times in his quarterfinals match, and then here with the Light of Soul catching that Ravages, it is, you know.
But despite all that bad luck, he has piloted incredibly. I mean, taking the win out of that Zen game was like truly masterful. Prism piloting.
100%.
So really, really great performance from him, of course, to even get this far.
Well, with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and take one final look at the bracket to see how we got to where we are. Again, we're going to have Joshua Borger on Kano facing off against Adam Franze on Prism for the winner of this 5K Classic constructed, and it's also a Pro Quest Plus here at the RealmFest in New Jersey. I am really excited to see this particular matchup because you hear a lot about Kano into Prism.
You do. It's not nearly as bad as it used to be. We saw Joshua Borger with some 7-power attacks. I have a feeling those are going to play quite the role in this upcoming finals matchup.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I also think that this is very the turn 0 is going to be so important.
Yes,
my brain is going faster than my mouse because I'm so excited about the possibilities. This is going to be 2 heroes that have access to so many things you can do at instant speed. They both like taking advantage of windows of opportunity when your other player passes priority. And so I think that this is either going to be the sort of game where the first 1 to 2 turns are all fireworks, or we're going to be in for a heavyweight bout.
Yeah. Well, the finals with Joshua Borger and Adam Franze are coming to you soon. In addition to a giveaway, we will a giveaway, not just a giveaway for the 50K invite. We will have that and the finals for you soon. Catch you then.
Hey everybody, just wanted to jump on and give a quick update. So the Blitz Battle Hardened is in their last round of Swifts right now. The top 8 will get underway pretty soon. Hopefully it lines up right after the finals of this event ends. And then we can just roll on through with coverage and at least show the top 8 of the Blitz Battle Hardened just as like a fun little bonus, because why not? Casters are probably going to get swapped around at that point because a bunch of people need to leave. But still, it'll be cool to show some Blitz. In the meantime, I have the meta breakdown. I'm working on the graphic. But just to announce the meta breakdown of the Blitz Battle Hardened, there's some people in the chat asking about it. There were 45 players, 6 rounds. We've got kind of an interesting breakdown. Get this. It's not in any... I guess it's in reverse alphabetical order because I'm going to just, hop the bubble real quick. There are 12 Zen. 12 Zen, and we'll work our way up. There are 12 Zen in this 45-player Blitz Battle Hardened, then 5 Victor, then 1 Azuri, then 3 Rhinar, then 1 Prism Advent of Thrones, then 3 Levia, then 1 Old KO, 1 New KO, 1 Emperor, 1 Data Doll, 5 Dash, 4 Briar, 1 Bravo, 1 Bolton, 4 Blaze, and 1 Arachne Solitary Confinement. So out of the 45 players, 12 Zen, right? But then if you look at the other breakdowns, it's a lot of aggro still at the top with Briar and Dash also up there. And then Victor as the kind of interesting bit of color in that top deck breakdown. I don't really know how Victors are built in Blitz these days, but if one of them makes the top 8, then we would love to probably take a look at it. So we don't have the top 8 of that yet. They're playing their last round. I'll get the graphic made up. I have to do it a bit more manually because I was not ready for Blitz Heroes. But there you go for anyone who's asking. That is the Blitz breakdown. With that, we'll get the casters back in the booth because the finals are ready to start in just a few, probably another little 3-minute bumper. We'll be right back after that.
Hello and welcome back to the RealmFest here in New Jersey. I am once again Charm3r, joined on the desk with Rhea Adams, and we are getting ready to show you the finals of this 5K Classic Constructed ProQuest Plus, and it's going to be between Joshua Borger on Kano and Adam Franze on Prism, and this is going to be, I think, a bit of a barn burner.
Yes.
I'm really excited.
Things are going to happen very quickly, very slowly. I expect few turns stretched over a long time.
Yes, I think that's a great way to put it. It's going to be one of those things where they kind of pause time and then they do their Matrix Kung Fu at bullet time speed. But there's other things that are going to be happening as well. Because this is the finals and because this is, of course, a Realm event, there's going to be giveaways, including an invite to their $50,000 invitational tournament that will take place at the end of the year. And the way that you enter into that is you are active in chat during finals. That's it. That's all you got to do. You just got to put something in chat, preferably something along the lines of Rhea Adams is my favorite caster of all time.
I mean, that's just an objective fact, right?
Right, exactly. I mean, if you're going to put some in chat, it should be factual. And then you will be entered for that giveaway. We will then announce the winner of the giveaway after the finals conclude. So obviously stick around for that. Don't go anywhere. But yes, I am really, really excited to see whether we crown Kano or Prism as the victor. I think going into this, we both kind of thought maybe this might be a Zen metagame, but no.
Yeah, one in the top 8 and immediately eliminated by Prism, which we saw, dominate in the last game, in the mirror, of course.
All right, well, with that in mind, are you ready?
I am beyond ready.
Are you sure? Because we're going whether you're ready or not.
I'm like 90% sure. I guess I have to be 100%
You have to be ready. All right, we have Joshua Borger, who is going second. Adam gets the choice because of the higher seeding here. And, one of the things that was funny, Ethan, our wonderful producer, was saying that he was setting the health totals for this, and he was kind of chuckling because it almost feels like a Blitz game. It's 30-32 to start.
Like we're starting a quarter of the way through the game. So Adam, of course, has the Northern Gloves that we saw in last round for Arcane Barrier 1. And that's it as far as Arcane Barrier goes. Of course, the Figments being Ward 4 are going to put in a lot of work in this game. Empyrean Rapture, in a pinch, can be Arcane Barrier once, kind of. It has that ability, pay a resource, give it Ward 1. And Halo of Illumination, which we've seen used to middling effect today after some of those unfortunate draws, probably going to be used for Spell Void too. But here, this is a really critical turn 0 play from Adam, getting a Pierce Reality on the board, going to make his Heralds, which he's playing fewer reds, even more difficult for Kano to block, which means more Figments later in the game.
And then on the other side, Joshua Borger with that turn 0 Kano activation does find a Potion of Deja Vu. Another thing that I would like to point out is the Spectral Shields that are available, because we do have, of course, the Figment that can create Spectral Shields, and then when it becomes an Angel, that's another way that you can prevent some of that arcane damage.
Also important to note the Waning Moon from Joshua here. Much more efficient at clearing ward on Angels away before you resolve more important on-hit effects like Aether Flare or Aether Wildfire even.
Yes, the Waning Moon, because you can activate it as an instant, and because of the presence of just the Arcane Barrier 1, and obviously you have the Spell Void on the Halo, but once that's gone, and right out of the gate, we're going to go with Fireworks.
But we can't see what the hand is.
I said before, hey, I think this might start hot, and it's as hot as it gets when you start with Aether Wildfire for 4 here.
Now, importantly, this is on Joshua's turn, so this is quote-unquote vanilla arcane damage. Aether Wildfire only has the text about bumping future arcane sources if it's played on the opponent's turn. But regardless, 4 damage is a lot of life when Prism starts at 32. So Adam's going to have to be considerate about, is it worth pitching a card just to preserve a little bit of life on Joshua's turn?
If you were in Adam's position, does this tell you anything about the rest of Joshua's hand? Because you would traditionally think about Aether Wildfire as being a key combo piece, and if he's playing 1, is it possible that he has multiples and he's looking to arsenal another, or do you think that this is going to be a case of just not going for a big combo and kind of playing for a second stack almost?
I think it's an extreme tell that the rest of Joshua's hand is also straight gas, because not only is there Aether Wildfire being played, but he pitched a Lesson in Lava, which is also a power card, in order to play this Wildfire. We haven't been able to see what yet is the other 2 cards in Josh's hand, but I expect a premium arsenal this turn. And with that Potion of Deja Vu already on the field, and no Figments out for Adam yet, Joshua might be able to find a lot of damage very quickly and make this a very real game.
And I think that's what you need to do. Ultimately, both players capable of
we can see.
Both players capable of some pretty big turns, but I said before, I think there might be a lot of fireworks up front because that is really the window for Joshua. As you pointed out, once those heralds start coming, they can become that Ward 4, but also it's even further exacerbated by the presence of Pierce Reality because it's that much harder for Joshua to block out.
Yeah, Kano's best option to win this game is to go off in the first literal turn or 2 before any Figments hit the board. Adam, of course, pitching Figment of Erudition, one of the strongest Figments in his deck, on that turn. And look at that. Joshua is passing without activating the Waning Moon. Not only did he probably just arsenal a good card, he probably has a really good card in his hand that he sandbagged there,
and it was probably a red.
Yeah, probably so. All right, Adam a bit flooded with Figments, it looks like. He just pitched his second from his hand of 4 cards. But this is going to be a Herald of Protection for 8. Go again. On hit, get a Figment. 7 power Popper. Who cares about Pierce Reality plus 2 when you have a Popper to block the whole card?
All right, so Phantasmal Footsteps being activated, and that might be the first time, at least while I've been on the broadcast, that I've seen the Footsteps get activated, and it was against Kano of all people.
Against Kano of all things. Of course, Herald of Triumph, a bit harder to pop. If there's another Fighting Spirit available to Joshua, he can still get there.
All right, so now we get
Looks like we're finally with Kano cards. There was a Tome of Fjendel.
Looked like a Spindle.
Yep. All right, Adam is going to get that all-important first Ward Figment on the board. This will make a Ponder token, so he'll still be able to have an arsenal after this turn. Be curious to see if he wants to awaken this for free with Rapture.
And we're going to wait.
Yes,
he does.
We want 4 life.
Yep. And so Soraya is alive and active, and then as there's some passing, we're now going to resolve the Ponder as well.
So
is there ever, I was about to say, outside of Light of Soul, is there ever a card that you don't immediately arsenal there?
The Figments are quite bad to put in arsenal.
Okay.
I do think something like a Genesis or a Tome of Divinity, which you might have in for the high roll, could be quite dangerous to arsenal as well. Oh, and this is interesting. So a red Aether Flare into a Waning Moon before the flare resolves means that with only access to Arcane Barrier 1, Soraya is probably going to be destroyed by the Waning Moon, which is what makes it so much more powerful than Crucible in this matchup.
The only way that it wouldn't be would be if you decided to give up your Halo's Spell Void in this situation, correct?
Yes, which tends to be the primary use case for Halo is using Spell Void 2 in this matchup, but typically you save it for a turn when you are going offensive with 2 Heralds in the same time, and not for one of these earlier, like, trading, chipping back and forth turns.
Yeah, I definitely would be shocked if that was the use case here, but I did just want to remind that it is Spell Void 2 there, so a little bit of chip damage here represented, the first covered up by the Angel Soraya, and so now this Aether Flare is still threatening 3, and that's going to be followed up with a Kindle. Kindle will draw the card.
And importantly, has the opportunity to buff the Aether Flare, which will be the next source of arcane damage to resolve on the turn. Adam's saying, no damage prevention. Let me have 4. I bet that you don't have something to play afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, there is the 1 card in hand, but I think that's a pretty safe bet. It would be rather punishing if Joshua did have an opportunity to do something there, though, just because it would get a big buff. Aether Flare
and Joshua not arsenaling. If that isn't to tell that he just drew a Popper, I don't know what is. And exactly, it's a red Fjendel's Fighting Spirit.
And so
So a bit face up what's trying to happen here since there wasn't an arsenal.
And you pitch the Genesis here so you have the floating for your Footsteps. I know it's turned sideways, but that was from the previous turn, so that is still active to get you your action point back.
Joshua actually thinking about if he wants to pop or if he wants to maybe play this Fyendal's Fighting Spirit.
I don't think that was. I honestly think that was a bit of an eye roll.
Okay.
I think that was more of a like this hand is not getting any better, right? Because early on, you and I had posited that the wildfire being played meant that he might have gas. I think it's the other problem. I think that it's instead he's just getting all of the defensive stuff instead of finding the combos, and he's lamenting that Adam is finding the time to set up. And it's going to have to be blocked out here. It's a gaze and a dart to cover that.
And while Joshua is doing a good job at keeping the Herald Onslaught off for now, he will run out of poppers eventually.
Yeah, I think, again, that was more of an eye roll to say, like, I would rather draw these poppers as a way to stop a turn and then go off. And that was ultimately not the case. So Joshua spends the turn just arsenaling and drawing up, and we are back to Adam, who is going to, again, start with this pumped-up Herald because that early Pierce Reality is just showing how powerful it is, turning this blue into still a 7, or I was not a blue.
This is a red. This is about to be 9 power.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the pop-up on the right there on the screen. So yeah, this is a red. So this is 9.
9 power, not even trying to block it from Joshua's side. We're going to go get a Figment, and Adam still has 3 cards available to keep this turn rolling.
Yeah, if you don't have a popper, you're stuck committing 3 cards from your hand there, and then they still have free reign off the go again to continue to pressure you. If Adam were to connect with something like an Erudition after that point, it would be an absolute nightmare for Joshua. So
So Adam just considering what's in his hand before he commits to which Figment he wants to get. There is something interesting that can happen here. If he has access to a second Herald and that also hits, he can really get ahead on board state where he has 2 Figments available. One of them is Awakened, and one of them is on demand, can be flipped, kind of like an arcane defense reaction at will. Really pondering, there's options to get the Figment of Protection. There's, of course, the Figment of Ravages is much more lenient in its use case in this matchup because your opponent doesn't have attack actions that they're pointing at angels.
Does ultimately get the protection, so we're also going to get that Spectral Shield on top of it. Now, because he was spending so much time deciding there, do you think that's a bit of a tell that perhaps he doesn't have the second Herald to continue searching?
I think so. He might be stuck with something like another Pierce Reality in hand and trying to consider if it's too late in the game to develop one of those, because it is, while it's very powerful, it's very tempo negative to play a Spectra that doesn't actually attack Kano. We actually can take a look. He does have access to another Herald, but it's just a blue. Instead, we're going to Awaken Aegis first, get a little bit more of a life cushion before Kano tries to pop off.
And so this, with the Awakening, represents a total of Ward 5 on the board. So Adam now kind of comfortably at 30, but even more so, and I think the more important thing about Ward is that it also prevents any of the amplification effects of Kano.
Oh, interesting. He's choosing to attack with Aegis, and he's turning on the ward on Empyrean Rapture, it looks like.
Oh, so that was probably why he was spending so much time deciding, because I think he said, hey, this Herald I am sitting on isn't that great, so I would rather just use this offensively, and if it's going to get popped here anyway, that's fine because I'll have made him use resources.
So Aegis is dying to that Emeritus Scalding that was found on the top there. Adam having to pass with a card in hand. But still, Ward 1 on the field, and that Pierce Reality, which is very important in terms of continuing the pressure against this Kano.
And so Joshua is saying, hey, I'm going to dig a little bit deeper here.
All right.
So kind of health total a little. Should be a gaining of 3 here total because there was the 1 card left in the hand, if I remember correctly. And it looked like it was one of those combo pieces that you were looking for. I thought I saw a Blazing in there.
Yeah. It does look like there's a Blazing Aether in his hand. This is quite scary, though. You know, 17 to 25 with no ward on the board. Whenever Kano is near his opponent's life total, that typically means Kano is close to being in the lead, if not winning the game.
So we're going to start with this Waning Moon for 2, likely just trying to get rid of that Spectral Shield. I think Joshua knows I have to keep this as clear as possible from prevention effects so that when I do draw a little bit better, I'll have to do less cleanup before my big burst.
Cannot be understated how important those poppers in the first 2 turns of the game were to really slow Prism down. That's how we get to a board state like this where Kano is, actually chipping down the life total.
All right, so we are going to actually pitch the energy potion to activate Kano and
leaving that on top.
Leaving it on top. I was just about to say, didn't like what we saw.
So Aether Arc, just one arcane going to be prevented with the resources Adam has floating. And we go into his turn. I'm going to guess we're starting with a Herald.
Yeah, now this one, it does appear, is a blue. So this is going to be that blue war tune from before. So this one is 7, counting the Pierce Reality, but it does have Go again. It's always nice when your blues are, you pay 1 and it's 7 Go again.
Well, that's kind of the power of Pierce Reality is it turns the worst Heralds in your deck into breakpoints. The blues become 7s, which can't just put 2/3 blocks in front of. Joshua's saying no blocks. Okay.
Well, we thought that we had saw a Blazing Aether, which I assume is what is in the arsenal now for Joshua. And so letting that one through, this next attack I think is going to tell us a lot about Joshua's hand. It's either that he is still on the defensive end, and he's going to try to survive, but lets that first one through because of the awkward breakpoint, or it might be that he's just trying to get Adam to commit resources to being offensive, kind of smelling blood in the water, right? Sometimes you go low as Kano because you know your opponent's going to empty their hand trying to finish you, but then that also means they don't have the resources available to, pay for Arcane Barrier, play that Oasis Respite, etc. In Adam's case, it's less of a concern just because you only have the AB1 anyway. Your Spell Void on your Halo you don't have to pay for.
Right.
But it is something that Josh is going to have to make a decision about rather soon because at 10 health, the clock is ticking.
Yes, I think it's actually interesting. So Adam's going to get a Figment here, Figment of War, buff up the next Herald attack. Now, there's going to be a temptation to use Rapture to immediately flip this. I wonder if you're supposed to wait until later in the turn in case Kano does try to present a real arcane threat and maybe taps out of resources so he can't activate Waning Moon. I think Adam is actually considering exactly that right now. Is it the correct time to awaken this Figment?
Yeah, the timing windows in this matchup are not just based on, the instance that you're playing, but it's also on when you're spending your resources.
Yes.
That is such an important piece of this puzzle.
Really considering he has 1 card left in hand, 1 card in Arsenal. I believe the card in Arsenal is a Herald. So he has the potential to attack once more this turn. Probably can't threaten lethal.
All right, so we are going to do the activation here. Turn on Bologna.
Which, typically a very powerful attack trigger in this matchup, probably going to be 2 to 4 life. And then just passing the turn with a card in hand and a card in arsenal. Interesting.
Yeah, I think that he wanted to save that card in hand in case there was an answer, and he was potentially trying to bait it. And if it didn't happen, then you say, okay, well, I'm still net +4 with the ward. You also save the courage token.
All right, well, here's a draw 2 from Kano. Going to be able to keep the pressure up a little bit, and that's a fistful of blues.
Yeah, so just a draw 2, and it's going to be a Kano activation and likely a Waning Moon at some point here as well. Energy Potion is a pretty decent find for Joshua, though. Energy Potion, of course, costs 0 and now makes that Waning Moon active.
A bit resource inefficient right now because you spent 3 resources, you get 2 back. But very important to set up a potentially more lethal kill turn later in the game.
Yeah, because Joshua was unable to go off so early, we're now at the point where you almost kind of have to commit to going over the top. I think at this stage you're going to assume that Adam will have some form of ward plus that Spell Void that I'm going to have to go on top of, whether that means, a double Wildfire, but we have already spent one of them. There's only 2 left in the deck. Or more likely a Wildfire into like a double Blazing turn is the more likely path, but
There also is one red Aether Flare left. Obviously, this one is the second one that's been resolved. That can, in a pinch, serve as kind of a mini wildfire, especially when your opponent is at a lower life total, like 25. A lower life total, you know, more than half of their starting life.
An Aether Flare is like a little spark as opposed to the full wildfire, you know? So, a little bit of thought process going on here because the waning moon is at least threatening to clean up the Bologna.
Yes. And then Adam has to decide, is it worth pitching on this turn? Is there a follow-up to the Aether Flare? Because if there is, pitching one yellow card can prevent 3 damage. If there isn't, he's throwing a card away for 1 damage prevention, which is far from ideal.
And so he is just going to allow this to clean up Bologna. And we're going to follow that up with a
on the
Kindle.
flare.
Okay, so this is actually incredibly relevant because you draw a card. We, again, think that there's a blazing in the arsenal, but this Kindle means that the flare is going to be for 4 now with the amp effect, and if you have something worthwhile to follow this up.
Also, the second time this game that we've seen a kindled flare, actually. Joshua doing a good job of just consistently trying to chip down during his action phase for a later combo turn, going tall over the top, like you said.
Yeah, you have to at least posture like you have more. Again, the card in hand could get buffed by this Aether Flare, and even if it's something maybe like an Aether Spindle, you might consider doing it if it's buffed by the Flare, and that would likely mean committing the Energy Potion, but I think the payoff would be worth it because you do have to get likely a little bit more chip damage on Adam before you're in range with your combo.
Now, was this Aether Flare from the top of the deck or from hand using an action point? I'm not sure. It's been quite a long term. You know, only 4 cards.
Well, I was
so
looking
far.
at the pitch. I thought that this was from hand. I thought this was the action point.
Looking for an instant off the top, so
yeah, does find one. Okay.
All right, so that'll be a zap for 5, buffed by the Aether Flare for 4 that connected for full damage.
And you were able to do that without having to use the Energy Potion as well, because again, if you ran into something that had a cost, then you would have to weigh that. But you get to save the potion. You still have all of your equipment. You also have the Potion of Deja Vu, likely that Blazing sitting in the arsenal, and you have now chipped Adam all the way down to 16.
Yeah. And just like that, Adam is in Kano kill range, to be quite honest, especially with the D-Pot and an E-Pot.
You are sending another blue Herald here, but because of both the Pierce Reality and the Courage token, this is a casual 8 with Go again. But
there's another popper.
Instead of finding combo potential, we have the popper, and because it is the Findall's Fighting Spirit, Joshua also gets the benefit of gaining 1 health.
Yep. Getting an action point back with Footsteps, of course. Adam really needs to be able to continue the pressure here with another Herald, or else things are going to get ugly quickly.
Well, so this is also interesting. Yeah, you're down a card because you used the popper, but if Adam overextends and doesn't have further resources, there could be a window where Josh tries to go off because 16 is very reachable.
Library of Lana with 2 yellows in the pitch zone. All right, Adam saying, listen, kill me right now or else I have 5 cards next turn.
Yeah, I was thinking there might be a decision.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
No blues in hand, a Nourishing Emptiness, a Blazing, and a Wildfire.
So you have your combo pieces, but no way to pay for it. We do have 1 Energy Potion, technically the Spell Fray, but...
And the Nourishing Emptiness isn't even online. There's 3 attack actions in the graveyard. This is a nightmare hand for Joshua. I'm stunned.
And yeah, he has to let it go. And so Adam is going to end up with 5 cards plus the card in Arsenal here. Joshua is going to be kind of stuck. He might have to actually blow this Energy Potion and throw the Nourishing just to get it out of his hand.
Yeah, we're not...
hold those combo pieces and then try to go off on the following turn.
Yeah, going to be hard to combo off through Adam's Arcane Barrier 1, Spell Void 2, and then Ward 1 on Empyrean Rapture, though. Of course, even without Figments available, that's a lot of damage prevention to get through when your opponent has 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, but it would be a whole lot easier to potentially combo off. Like I said, if you use this potion and you send Nourishing, even if it's not live, it's a 2 for 6.
It is a 2 for 6.
6 is not irrelevant.
6 is a lot of damage at this stage in the game.
And like I said, if you're trying to set yourself up for just trying to go over the top, if you've got Double Blazing and Wildfire, you just need to find blues.
Yeah. They're also, and I think you may have sniffed out the line here. It might be Energy Potion into Nourishing Emptiness.
Because otherwise, you have to get rid of one of your combo pieces as well, pitching into something. It's not going to feel great. So I do think that that's what we're going to see. Just trying to get the chip damage in and knowing, hey, if I got Wildfire and Double Blazing, I just need to draw blues here and catch Adam overcommitting a bit. This might be a position where Joshua can also, if I'm being honest, catch Adam in a position of hubris, if you will, right?
Potentially.
You'd be feeling pretty good if you had a library and a Pierce Reality and an arsenal and a 5-card hand and all of your equipment. So maybe there's a misstep that occurs.
Absolutely. So yeah, this is the 4th popper that we've seen. Of course, these players got to see each other's lists beforehand, so Adam's doing the mental math. How likely is Joshua to have one more popper in the next hand, even 2 more poppers?
Well, and this being the 4th, I don't remember seeing Joshua's list, but I believe it's the final because I think it's a 1 of on Nourishing, and then the Fyandals would come in as the additional poppers, but the Nourishing was normally for the Kano mirror, right? So unless he's also running something outside of just the Fighting Spirits, right? Maybe perhaps he's running even more. I would imagine 4 is all of them. And so he wants to check out Footsteps, but yes, you would lose Footsteps in this instance
if it's blocked.
If it's blocked, unless you were to play a Parable at instant speed, right? Take it below 6.
Parable of Humility would work. Also, infamously questionable card versus Kano.
Well, I'm just
you are
options.
Technically correct. The best kind of correct.
Listen, when I play against Kano, I want his attack actions to be worth less, okay?
Yes.
We've seen 4 of them.
We have, which is about 400% more than most Kanos.
Probably 4,000% more.
You're totally right.
Infinite more when it's normally 0, but...
all right. I think Adam is agreeing to take the damage, so he's down to 10 with 6-card hand available.
It's not the position you want to be in, but I will say I think that's probably the best possible outcome that Joshua could have hoped for.
Oh my god, is this Wildfire Double Blazing in Joshua's hand? That's a Light of Soul.
All right, so Light of Soul here, and we're going to Cindering Foresight.
Oh, so Joshua's going to get to dig for exactly what he wants to see. That's a Kindle and 2 blues on top with a Wildfire and a Blazing.
All right. Yeah, takes the deep sigh. He's doing the same thing that I was just doing.
Time for the Kano math. Now's when the real wizard playing happens.
All right, so you have exactly 1 blue. And you also have the Spellfire, but you also
not a lot of resources.
But you have the Kindle, which could maybe draw you 1 deeper.
Right. We know that there's 2 blues on top that the Kindle could draw.
We also know we have the Potion of Deja Vu. So once you get some of them pitched, you could do that to guarantee you get a blue if you need one. You have the Ragamuffin to maybe do a switcheroo as well.
Yeah, potentially get that Kindle in hand.
So this is
actually the only way to, right? Because otherwise it is a brick off of the top, being an instant and not a non-attack action like Kano cares about.
Right. So there is a lot of considerations here for Joshua as far as just getting the resources. He has the tools. It's just, can he pay for it, right?
Yeah. I mean, with 4 resources available, I don't know that he can. At the most, that's playing Wildfire buffs, but there's no math to get the Blazing in there.
Yeah, he really just needs a little more. I mean, even if you're considering things like breaking Stormstriders or etc., those cost resources as well.
We might see cracking the E-Pot on last turn to play the Nourishing come back to bite him.
Well, I mean, it may, but I also don't think that there was any other option. I think it's more so that his follow-up top deck, he really just needed 2 blues.
Yeah, really
Unfortunately, this Cindering Foresight.
All right, so we are maybe going to do a Deja Vu play here.
Possibly. The other thing to consider is, again, he's been sitting on that arsenal for a long time, and I believe that's another Blazing Aether. So he might be okay with pitching this, knowing that he has the other one.
Yeah. So there's a Wildfire. Can kindle it.
Yep, kindle
plus
the draw.
Cinderace Foresight, and you can, assuming that's a blue, which he just got to opt them. He can, he can crack the D-pot and put the Blazing Aether on top, pitch the blue to activate Kano, but this Wildfire will be for 4, 5, 6 is 12. Adam has enough Arcane Barrier Prevention to live through this, I'm pretty sure. Spell Void 2 plus AB1 by itself will deal 3 from this.
Yes, but again, with Deja Vu available, you've got Cloak and 2 resources.
So you can play that Blazing in the pitch zone.
And then you just have to...
But what's the follow-up after that?
Yeah, you'd need one more resource to then crack the Stormstriders and play the one in your arsenal.
Yeah. I don't know that this is going to be enough damage. Like short by 1 or 2 damage.
Or just one resource.
Yeah, or one
like literally one resource.
The eternal Wizard's complaint. Oh, 1 resource short.
This is such a close game.
It's a nail biter.
This is such a close game for the finals.
I think Adam is maybe considering activating the ward on Empyrean Rapture here. You know, there is an out here. If Joshua has a Tome of Aetherwind and Arsenal to Stormstriders and draw more cards, that's a way to generate resources.
Yeah, that would... any sort of draw mechanic there would be a help, but as I said before, I'm relatively certain it's another Blazing. We saw the one in hand.
Okay.
We never saw it pitched, and it was many, many turns ago, but I think he's been sitting on it ever since.
Adam, considering his options in terms of preventing arcane damage on this turn.
If you know you're 1 resource short, is there also a world where, depending on how this goes, if it is a Blazing in the arsenal, like I suspect, you instead blind Kano with the Spellfire and hope you hit one of your Tome of Aetherwinds to keep going?
Yeah, I think that might be the only out here, because face up, there's not enough damage prevention. Or there's not enough damage.
So the question is Tome the only out, or would Gaze the Aces do it, because that would get a blue back into your hand once it resolves?
It could. All right, so we're seeing Empyrean Rapture Ward being activated, and Spell Void 2, and Arcane Barrier 1. Wildfire only connects for 2. Waning Moon also dealing 2. And then Spellfire Cloak could...
Waning Moon should be for 3, because it's on Adam's turn.
It is, yes, you're right, 3. So that would put Adam to 5, and then with Spellfire Cloak and Stormstriders, Blazing Aether can also deal 5 if this Waning Moon goes through unblocked. Adam has 2 cards left in hand. Oh, this game is far from over, because even if this Ravages fully connects, it only puts Joshua to 8 and 9. It only puts Joshua to 2.
I was going to say, he might have said, you know what, maybe the game plan is that I don't kill Adam, but I just make him spend so much that I don't die.
Yeah.
And then if I get to draw back up, like if he gets to draw back up and he still has Stormstriders, then he's right back in it.
Yeah. Adam is going to have to pitch more this turn to stay alive. And if he doesn't have a follow-up afterwards...
Right, so he AB's one of that, and he's taking 2 from the Waning Moon.
Taking 2 from the Waning Moon.
Oh, no, you didn't. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so Blazing now just coming in for 4, threatening to put Adam to 2 from the 6 that he'll fall to right now.
All right, so he is still going to do it.
Yeah. Blazing for... Oh, it's 6 because of Aether Wildfire.
Right.
So Adam just barely dodging death at 1 life.
1 card in hand?
Yes.
So 1 card in hand, but again, I think Joshua just...
Oh my gosh, it resource perfect to stay alive. Now the question is, does Adam have any outs to stay alive? Like, can he play another Herald this turn? After this Herald of Ravages resolves, if Adam can attack 1 more time,
I mean, he's got 1 card in hand and 1 card in arsenal. So
if the arsenal is a Herald,
it's
Adam's game to
incredibly
win.
open, available. But if not, Joshua will have a window because with AB1 only there, even just a waning moon, like you could literally play an energy pot and waning moon and close it out. So
I mean, this game I believe is going to come down to, is it a Herald in Adam's arsenal?
Oh well, no, the Herald connects though, so he's going to get a Figment,
right? But there's no free awakening anymore. Rapture was destroyed when it prevented the
no free awakening. But could he use the card in hand
to awaken, but not attack and awaken on the same pitch card?
Oh, because it would be 4 total invested.
4 total resources.
So no light blue enough to get there. Wow.
Yeah.
Again, both players just wishing when they had one more resource.
Ravages put Joshua to 1, but 1 is not 0.
1 is that both players at 1. Adam says, "Look, that arcane damage looks fun. I want to get involved."
What is in Adam's arsenal in hand?
You know what? This also gives Adam an interesting out, where if this 1 damage connects, and it should because there's no resources, if Adam were to have a situation,
not slamming it. I don't think he has it.
If Adam were to have a situation, I don't think the Mercifuls are still in his deck, but if he had a situation where he could play 1 and then also a Spectral Shield, the Spectral Shield trigger from Merciful kills the opponent before they die from damage. I know this because I have died to it several times as a Guardian into Prism, and it hurts.
Yeah,
but theoretically, that is also a path for Adam.
Adam is pitching a yellow to awaken Sacrum. That is...
Well, it's Ward.
Yeah.
That helps.
Oh, but the Arsenal was a passing Mirage.
Okay, so the Ward at least protects you from the Waning Moon death.
Yeah.
Right? So just playing conservative.
For you know... But also, Joshua can put that blue Aether Flare and Sap and Blazing Aether on top of his deck and know almost exactly what he's going to draw next turn. Because even if you just activate Metacarpus nodes on blue Aether Flare and blue Zap, that's 2 sources of 2, and Adam is out of Figments to awaken and prevent more than 1 instance of arcane damage at a time.
Yeah. So he's going to draw 5 here, though, from the library, so he gets to go a little bit deeper.
Oh no, we used Metacarpus last turn. We used Metacarpus last turn on the Aether Wildfire. So Joshua just
we didn't have Crucible to do the pump.
Yeah, Joshua just put a pile of 1 power arcane spells on the top of his deck.
Well, again, just kind of hoping, like, I throw 1 and then I Waning Moon, and eventually, hopefully you run out of angels, but...
Adam has a Genesis in hand. That's a way to survive a little bit of arcane damage, making Spectral Shields.
Right.
Oh my goodness, what a roller coaster this game has been. Thinking really hard about, do I want to, put a Genesis on the field?
Can you just double check you used Metacarpus last turn? Is it actually destroyed?
I didn't. So I didn't use it, but I accidentally put it in the thing. You want me to keep it there?
I thought you had the activation.
Well, I didn't pitch for it because the Wildfire cost 2. I had 2 floating, and then
I think they're going back through on the Metacarpus.
Because I pitched the red and the blazing and the 2 blues.
I'll let you figure this out.
So I pitched that.
It's gonna end up with him anyway. Sure.
All right, so they might be taking a pause here, and this it might not seem like that big of a deal, but it's actually massive, right?
Yes.
Because being able to turn these 1s into 2s
yes,
is the difference between lethal and not. And also, Adam kind of pausing and taking this moment is also important because that might tell him what he needs to do with this Genesis or not.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because if he's in a situation where he knows he's staring down potential, 2 damage things, then the Spectral Shields might become more important because you'll need a shield and the Null Rune to stay alive.
On each of those pings of 2, yeah. Although, of course, it only works for the first one each turn.
This has been a great game.
This has, yes.
This has been an amazing game.
I will be doing something.
I can't agree with the players more. This has been an amazing game of Flesh and Blood. People talk about, it's an absolute buy for Prism, but talk about bizarre back and forth interactions that we've been seeing in this game.
Yeah, both players down to 1 in the finals.
Yeah.
Joshua Borger on Kano, Adam Franze on Prism.
It cannot get any more tense than this.
I do have a way to respond to that.
Oh, I thought you meant to Genesis.
No. I was saying second.
Oh, yeah, second, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so, of course, there is a card in Soul So Adam can start his turn by pitching to attack with Sekrom and putting the attack trigger on the stack to deal 2 arcane. Joshua, noticeably, has no arcane barrier since all of his equipment has been destroyed, pending the Metacarpus nodes that we're investigating right now. But attack triggers and wizard steps, their favorite phrase is layer step. Before that attack resolves, let's see what happens.
No, I joined in right as...
All right, so thinking through, the Aether Wildfire was originally threatening for 6, correct?
It was. One of those was from Kindle.
And he also, did he have the Cindering Foresight as well? I believe was the other...
But not on that turn, right? That was a prior...
No, it was that turn because he opted down.
Oh, you're right, because he was.
That's
how
he knew.
Thinking about the Kindle,
And
yeah.
So if it only presented 6, I don't think it was
Metacarpus was
activated.
used. No.
Because the base value is 4, obviously on Aether Wildfire, and +1/+1, so it should still be there.
So much has happened.
And
I'm letting him explain it. Like
Okay, so yeah, Metacarpus nodes are still in play. So this means a couple of things. Joshua has an outlet to increase the size of his arcane damage and potentially go over the arcane barrier 1 on Adam's side of the board. And Joshua also has arcane barrier of his own to pitch to. Metacarpus nodes say AB1 on them, which means that he can potentially dodge dying to second arcane damage.
Floating 1. Back into the Kindle. Kano resolved. Banished the blazing.
Just walking through what happened in the last turn cycle.
Does Sekrom on the attack trigger deal 1 or 2?
2.
Okay, so Metacarpus...
AB1 on Metacarpus actually would not keep you alive, at 1 life.
Yeah, I know it deals 1 when you play the Figment, obviously, but I was thinking to myself, I'm like, I think Sekrom deals 2, right? So that's actually a pretty big deal there as well. Even, with the Metacarpus there, I'm not sure that's enough to save it. It just more matters if somehow Joshua does survive. Then you could have an opportunity to...
All right,
and
and
we are going to do the
choosing
Genesis.
to play the Genesis. Pitching a Tome of Divinity and Celestial Cataclysm, both cards that do nothing except pitch for yellow at this stage in the game.
Oh, so he is just playing the Genesis and passing.
On Joshua's turn. Now we're doing to Adam's turn.
Yes. That was in your Soul from Genesis? And so now he puts the card in Soul. It's Light Illusionist, so he also gets to draw, and he makes the Spectral Shield.
Looks like 1 Herald in hand, perhaps. But really, it just comes down to, can Joshua find multiple sources of arcane damage this turn to get over the Ward 5 on the board? It's a handful of blues and a Blazing Aether.
Well, it's not Joshua's turn, though, is it?
Declare.
And he doesn't have a way to do things at instant speed.
If only there was a Kano ability to let you play cards off the top.
Oh, right.
Gotta get a little lucky.
Oh, right.
That's very lucky.
That's incredibly lucky.
That will probably be the game right there.
That is the third and final one, but
it's the final red Aether Flare,
you also know that it's coming because of the Potion of Deja Vu, right?
Yeah.
So, everything he Deja Vu is back in hand.
Yes,
okay.
He drew the blue Aether Flare, the blue
That's right.
Sap,
it was the blue Aether Flare.
and the Blazing Aether, but this red Aether Flare was blind off the top.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about if there are any outs here. Obviously, Sekrom is going to die to Waning Moon. Arcane Barrier 1 plus the Spectral Shield on the Aether Flare for 4. He's going to have to find a Figment to play from hand and Awaken. That's too many resources, I think. All right, Sekrom dies. Is there an out at this stage in the game?
I'm trying to think of what is in Adam's list that we've seen.
Arcane Barrier 1, and that's going to be the
Barrier
game.
1.
Joshua Border taking down the RealmFest with Kano, Drakai of Aether.
If there's ever a way to say, like, hey, you've earned it, it's when you do it against Prism. Of
Your
all
worst
of
matchup.
the heroes, and you do it in such a dramatic fashion.
Yeah. The 8th seed sneaking in to take the win. What an incredible play from both players. And what an upset, to be honest.
I'm literally stunned First of all, let me just say, throughout the entire RealmFest, we've had some fantastic games on the broadcast. But today in particular, the number of comebacks, the close games, and then for this one, and what is normalized, as you said before, a bye, a non-game. Instead, we have two players that duke it out, go all the way to 1 on both ends, and one player squeaks out the victory. That player, of course, Joshua Borger. Congratulations on winning the RealmFest 5K Classic Constructed and a ProQuest Plus.
And a ProQuest Plus. There's multiple amounts of prizes associated with today. Of course, a common or rare gold foil, an invite to the 50K, a hefty cash prize, right?
Yeah.
And a foil card associated with that ProQuest Plus, I believe, too.
Yeah, so just phenomenal games all the way around. I'm really excited now. So seeing what we saw at this event, I'm very excited to see what happens at ProTour Amsterdam because,
of course,
again, the talk of the town was that Zen was the best deck in the format. Obviously, changes to Bonds of Ancestry might have mitigated that a little bit, but general consensus, if you follow the Flesh and Blood community on social media and other places, has been that Zen is still the best deck. However, only one converted. It was most popular deck in the field, but only one made top 8. It was eliminated in the first round, and instead, it looked like both Kano and Prism were very well matched into the field. Yeah. And
I mean, I think what we saw was decks that came targeting that best deck. And even though, you know, they might have some weaknesses, they came prepared for the field, and they got rewarded for it. Those 7 power poppers putting in massive work for Joshua today. I mean, we got to see it in action in that Prism game.
Well, congratulations once again to Joshua, and I feel like we're forgetting something. Oh, yeah, that's right. A giveaway for an invite to that $50,000 Realm Invitational at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And as we said before, all you had to do to participate was just be active in chat during the finals, and I feel like it was a great finals to be active for because there was a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, we're going to do the old drum roll and select a winner. Ethan, our wonderful producer over there. I don't know if it's going through in the mic, but we definitely have the drum thing going.
Congratulations, Soul Eyeview, for winning the giveaway. An invite to the $50,000 Realm Invitational Tournament at the end of the year.
Soul Eyeview, the comment was, I wonder what's in Arsenal. The answer to that question was an invite to the Realm 50K Invitational. That's what was in the Arsenal.
Yeah.
Again, our producer, Ethan, will give you the instructions for how you can redeem that invite. He will get you all of the details, so pay attention to that. But again, congratulations to Soul Eyeview. Congratulations to Joshua Borger. With that in mind, we're going to be taking a short break, but the action is actually not over. There is a Battle Hardened that is happening today, a Blitz Battle Hardened, and we're going to do our best to bring you some of that action as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey. I am here with Joshua Borger, the winner of the RealmFest here in New Jersey. How you feeling, my dude?
It's good. It's really good.
You're like, nah, it sucked, dude. I hated this. No, you had a good time?
It's stressful. Yeah. I mean, I didn't like the buy, and that start of top 8 wasn't great because I was ready to go. You know? I wanted a game, but like, yeah, it was great.
Awesome. Well, so talk to me a little bit about the run with Kano. This has been really your whole bag for a minute, huh? You've been really going in on Kano. So talk to me. When I looked, you can actually look back at the VOD. When we were looking at the metagame, I was like, looking at the top 4 decks in this tournament, this looks like Kano's to lose. And turns out it was Kano's to win. So talk to me about your tournament run. How was it feeling? And then, of course, today when you took it all down.
So the tournament run, it was pretty good. I didn't think I would make top 8 just because the second loss and the first loss was in round 5. But overall, I'd say it was pretty good. I did like kind of luck out with playing as 3 victors. But I'd say overall it balanced out with the prisms and the dash. Yeah, overall it was just really good. Like I don't know what else.
It all went well, and you had some. I liked seeing the rewinds in the list. I have a question. Did you ever play a rewind?
Not this tournament.
No. Have you ever gotten it out, and did it kick some butt when you did?
Yes, I stopped the Storm Strider as well if I were with rewind.
Okay, here after this we're gonna look on TCG Player. The card's just gonna. No, if it had won the thing, it might have done that. We've seen that in the past. So you're the winner of the RealmFest. You've got all the accolades, all the prizes to your name. We've got the $50K in December. You got your eyes set on maybe coming back and bidding for $50,000. You got the invite?
Yeah, maybe we'll see. I don't know about this year, but maybe.
Now you've got that VIP invite. You know, you're going to be able to come through and battle it out. Okay, so looking ahead, we've got a bunch of new Wizard support coming out in Rosetta. We've got another, the Wizard Council out there. You have another protege, another acolyte to the council who joins the ranks. You got some excitement about what's coming out in Rosetta. Anything you got your eye on in particular?
Yeah, I mean, Azalea is definitely going to be really interesting because like Lightning is like go again, and Wizards no go again. So like I want to see what they're going to do with that.
You're like, dude, I want go again is my Wizard. I don't know what's so hard about it.
Yeah, so that's like exciting. Yeah. But yeah, and like Volzar is really cool because amp, like all the amp, like I'm excited to see what they're gonna do with that.
Big amp guy.
Yeah.
Well, I think what's really important and what we can all get behind is that you have really taken it down for dudes with glasses everywhere, right? That's really what matters. Dude, congratulations on the incredible run. You did it. Well done. Hope to see you at more RealmFests in the future. And for those of you at home, we're just going to take a quick break, but then we've got a whole top 8 of a battle hardened. And Ethan Mansan is going to help you get all geared up for that. But we got a little Blitz gaming coming up. Don't go anywhere. Michael Fung's going to hop in the booth and help us all out. So we'll see you in just a couple minutes. Congrats again, my man.
All right, that was awesome. Congrats to the whole casting team as they start to filter out. But the day isn't done because, as Sam said, we're continuing the action because things have just lined up so serendipitously. The battle-hardened top 8 is starting literally right now. Like, it's starting right now. We didn't take a break. We didn't buffer the time. It is actually just about to begin. So we have the players seated on the camera. Our feature match is going to be Brodie Spurlock versus Naib Mobasir. So there's just so much more fab to be played. So we're going to just watch the battle-hardened top 8. The only thing we need to do is take a quick beat to get the casters settled back in. So as they do that, I'm going to fill some time here because we do have the meta game to look at. So check this out. So this is the metagame from the Blitz Battle Hardened. The turnout was about 45 players. I heard all over the place the number on this. I heard 60 players. I heard 49. I guess it settled down to 45 by the time we got the hero breakdown here. But you can see there's this huge standout in the room with Zen. 1 second. So as you can see, Zen absolutely was the most represented. I mean, it just wasn't even close. 12 Zen, not even another double-digit deck in the room, trickling down to Victor and Dash tied for 5s. Blaze at 4, which is really exciting. 4 Briar as well, which I know a lot of people are hyped about. A lot of people who play Blitz, as they live and breathe, are really into Briar right now. So it makes sense. And then Rhinar, also supposed to be quite popular, especially with Sash, but only at 3. Levia at 3. And then you get to trickle in all these one-ofs with Arachne, Solitary Confinement, Bolton, Bravo, Emperor, both KOs, Prism, and Azuri. So that rounded out the meta. And we do have the top 8. I don't have the graphic or the specific heroes ready yet, but I'm going to get to that while the casters are tackling the commentary. So we're going to take like a 3-minute break, and then we'll be right back on that, I'm just going to go double check with the bracket itself and get the players situated. So bear with us.
The day continues, my friends. We have moved from Classic Constructed into the top 8 of the Blitz Battle Hardened. I am overjoyed to be joined by Mr. Michael Fung. How you doing, brother?
I'm good. I'm glad to be back in the booth.
Hartford team back at it again. And we are actually going to get to watch the third member of our little Hartford squad. We have the fourth member over there in Ethan, and then third member of our squad is competing for another battle-hardened win to his name. Let's go ahead and dive into the game. You're going to recognize both of these names here, folks. These are a couple people who are all over the competitive scene. It is, of course, the RealmRumble champion, reigning champion, Brodie Spurlock, your second seed on Zen, Tamer of Purpose, and Naib Mobasir. Not actually on Kano. Kano's gone. We just don't have a graphic for one of the coolest dudes in Flesh and Blood. The Emperor himself is going to be taking on Mr. Brodie Spurlock. So you know a little bit about Brodie. You know a lot of bit about Flesh and Blood, Michael. Talk to me about this matchup.
Well, Brodie's no stranger to top 8s for Blitz Battle Hardens. He's already won 2 of them. And this is actually an epic rematch because in the last Battle Hardened that was Blitz in Dallas last year, Brodie faced Naib in the finals.
Wow.
Naib at that time was also on the Emperor, and Brodie was on Victor Goldmane. So,
oh, that's not a good matchup.
This one's gonna go.
Not a good matchup for the Emperor at all.
No, not a good matchup. This one, I think there's definitely some more game for Naib. Naib is much happier to see a Zen versus a Guardian, particularly, of course, Victor. And yeah, it's going to be kind of an exciting game. I know, so Brodie and I worked on that deck with Michael Hamilton, who's also in the top 8 of this Battle Hardened. And we are presenting AB3.
Wow.
To this matchup.
Wow.
It's not too hard with Zen, but we don't know exactly if it's going to be good enough. But what we do like about this matchup is, unlike Blaze, the other resident wizard in this matchup, we are pretty sure we can usually get hat value. So the Traverse the Universe hat, against Blaze, it's unclear if they're ever going to attack us. Some are running attacks, some aren't. But with Naib, because it's like part of the deck, and then some of it attacks block too, like Scar for Scar and Snatch, it's very likely they'll give us a chance to use the hat.
That actually makes a lot of sense. It makes me wonder if Naib is going to hold back some of those attack actions until he absolutely has to, opting to send more Arcane. Looks as though, we do have the Arcane Lantern, the Null Rune Gloves, and the Tide Flipper as the Arcane Barrier of choice over here, as well as that beautiful Japanese extended art Kasaya. Let's go ahead. We're starting off, though, with a big old Arcane damage spell. This is a Swell Tidings, going to be coming in 4/5 Arcane, pitching, of course, the 2 red cards, because there are only red cards in this Emperor deck. This is a Voltic Bolt and a Fate Foreseen headed to the pitch zone. So Naib now has the potential to, he could activate the Flamescale Furnace and come in for 2 more Arcane, but because it is, the quote-unquote turn 0, probably going to see that other card head to the arsenal.
This is a solid turn 0. You get to leak some damage, potentially set up an arsenal. Notably, there is a defense reaction in that arsenal, and also a Voltic Bolt. So Naib probably was locked into doing this type of hand or turn. Ash.
Making 2 Ash for pitching?
This was a running joke that Naib did with Brodie during their Swiss and finals game at Dallas. Where he just wanted to say how much Ash he was going to make throughout the game.
Okay, well, Naib has made 2 Ash if he was playing Dromai. We're going to be pitching, let's see. Yeah, you can zoom in right there. That's going to be a Yellow Bonds of Ancestry and 2 other cards that are gone.
I think it was 2 bonds.
Yeah, two other bonds that might have been heading to the bottom of the deck there. Naib just going to go ahead and draw up. Do see the Balance of Justice in Naib's Armor Suite as well. So if Brodie does decide to try to pop up with an Art of War turn, Naib will be able to mitigate some of that value. A lot of these Emperor decks are also running the classic Arcanite Skullcap. Even though this card doesn't give you an extra block, it can give you an extra 3 block if you're able to draw a 3 block, or even something like a Sync Blow or a Fate Foreseen off the top of the deck. But it's going to all come down to what Brodie's got in this very first hand. I hesitate to try to look in because he's going to be flipping through it as fast as he can, but we are going to start things off with exactly the card we just discussed. It's going to be the first Art of War of the game.
We've seen all of the bonds that are not blue at this point, because the last pitch zone had a red and a yellow bonds as well. That was a heads-up play by Brodie last turn to try to just,
cycle
filter
through.
For some. Yep. Bonds are cards that you do want, but you want them later. You want them when you have Gust Waves.
Red bonds.
Red bonds banished there. Now you're probably happy to see that one go away because there's only one more. This is Blitz, of course, so not as many bonds that you have to worry about. Zen, the Tamer of Purpose, is just Zen in this format, but still friggin' scary. It still can do some crazy things. Let's see what we got drawn. Ooh, an Orion of Mystic Tenants and a Transcend card. The question is, without another blue available, are we going to be able to make the Chi to draw full 3 cards out of that? That doesn't look like the most impactful hand.
Yeah, this hand is... it didn't start very good, which is why we saw an kind of like a heads-up Art of War, just a filter. And we're drawing cards again to filter.
So basically just kind of resetting that Art of War, right? It's just kind of like, I want 2 different cards instead of the ones I saw. The question is, what did we find? Another Transcend, which now will be online, and a Belittle. So this just changes all of the math, all of the equations here for Mr. Spurlock, because, of course, the Art of War is providing that passive buff.
That is actually a huge Transcend. We were able to check off the first box for all of our Zen matchups. Actually, honestly, all of our Mystic matchups. The first checklist item is, can you Transcend?
Answer here for Brodie, yes. Let's see what defensive options Naib is working with. We can see a Fate First Scene. Oh, let's see. Looks like an Aether
Scalding Rain.
Yeah, a couple, maybe 2 1-for-4s. At least 1 1-for-4 Arcane. Yeah, 2 1-for-4 Arcanes. And then what's that? Oh, and then a Meritus Scalding on the far left. So 3 blocks, a 4-block defense reaction, and of course the Balance of Justice that can do 5 points of defensive value on the turn. So, as well as the rest of the fridge, the Iron Song Versus is going to be Temper 2. The Flamescale Furnace is going to be Temper 2, but it's now time to gain another life for Brodie. Going up to 19, transcending, grabbing a resource off that Kasaya. But of course, critically, having the card to pitch into Zen. Please finish the resolution. Thank you, Zen. He's going to go ahead here, grab a Crouching Tiger, and search for whatever card he likes out of that deck.
Brodie has some options here. He's going to get that Tiger. He has that Tiger Swipe already. He has a blue Belittle in his hand as well that Naib does not know about, that this one resource would love to be spent on.
Have you been playing a lot of Zen?
Well, I haven't personally been playing a lot of Zen, but for the Battle Hardened and yesterday's CC event, we did do some Zen testing. And honestly, this is, I've played Chain and Starvo, and I even played Viserai Blitz when he was legal.
For sure.
And there's never been a deck that I felt more powerful playing than this Zen Blitz deck.
Wow, okay.
It is
insane.
More powerful than those decks by, I would say, about a tier.
Wow.
I played against 2 Zens today in the Battle Hardened, and I died on the second turn both times.
For sure.
It was like a 38 damage turn and a 36 damage turn, so this is kind of a low roll, I guess, in terms of Zen hands. But this is still turn 1.
Yeah.
And Brodie is looking to present 1 from the Tiger, 4 from the Tiger, the Aspect, another 1 from the second Tiger that the Aspect's going to make. And he may Arsenal Belittle. That's what seems like is the game plan potentially.
Seeing the Belittle in Brodie's hand really just kind of changes everything for these Zen decks, right? Like being able to fetch even more resources on demand. It's not like Zen has a dearth of blues, but really it can, especially with the Crouching Tiger satisfying that cost for the Belittle search.
Absolutely.
This is, I was about to say, this is probably when we're going to see a 3-block and the Balance of Justice be committed to the chain here. You got to block the Tiger Swipe, even if it's just 1 point of extra value on an Art of War turn. Now, because especially we're getting another Tiger that's going to be bumped up by the Art of War. That's going to be joining the fray thanks to the aspect of the Tiger body.
Yeah, it's a heads-up play as well. I mean, Brodie has already drawn 2 cards. There's only 2 Art of Wars in the deck. Naib is probably looking to cash in that Balance of Justice to draw a card. So blocking with it here and on a relevant hit trigger, that's just classic clean Flesh and Blood play.
4 damage with the go again, being stopped out by the Fate Foreseen. Looks like, now this is nice for Naib because he gets to decide if he wants to, like if that was an incredible card that he was really excited about, he might be a little more incentivized to grab with the Balance of Justice. He was able to ship the card to the bottom, making sure like, all right, I don't want to draw that off the Balance of Justice, but let's see if I can draw a slightly more interesting card. This is 1 coming in. Let's see what the draw was. Looks like he's going to take the 1 there. I think it's a Reverberate was the extra draw, so that can represent a fair amount of arcane damage.
Yeah, big question is what is in Naib's arsenal. He did pitch a defense reaction on the first turn of the game. Doesn't seem like it's a defense reaction, though if it was, it might be a little bit of a trick here because Brodie is looking to pass turn.
Yeah, Brodie looking to pass turn here. Arsenal, that Belittle, and like you said, now that Traverse the Universe is online, but if Naib doesn't send any physical damage, he won't have the chance to block with it and grab the Chi. And I think if you're Naib, ooh, it was a Tome of Imperial Flame
best card in
the Arsenal. That's the best card in the deck. Love this card in the Emperor. It turns on so many things, but for Naib, you face down not only a Transcend, but an Art of War and an Orion, not draw 3, but still draw 2, and you only are down 2 life from where you started. You have to be happy if you're sitting in a Naib spot.
Well, Brodie was able to do 7 damage after Naib blocked for 9. So 9 plus 7 is 16, and that was off of a 4-card hand. Brodie also got to Transcend and got to Arsenal, so it was a 3-card 16. It ended up being crazy.
That's pretty darn good. Starts at 15, so only leaked the couple of damage through there. This is going to be the Scar for a Scar coming in. 4 damage with Go again, so now the Traverse the Universe is in fact online. And it looks as though the Reverberate... no, he blocked with the Reverberate on this Zephyr Needle, so that's gone for Brodie. The question is, what is that final card in the hand? Is it the Emeritus that might be heading to the Arsenal?
I think it's an unknown. It's a new card that Naib drew off of the Tome.
I think that off the Tome, yeah.
He's representing the world here, though, because Emperor has an interesting hero ability that costs 3 resources, and it's very hard to do efficiently, but here, all it takes is an activation of the Furnace, and he'll have 3 resources. So
yeah, so he can go Scar for Scar here for 4, and then all you do is you activate the Furnace. It's going to give you as many resources as you have red cards in the pitch zone, and in our case here, that is 2 cards in the pitch zone, which allows you to go right up to 3 floating resources, which will get you an activation of the Emperor, and you can just search for Command and Conquer and attack with it. Pretty nice.
Like Emperor.
3 floating immediately spend on the ability for the Command and Conquer. Here it comes. So now Brodie can block with those 2 armor pieces and a card to protect that Belittle in the arsenal. Question is, how much does he like that Belittle?
The good news is he has already transcended, which is really important in Blitz games that go really short. So he does have access to that armor. The question is, is the rest of his hand compatible? Will he be able to efficiently use that chi that he gets from the Traverse?
Let's see if we can take a look at the hand. The answer is almost. Oh, thank you, Brodie. 3 Descendant Gust Waves and 100 Wind. So the answer is yes. He can use the chi and grab a Bonds. The question is this the hand he wants to use it on?
Well, if he has a Bonds in his graveyard, he would be able to do the infamous...
Oh, has he not blocked with the Bonds yet?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you're right.
Pitched the yellow Bonds last turn and
totally right.
banished his red Bonds.
Yeah, you're totally right.
And the turn before that, he pitched the red and yellow Bonds. So there isn't a Bonds in the graveyard. And so the pair of the blue Descendant Gustways are actually a little clunky.
Yeah.
I could see maybe potentially one of them being blocked with in addition to the hat and the chess piece here.
How much do you care about a Belittle in this case? How much do you love this Belittle? It doesn't seem like it's doing anything.
It's a blue Belittle
right
and you've
now.
and if you're going to block with a hat, then you probably also get the chi. So unclear, but maybe not enough to protect it. Especially when your hand doesn't have 2/3 blocks.
We've been talking earlier in the tournament. I was mentioning how one of my favorite plays in Flesh and Blood is eating a Command and Conquer and losing your arsenal, because I believe it represents when players maturate beyond the initial like I have to block CNC. I'm not allowed to not block it. It's too much. But when I see players sometimes make the decision like it's actually more valuable for me to not block, lose a card. It's okay, right? Sometimes I do believe that is. I think of Arthur Trehey in the semifinals of the Pro Tour. Here, Brodie showing still blocking Command and Conquer is often correct. Going to go ahead and block with one of those 2 Descendants, like you aptly pointed out, and of course the 2 armor pieces. Get the chi, save the Belittle, and block out the damage.
Yep. All right. I'll pass.
Brodie is, of course, now shields down, and that was just a very powerful turn. Tome of the Imperial Flame, I think, was more made for Emperor than any other hero, to be honest.
It feels like it. It's so powerful in the deck. Basically saying if you don't pitch any more you don't spend any more resources on the turn, you automatically get your Emperor activation. Feels so good in the deck. But we do have this Descendant Gust Wave. We have the chi to go grab the bond. So Naib needs to see, all right, what else is coming on the turn? What are the targets for the Bonds of Ancestry if Brodie grabs it off of the chi here? Maybe the Tiger Swipe, but the Tiger Swipe without the Tiger Stripe Shuko or Art of War Anthem effects not looking nearly as threatening, creating more Tigers where Tigers do nothing.
Yeah, well, there's definitely going to be a red Bonds this turn, and Naib saw Brodie pitch one and banish one, so it's going to be the chi that is used to grab it.
Oh, wow. Naib is playing Kindle in this list. That's fascinating.
Standing Order, Aether Quickening, and another CNC.
Interesting. He's just going to go ahead and block 2 with the Iron Song Versus, get value out of his armor before it's gone.
It's possible next turn will be the last turn of the game. And so the only way to make sure you get your 3 value from this Iron Song Versus is to block now.
Time to activate Zen for Mr. Spurlock. Grab the Tiger, grab a card. It's gonna be the Bonds. A card that is very quickly kind of defining part the Mistveil metagame and era.
came out in Outsiders, definitely showed a lot of promise and some major, abilities in Katsu, but seems like, again, almost made for the tamer of purpose himself. The amount of work it can do on demand is just going crazy.
It just gives you so much flexibility and modularity, being able to bonds and just tutor for either of the combo parts, Gust Wave or bonds, and then still have other combo cards to get with the... It's just... It was definitely designed for Katsu. It was designed because Katsu kind of needed a little bit more punch, but in Zen, it just feels so powerful every time.
Absolutely. Coming in for 4 here, no Art of War, no Ancestral Harmony to power up the bonds. 4 damage. A whole third of Naib's current life total. Looks as though he's getting ready to do some blocking on the turn.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage and very quickly. Emperor, of course, starts at 15. No blocks.
Looks like if I were to guess, Naib is hoping to throw that standing order, hoping to attack with it for 4. The Kindle is looking like it might cause some problems for him, though.
He's also probably looking at that Command and Conquer, to be honest, because it is very relevant at this point. If Brodie doesn't have an arsenal, that card's going to get blocked with very quickly.
Let's see. This is Tiger Swipe. Trying to remember if we know what that other card is in Brodie's hand. No, he is just going to go ahead and block with the standing order, get the defensive value, take the 1. Brodie gets to make another Tiger that won't be doing anything on this turn.
He has a blue Belittle in his arsenal and a blue... He blocked with a blue Gust Wave.
Oh, I think it's 100 wins, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
I think it's just a red 100 wins, which is probably going to come out here. Unless he wants to, for some reason, play with the Belittle, just put 100 wins in the arsenal. If he wants to look for something like an Ancestral Harmony or an Art of War. Now, we're just going to throw out the good old 0 for 3. Makes a lot of sense.
No reacts?
No blocks, no reacts. Naib down to 4 already.
Am I at 4 or 3?
I have you at 4.
Okay. 0, nothing.
And that's all.
Okay.
That's going to be the turn. These Tigers don't always roar. Sometimes they simply, I don't know, purr, mew, do just little tiny sounds that cute cats make.
Yeah, Naib is able to survive here with many cards. Like, I think he blocked a single card.
I'll do Aether Quickening before this resolves. Kindle. Ooh.
So here comes 4 Arcane, makes more Ash, and gets to draw the card. The next Arcane damage effect is going to deal an additional Arcane, which means he can pitch into the Flamescale Furnace now and activate the Waning Moon, which would affect the Waning Moon here. So this is, kind of I guess it's like a 3-card Arcane damage. I mean, you end up using 4 cards to do it, but you started with 7 Arcane damage.
Actually, the crazy thing about this is Aether Quickening Surge could be turned on here, and Naib could get his action point back, potentially.
Really?
Yeah, because the Kindle will resolve before the Aether Quickening resolves.
Oh, so it's affecting the Quickening. Interesting.
So it could potentially deal 5 damage.
The question... Okay, so 7 total. 5 from the Quickening, 2 from the Waning Moon. And if it is the Emeritus Scolding in the Arsenal, which I think it is, if Brodie takes too much of this damage, he can potentially find himself dead to rights to just a blast of Arcane out of nowhere from the Emperor.
Absolutely. Brodie is playing this very safe. With that Belittle in his arsenal, he can represent a lot if he starts his turn with it.
Also could maybe utilize a blue to block on this turn, knowing he has access to grabbing a Minnowism.
Absolutely. So it looks like Naib is he's resolved the Kindle. He's drawn from the Kindle. And he's trying to think if he wants to do anything maybe before Brodie gets to do anything. I think priority is on him, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, I can't tell. I kind of think priority's on Brodie, but both players are kind of looking like they're thinking.
Oh, okay. Priority's on Brodie's side.
Yeah, this one's coming in for 5.
Naib is letting him know that this is coming in for 5. The Kindle is technically resolved and in the graveyard, but there to remind.
I like players using the resource die for Arcane damage. Ooh, taking the 5, going down to 10. So currently, as it stands, without resources to spend for Brodie on this, the Emeritus Scolding can represent lethal. 7.
Yep.
If it, I didn't do it in time, but 7 Arcane damage plus 3 from the Waning Moon is enough. You have to keep a lot of cards to do it, though. That's the problem. Oops, excuse me. Knocked my microphone, but this is going to be coming in for 2 more Arcane here.
Yeah, Naib still has his action point.
I gotta choose some targets here.
Okay, we're going to be banishing and preserving, making a couple chi.
I think the biggest part here is with Well, Naib still has his action point.
Yo, you got a Japanese one?
Yeah, it's like my friends I'm borrowing.
Oh, okay.
Who like loans me cards a lot, but it's cool to play with.
Nice.
I was actually surprised seeing the EA on Brodie's side because he almost always plays with the most minimum rarity stuff he can. So seeing this extended art Japanese,
Yep. Players just have that conversation.
Yeah.
Naib too was surprised,
Yeah,
and of
exactly.
course Brodie revealing that these are not his cards. They are on loan from a benefactor, one of his locals, who was able to kind of hook him up with some Zen cards last minute.
Shaking my head. Brodie's won all these tournaments. Brodie's made so much money in this game.
He's a Ranger guy.
And yet don't even own the cards, my dog.
He's never really played Ninja in his life, so he's a Ranger kind of guy. This Arcane Lantern, of course, full art extended cold foil. That's not Brodie's style.
2 damage on the stack thanks to this waning moon, but Brodie's going to have a lot of cards in the hand. Now, the reason we're taking this time on the Preserved Tradition is, of course, the Chi can grab whatever it is that he wants to put on the bottom of the deck. Let's see if we can see the one he elects to choose here. Be nice if he could grab the Art of War, but I believe Preserved Tradition is action cards, and of course that's not going to help you with the Zen ability, and it might just be a red Descendant Gust Wave headed to the bottom of the deck.
So let's banish. This is bottomed. These transcend. Oh. These transcend. Sounds good.
No resources gained, of course, because that gorgeous EA Japanese 12-petal Kaseya was blocked with on the turn prior.
Unfortunate.
Brodie heading down to 8 after taking the Waning Moon. So the question for Naib here is, will he be able to survive long enough for Brodie's hand to be, out of cards enough that this arcane damage could potentially end the game? I'm not loving the chances on this turn with all the cards in Brodie's hand.
Well, Naib does have 2 armor on the chest and 1 armor on the Ironsong Versus, so he won't be quote-unquote forced to block anytime soon.
Let's see, can't quite tell. Looks like it might be another Emeritus. Maybe a Prognosticate in the hand or something of the like. We are going to see that Belittle come from Arsenal, revealing another Belittle to go grab even more resources. So Naib knows there are so many blues in this hand. No way I'm getting through with this Emeritus anytime soon. We got the Chi, we got the Minnowism, we got the Chi and the Pitch. But luckily for Naib, the Zephyr Needle is gone. Don't got to worry about that. So it's just whatever God's honest attack actions that Brodie can cobble together on the turn.
Naib was quick to say, that's fine.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, even with the cards represented on the board right now, the arcane damage wouldn't do anything, and then he would just be dead to the rest of the cards in the hand.
A Chi, a red Belittle, and a blue Minnowism. And then 1 unknown card.
I like this. Naib is, trying to confirm, but Brodie has no need. He has no reason to say yes or no. It is technically up to Naib to remember the cards in the hand.
But for viewers, he is correct.
Yeah, he's correct.
Brodie has 4 cards in his hand currently, and Naib should know 3 of them.
Yep. Chi, Tiger, Minnowism. That's just going to buy the final block on the Ironsong Versus, get that nice 1 value out of the Belittle.
It's a Chi, a red Belittle, and a blue Minnowism.
Oh, not the Tiger.
Yeah, no Tiger yet.
Yeah. Hear the dulcet tones of the card flipping as our players look on in interest and concentration.
Brodie's very safe this turn, and so it's possible what he's thinking is trying to set up a situation where he once again arsenals a card like Belittle so that he can present the same question to Naib next turn. Are you able to kill me right now before I grab another blue Minnowism?
I see.
Looks as though Brodie here might be going to grab the other blue Minnowism. I wonder if he's going to be able to get all of them in the pitch zone, though, so that he can fetch him again with other Belittles.
Well, here he's definitely getting red Minnowism because he has a blue that he might not even be able to spend.
Oh, you guys on the red, too, dang.
Yeah.
That's strong.
Well, the red Minnowism is kind of important. The argument here is blue Belittle is quite good because it helps you transcend, and it still kind of is on rate as a 1 resource for go again.
If you grab the red Belittle, red Minnowism, yeah.
And then red Belittle also can help you transcend in a pinch if you grab blue Minnowism. And in that case, it's also still like on par with spinning wheel kick or leg tap. So that's kind of the argument for making sure you have both Minnowisms.
Interesting. It's nice having you in the booth. You're one of the architects of the deck we're watching.
Yeah, this is actually perfect. If we have Hamilton on, we're all playing the identical deck today, I believe, for Blitz. Let me try to think if we had any last. Nope. I think we were all playing the identical deck today. So I'll be able to say basically everything. I kind of know our sideboard plans and all of our ratios. But yeah, this is kind of ideally what the deck is doing. But Brodie is looking to end this turn potentially with a blue minnowism that he has no plans for, because his current hand, everything has been revealed at this point.
Yep.
At some point, it's kind of like Tales of Ari, where you're fusing. Everything has been shown.
Yeah, for sure. Because we got the Belittle. We do have the other Chi in hand to grab any card we need.
Yeah, like a Tiger or something. And
I will.
Naib is in a kind of a pinch, though.
Yeah.
To be honest, because the moment you're being forced to block at this type of life total, it's harder and harder for you to do your combo kill.
Yeah.
Meredith is very expensive.
Needs to find a way to resolve like a 0 for 4 physical attack, a 0 for 3 arcane spell. I think he might have one in the hand, but the question is, with being at 4, are you going to be able to resolve one of those cards on your turn? And then if you fall down to low enough life totals, it becomes so challenging to actuate that combo game plan, because it really takes so many cards to pitch. You have to pitch 2 into the Emeritus Scolding, 1 into the Flamescale Furnace.
Yeah, I don't think this is the turn for it. Yep. He knows that Brodie has... Well, now Brodie has 1 blue left, but even that is too much when Brodie's at 8. And I think maybe Naib is hoping for another turn window, but it's not this turn. With the Descendant Gustwave, with the known yellow bonds.
Yeah. There's going to be too much damage.
Yeah. That's 9 damage before factoring in the Tiger plus the combo card that he has searched for. And I believe he searched for this red Gustwave. Okay. So we now know that the last 3 cards in Brodie's hand are the Tiger, the blue minnowism, and the yellow bonds,
as Naib just said. So
Tiger.
We can see this will be 3 into 3, right? It's a yellow bond, yeah.
6 because of the red minnowism.
Oh, the minnowism, my gosh.
So there's 6 into 3 into probably a Tiger Swipe. That is the most amount of damage. So
that's a lot, dude.
Yeah, it's 13 more damage.
That's a lot.
Naib has 3 cards in hand, which I'll block 3, thankfully. But he'll need a block of his chest to stabilize at 2, I believe, this turn. Oh, is that a 2 block? No, that's a 3 block. So he'll block. He'll take 1 here.
Down to 3 is Naib Mobus here, taking the 1 damage over the top. Now it's time for the Yellow Bonds of Ancestry. We're going to go ahead and banish from the graveyard. Like you said, the Tiger Swipe would make a lot of sense because of the Tiger that's already in the hand thanks to the Zen ability. Seems like they thought of everything on that hero. You need a Tiger? I got you. Any card in your deck? No problem.
When I first saw Zen's ability, I really didn't think he'd be this good. I did not think it was going to be this good, but everyone told me tutoring your deck is really good. I didn't think of bonds at the time. Although when I said that out loud, jokingly, a lot of people told me neither did the devs.
I was about to say, yeah, the devs didn't think he'd be this good either.
Brodie is thinking about this. He does have other targets, but I think Tiger Swipe is likely going to be the most amount of damage. There's an aspect in there as well. There's no Chase to Tell yet.
I'm gonna get aspect.
I just realized he cannot get Tiger Swipe.
Oh, because it's in the banish zone.
There's one in the
not
banish
graveyard.
zone.
Yep, that would make sense.
And that means 1 is in the graveyard and there are no more in the deck.
Looks like he's actually going to make it 100 wins, maybe also realizing he doesn't have the amount of
I think the logic here for
bodies.
getting 100 wins is because on a future bonds, he might want Aspect to enable Chase the Tail, which is one of the most powerful cards in the deck, and that we haven't seen yet.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. For Naib, I wonder if things had broken slightly differently, and he's by no means completely out of this game, but resolving a Sigil of Solace on an early turn, maybe having a 0 for 3 or a 0 for 4 in the arsenal instead of that Emeritus, and then finding the Emeritus on a following turn, being able to pressure Brodie just a little bit, might be making this a little easier, but as it stands on this turn, trying to stabilize and have enough life, given that he's going to have to give both of these cards here. 3 damage into 3 damage is going to be enough to cause Naib to have to block or die.
Yeah, so I was off by 1 damage because I forgot that we didn't have a Tiger Swipe available. Here, though, he is taking every card, but Brodie has like some things to think about because he has to play this head jab now. I mean, the 100 wins. But he can choose to not arsenal either a Tiger or a Minnowism. and deal 1 more point of damage by closing the chain, playing the blue Minnowism that we know is in his hand, and he also has a Tiger left.
Interesting.
Or he can just opt to start the next turn with a blue Minnowism in his hand and a Tiger. And I think here, knowing that Naib is now at 2, I'd probably go for that 1 point of damage.
And it looks like Brodie does not agree with you. He's going to go ahead and play the Tiger.
The blue Minnowism helps transcend the next turn, so it makes a lot of sense to keep it.
Good to pass. Yeah. We'll pass.
Both players passing and drawing up here. Brodie making sure there's nothing he wants to do, but I don't think there's anything happening.
The key to the game here is to find either a transcend or at least have a blue in the hand. So
Brodie's thinking, let's see what Naib's working with. Blue Voltic Bolt, Fate Foreseen, Ravenous Ravel. Ooh, and a Kindle.
that Kindle might be the, press the Kano button type of deal here.
So, I mean, you block with all the rest of the cards and Kindle, draw a card. Does that still work?
Yes.
Still works,
yes,
right?
Yes.
So, theoretically, it can turn into something else. I wonder, though, if at this point, though, for Naib, depending on what comes out, does the Kindle change the math of being able to go for the combo? It feels like he's got way too many cards in hand.
He is just, he's probably going to wait until Brodie does his first action, but his hand doesn't block for a lot, and it could be, hopefully with the Furnace and the 2 life, maybe the first action isn't something that demands a card from his hand. The hand could play with blocking just the Fate Foreseen, potentially. Just because the Kindle, by playing the Kindle, you now have enabled Furnace, and then you pay 1 resource for the Striders, and then you Furnace, and so you can send an Emeritus for 7 there. But 7 is just 1 point short, so I do think Naib is kind of in a tough spot here.
Let's see. Drew the Chi immediately, so can just go ahead and activate Zen. We're going to grab a Tiger. Let's see what the card Brodie Spurlock needs. You can see Naib, head in the hands.
He knows this is going to be important, and unfortunately, with the way most Zen decks are built, having a Chi in your hand while you still have combo cards left, it's just really hard to brick.
Yeah, that makes sense when you can grab any card you want.
Yeah.
Chase the Tail, as you mentioned last turn, Mr. Fung. A powerful card. We do have the blue Minnowism. Let's see if there's a Transcension or not. You can see Brodie thinking about it. No, it's just going to be a Tiger for 1 thanks to the Minnowism.
3 in hand? Yes.
3 in hand. Chase the Tail. No floating, so some of that is going to have to go into the Chase the Tail.
Naib would like more information, but he does not know what 3 of Brodie's cards are.
Challenging as well for Naib. He'd love to just be able to throw that Flamescale Furnace in front of this one for the block value, but the Flamescale Furnace is really not there to block after it's blocked the first time. It is the key to the final combo. You got to keep it around. Ancestral Harmony hitting the pitch zone, which means this is just an attack 4/4. Luckily for Naib, he does have that 4 block.
Oh, yep. Sorry.
I personally don't care, but they do.
You hear the judge. The judge, doesn't care about the stream, but we appreciate him still thinking about us nonetheless. My goodness.
There's that 4 that demands a card, demands a response.
Naib does have a good one here in the Fate Foreseen. Similarly, as we talked about with the Balance of Justice, if he does want to go for the Kindle, he will know what that top card is thanks to the Fate Foreseen if he leaves it on top.
True. But Emeritus coming in for 6, plus a Moon for 3, or 7 because of the Kindle. It's not enough.
It's not enough.
When there's an onboard 2 floating.
It's not enough.
If Brodie's last 2 cards don't pitch at all, it's still not enough.
It's not enough. He just has what is it? What's the new chain card that doesn't pitch?
Oh my gosh. Oh, I can't remember the name, but yeah,
is it Dimensional Vortex? Oh, I was thinking the Dimensional
it's
Gateway.
A shadow card, I believe.
Yeah, Shadow card, and then Gorgtum. Those are his last 2 cards.
Yep. And he didn't play them at this point. Hasn't been caught by any deck checks. Yep.
That's how he wins so much.
He just plays cards.
Yeah. Oh, and now I get the secret. All right, you min-max guys. That's what it is.
Oh my goodness, I forgot about that rivalry.
3 cards. Tiger Swipe, Bonds, and 100. Okay.
Yeah, Naib in a tough spot here.
If we're trying to be super high level, it's possible he's trying to think of maybe what is the math on Brodie having another blue in his hand. But I think, unfortunately, just the math of having 2 float is already kind of scary.
given that especially there's no further way to get more arcane damage. So you can go 8 into 3 max with the Kindle here, right? And even just with AB3, that's just not going to be enough.
All right, Naib has chosen the let's block one more card and get some more information. And it's the aspect.
3, going to make a tiger, which means that tiger also comes in for 3 now.
This also means without committing anything else, Brodie has at least 3 more damage.
1 in hand? Yes.
And if Naib blocks with his Furnace plus the Ravenous Rabble in his hand,
it's really tough.
Brodie will definitely smell blood. But it's not. It's possible Brodie doesn't even have an attack in his hand. It's there's a non-zero chance, but it's unlikely. Brodie could have a Transcend card.
The 2/2 blocks 2 turns in a row here for Naib might spell doom. He knows it's on the top of the deck with the Kindle, but it looks like he is having to reach for the Flamescale Furnace, and that really does spell destruction for Emperors most of the time. The Flamescale Furnace is the only way the math works with all of those red cards in the deck. Brodie Spurlock just immediately closes the chain, taking no chances.
Yep.
And there's the Chase the Tail 4/4,
and
that's
have to draw a D-React here.
he knows what's on top. Kindle, look at the top. Let's go ahead and play the Sigil of Solace. Go up to 4 and then immediately take the 4 down to 0. Brodie Spurlock gonna take the game over Naib Mobusir. You see the Emeritus Scolding so close and yet so far. Zen Tamer of Purpose seems good. Seems like a good deck.
This was definitely not the most explosive I've seen Zen do, but Brodie did navigate some hands that were a little bit of a clunkers. Of course, drawing into Chi and drawing into attacks does help.
For sure. So. Like you said, drawing Chi and being able to grab whatever you'd like does seem to be a nice way to go about playing the game of Flesh and Blood. Do we have the bracket? Not necessarily. That's fine. Can we just look at the total? Let's look at the total bracket. We don't know exactly who won from these rounds, but the reason I want to bring it up is there's a lot of Zen.
Yeah.
A lot of Zen in this.
Most
represented, but also clearly like the most effective moving through the tournament. We know that Brodie is moving on in his matchup against Naib. We know that it looks like Ryan Thomas won against Josh Perry. So we have a Rhinar that will be facing one of the 2 Zens between Daniel Ferrara and William Perlman, and then of course Caleb Womack and someone known as Michael Hamilton in the bottom of your screen there. So we do have a Zen mirror moving on into the semifinals. We'll probably follow the Rhinar just because
this also guarantees a Zen in the final.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look at the top 8, bro. You don't think there's gonna be Zen in the finals? Yeah, Zen is gonna be in the finals. We'll probably check out that Rhinar game next after this before moving on to the finals. Pretty cool. We just got 2 incredible days of Classic Constructed. Now we get to close things out with some Blitz. We got skirmish season right around the corner. Get to see exactly how this format is shaking out. It looks like we do have the full update here. Michael Hamilton. So we've got a battle between your buddies. A little buddy battle for you, Mr. Fung.
I was just watching this yesterday night. Like I got to see the same thing again.
Well, who's taking it more last night? Or was this
Brodie won 0 games, I think, No, Brodie won 1 game last night.
How many games they played? 25? No.
Played 4, 5, 6 games, and Hamilton took 5 of them.
Oh my goodness. Does he just have Brodie's number? What's going on there? It seems like actually maybe it's just a bit of a swingy type of matchup.
It is very swingy.
We do have the Zen and the Rhinar up front. But hey, something that didn't happen last night for you and your teammates. Brodie's got the higher seed, so Brodie gets to elect first or second. I was actually listening to him.
Right.
And he was I heard him like discussing with one of his opponents. They were like, "Oh, would you like to go first or second?" Brodie was like, "I've been debating all day." Like
we're not sure. We were trying to test a lot of games to see if going first or going second made a difference. And I think, to be frank, the power level of this deck, it's really murky. Because if you draw the right cards, it doesn't matter if you're going first or second. Because the difference between a quality 4-card hand or quality 5-card hand versus a not-so-good hand far outweighs the 12 value or whatever of going second. And so because of that, the logic then becomes, what is the best way to sculpt a good hand? Or what is the best way to kind of be ready and set up? And that logic leans towards going first, actually. You're the first person to have a hand and kind of
put some cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, put some cards in the graveyard. At the cost of, also doing it for your opponent if you're attacking.
Yep.
You also have maybe a chance of filtering out cards and transcending. You're the first person to have an arsenal, typically. And sometimes, which we saw in some of our games, one game, Brodie started the game first and got Hamilton down to 6 and he lost that game. So it's been a wild ride.
For sure, big dog. For sure.
It's been a wild ride, which I'm kind of excited to see this Rhinar game because that is what I was testing at the beginning of this Blitz season or this week. And
playing Rhinar.
Cool. We knew that Zen was really good. We just needed someone to do the dirty work of trying out some of the other decks. Rhinar is extremely powerful.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately for you, Mr. Michael Fung, I believe between me and Darick, we have like 3 more Pro Tour wins than you, so we might kick you out of the booth. I know you've been testing Rhinar, but
no, it's all good.
I think the people at home want to hear mine and Darick's Rhinar analysis.
I hope you guys see a great game.
No. We'll leave you in. We'll leave you in.
No,
I'm joking. Of course you're gonna play. Of course we're gonna have. We want you to cast it.
Oh, sure. I don't mind taking a.
No, we're having
Rhinar with Savage.
We have a Pro Tour champion who wants to cast. We're gonna give the people.
Okay, thank you so much. I enjoy being here as well.
We're going to take a quick break, let the players get ready, so just give us a couple seconds, then we'll be back with Mr. Michael Fung and another game of Blitz in the Battle Hardened. We'll see you in a sec.
Hello and welcome back to the RealmFest here in New Jersey. I am once again Charmer, but I am now joined on the desk by the one, the only, the Michael Fang himself, and we are going to be looking again at our battle-hardened competitors. Again, this is the Blitz format, and we're going to be seeing Rhinar taking on Zen.
Yeah, this is going to be a quick matchup. A quick. It's like Blitz on steroids.
And the matchup is over, and I'd like to talk about the results now. No, all jokes aside, I think it's going to be really interesting. It will be quick, but I think that there is a lot of interplay between the two. I know you have said that there is a lot of reps that you've put into this matchup. So is there anything that we should be looking for in particular?
It doesn't take a lot of time to put a lot of reps into this. Rhinar with Savage Sash is incredibly powerful in Blitz. A couple of years ago, Hardened Cross-Strap was banned, and one of the reasons definitely was because Rhinar was just one turn killing people, or just turn 0 killing players, and that was not a good new player experience, not a good player experience. And with Savage Sash, it's kind of like Hardened Cross-Strap, except you get a block 2 with it.
Oh yeah, that seems fair. That tracks.
And it's a different time now. I think Hardened Cross-Strap was maybe too powerful then. Maybe you need cards like Savage Sash to be able to compete with newer talent heroes like Zen. And so we'll see. Whoever's going first here really matters as well. Rhinar going first can really do a bunch of intimidates. But yeah, I'm excited to get a view of this game.
Well, the good news is you don't have to wait. We're going to dive in right now. We're going to get a view of what's going on here. The players are ready to kick things off. You were talking about the importance of who's going first versus second. And it looks like the chevron information here is potentially incorrect because it says Zen versus the Emperor. I don't believe that Rhinar is the Emperor, but more importantly is, again, that information about who's going first. If you're Zen going first,
yep.
Is there, when you're piloting this, any hesitation for expending all 4 cards, or do you want to bank your arsenal and then try to crack back? Because again, this is such a fast matchup that planning for the future feels like it might actually be risky.
Yeah, it's interesting. So it's turn 0, so Ryan is able to block with all of his cards. And Reinhardt doesn't really play too many cards that don't block, unlike Zen. And so I think Daniel will probably just, play it by ear, see how his hand looks. It does look like he has 2 Transcend cards already. Of course, Daniel being first C tier has astutely picked to go first as well.
All right, it does look like we're going to start with some of those Transcend cards because he says right out of the gate, we're going to start with this, but then seeing it on the stack, we will play our Stir the Pot as well.
Yeah, that Rising Sun Setting Moon is one of the best cards to Transcend with because it allows him to potentially bottom the chi he just got from the Stir the Pot.
Yeah, so that you're not stuck with both of them in hand with only the one outlet of your hero power. And also, because you have that traverse there as well, getting this first turn double transcend means that you can, if you get a good follow-up turn here, really set up the 6-card hand, right? You're going to likely have an arsenal. You're going to have the boots and the traverse you could block with. This could be a very fast start for Daniel.
This is an exciting start because when Mystic Heroes do not transcend, they don't look very good.
No, not at all. All right, now we are flipping the second transcend, the Rising Sun Setting Moon, which is my favorite in terms of the artworks. It looks gorgeous in cold foil. And then we're going to begin with a spinning wheel kick for Go Again.
And it does look like Daniel did opt to bottom the first chi from the Stir the Pot. And so his hand right now has, I believe, a Chi Unleashed, a Chi, and a Ancestral Harmony. Yeah, nice. Got a good view of his hand. A lot of Japanese cards in there, too.
Yeah, it does look like it is a very Japanese hand in terms of the language, but also might be leaking 1 damage here with just the 3 block here from Ryan.
Ryan is looking to stem the bleeding, and it looks like Daniel's probably committing a bunch of attack here. I think the most notable part is if Ryan were to block 2 cards on that spinning wheel kick, these needles start looking really tasty.
Yeah, I think that is a really good analysis there, right? Because if you overblock here just to save the 1 damage, then your opponent with so many cards in hand, and they double transcended, so they're sitting on the power of at least the back end of this chi, right? They could absolutely go needle, and then also continue on and really punish you. Us with our caster vision here, we also know that there's that Ancestral Harmony. I'm wondering if that's going to be the arsenal target, knowing everything else we know about the hand, right? Because if you arsenal the Harmony and you've got the boots potentially their traverse setting up and you're going into that kind of 6-card hand state, the Harmony as a lead off, if it hits, could end up setting an incredible turn up. But if Ryan decides to full block here, this is a 7 with the Unleashed. Is there the temptation, instead of arsenaling that, to send the needles?
Well, Chi Unleashed doesn't have Go Again. So actually, he's already let Ryan know this is the last attack I'll be committing here. Daniel, of course, did that line to make sure he could arsenal the Ancestral Harmony. And it's a decent amount of damage.
Well, he is going to get the Sash block here as well. So 2 cards and at least a piece of armor. I think overall Daniel's probably happy with this first turn. I know it's not reflected, but I believe he still got the 1 damage through on the spinning wheel kick, and then arsenals a card and got one of the equipment blocks out of the way.
And he transcended, and he got a couple combo cards in his graveyard. A lot of check boxes. A lot of boxes were checked. Apologies.
Yeah. Oh, you're fine. I make mistakes all the time, and I've been doing this for years.
Well, Ryan has that iconic card in his hand.
Yeah, he's taken a moment here.
It's not ideal. He has 3 yellows or 2 yellow cards to pitch and a red with the Blood Rush Bellow, so it's not exactly the perfect Blood Rush Bellow by any means, but it is a Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, I feel like in Blitz, if you see a Blood Rush, you play a Blood Rush. Is that not the rule? Unless, of course, obviously you're in end game states or whatever, but I think you have to take the rip here. So opting to pitch one of the yellows, it was the Agile Windup here. I believe this is 2 hits regardless, so should be safe on the activation side.
It's the send packing here. Now, as Rhinar, the main thing I'm thinking about is please let me draw a blue.
Yes.
At least 1 blue.
Because you want to get a lot of value out of those mandible claws here and then end with a big attack.
It's just a lot of damage.
And no blues. Looks like a red and a yellow.
All right. So he does have a Savage Feast and a Savage Beatdown. His hand's very savage.
Is this the time then that you would use your Savage Sash with the Savage hand because you didn't get the blue?
Yeah, it's probably Savage Sash. But one thing I think about with these hands is it's interesting. I just realized Ryan's actually playing the Scab Skin Leathers. And in all my testing games, I never tested that card. I thought about it sometimes, but I always played the Beaten Trackers. And one of the reasons why is because this hand could potentially be a lot better with the Beaten Trackers if he were to attack with that Savage Feast and just try to draw a blue and potentially discard this Beast Within and draw another card.
Yeah, getting a pathway to discarding that Beast Within actually would have been fantastic, but instead it looks like we're going to start by pitching it. This is going to be the classic 5 with Go again on the Mandible Claw.
This is a much more conservative line than what I was thinking about of having a Beaten Trackers and just kind of going all in immediately because it's possible he never sees another Blood Rush. Zen is an extremely powerful aggro deck, but Ryan is definitely taking the conservative approach here.
Oh, I'm kind of curious what Daniel's hand is now because of the block. I almost was certain that if Daniel had any sort of decent hand, we were going to see the Traverse, the Boots, and then a reverse go all in. But if he's blocking from hand, that kind of signals to me that he's going to be a little bit more patient and perhaps didn't have the pieces he wanted to see for his own go off. And that actually might be a blessing for Ryan.
Absolutely. It seems like Daniel picks up that Ryan is kind of, playing a little bit of a slower game. And so giving Daniel maybe one more turn to just set up, find a better arsenal, put some more combo cards in the graveyard, and find a better window to block those pieces of equipment.
Interesting to note there, it was a Tiger Swipe. So if you don't have Tiger generators, perhaps not the best. And then obviously the Mauling, which is a great ender, but perhaps that's the problem. Maybe Daniel had many of those kind of chain ending cards and not enough to go. So he's okay with blocking.
Oh no, it was an all red hand.
It was an all red hand.
Oh no. It was 4 combo cards that all were red in block 3, but were not very good at attacking.
Now, we are going to pitch the bonds here to the Chase the Tail, and even though you're not going to get the follow-up on the Chase, this does get the bonds back in your deck, so you could find it with your Zen Hero ability if needed. The one downside to this path for Daniel is now he has less health as a cushion. If Ryan has back-to-back impactful turns, you're less likely to soak it all and then go all in. So there is a world here where even if Daniel draws the great all-in hand, he might not be able to conserve it all.
Yeah, Ryan on that discard got a Beast Within, which is not ideal. Oh boy.
Here we go. Scabs. Also worth noting, I was about to say worth noting, no Gambler's Gloves. That is a 1. This is the second one I have seen on broadcast.
Ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely insane outcome there. Ryan's turn just ends on the spot, and now Daniel, after perhaps being forced into a corner instead, has the potential to be offensive and then still preserve the Traverse and the Boots for a second follow-up turn.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're going to start with that Harmony that was in the arsenal.
Yeah, Daniel has 2 Transcend cards.
Oh,
he hits on both Ancestral Harmony.
Double Ancestral into 2 combo cards to start this turn off for Daniel Ferreira.
He does have 2 Transcend cards, so he's guaranteed going to be able to do a Descendant plus Bonds. But I don't think he has any other combo pieces, so he might not be able to do Descendant Bonds, like 2 of them.
Yeah, I was trying to see what the 3rd card was there because he is flipping through it rather quickly.
Yeah, it's Homage. Oh, he does have another piece.
He does have
it's
another
gonna be
piece.
Descendant Bonds.
So
Chase the
red
tail
Descendant
aspect.
Gust Wave. This is all, keep in mind, without using your Traverse or blocking with the boots to get the free Tiger.
I think if Ryan was at 35, he would still potentially die here, to be completely honest, because Daniel's about to it's just so much. So the first Descendant is going to be coming in for 3. Then the Bonds will come in for 5. And I believe he has access to both red Bonds. And the other Descendant will come in for 5. He's pitching a red here. Interesting.
So he's pitching that Descendant.
Okay, I take it back. He's taking a line where he actually will end up arsenaling one of these G cards, because what he could have done here was just play the blue Homage, which would have gained him a resource from the Kasaya, but that's a different timeline. We're going to talk about this timeline. So one of his Chi cards did get intimidated.
So I think I was going to say, I think what he was playing around was that Scowling Flesh Blag, knowing that if you kept the Descendant back and you tried to double transcend there, it was for sure going to go away anyway.
Yeah, but he could have pitched or just played Homage there and then played the red Descendant from his hand. And Ryan would have realized he was about to get double bonded. Or it could be possible that Daniel doesn't play maybe all the bonds, or he doesn't have any access to all the bonds. There's some alternate realities here. But yeah, as it stands, he is going to be, quote unquote, forced to arsenal this other cheat card, which is, not a bad arsenal.
No, not at all. Now, one of the interesting bits about this turn is you're going to force a lot of cards potentially out of Ryan's hands. And yes, you still have your Traverse and your Boots, but is there ever a situation where, because you're so aggressive and you never get that kind of free combo pieces, that it starts to punish you in reverse because you never get your free Cheetah, your hand, your free Crouching Tiger?
Oh, he's definitely going to have an opportunity to do that next turn. Ryan's looking to keep his entire hand, take a bunch of damage, and try to throw back with as much damage as possible. And I think it's actually, ironically, anyone's game here, because it looks like Daniel is opting to try to just do a single Descendant into Bonds turn instead of a double. It gives Ryan some space.
All right, let me ask you another question.
Yep.
We've talked about how Ryan is on Scabskins, potentially cost him with the first Blood Rush, as you rightfully pointed out. We saw him roll a 1 with it. He's currently trying very hard to block with no cards from hand. Do you think a situation where if Ryan rolls and gets 2 action points, the reason that he's trying to just soak all of this is because he thinks he can just win the game on the spot? Is his hand that jacked?
Well, we call it the Scabskins dilemma. Because if his last hand was worthy enough of rolling Scabskins, and he rolled a 1, his hand has not changed.
Right.
And so it's likely correct that he will have to roll again. And if that's the case, we're all looking at that dice, because Scabskins Leathers, that's just how it goes. In Blitz, it's one of the reasons why a lot of Rhiner decks do end up playing the beaten trackers, because it's just like, you only need that action point once.
Well, we get a little piece of the puzzle there, because the Alpha, Rampage, and the Apex are now going to be used as blockers, but that does generate a Might token. I think I can see at least why Scabskins was tried the last time around, because that's obviously a very large attack.
Yeah, they could have been like a double Intimidate into Alpha Rampage, which then intimidates another 2 times.
This is going to be a huge Chase the Tail, again, because of the double Harmony that started this. And then a follow-up Tiger to this would also be massive. Keep in mind, we still have, I was about to say, the Aspect here that can come. That gets buffed by the double Ancestral and also creates the Crouching Tiger that will still get buffed from the Chase the Tail.
Yeah, I think Ryan is just debating whether or not he wants to just block out, don't attack anything against Daniel, so that Daniel, can't use his hat and his boots.
Yeah, so now that we've seen a bit more from Ryan's hand, we see that it was a double Alpha Rampage turn that I think he was trying to set up with the Scabskins roll.
Yeah. And we know that Ryan has a Beast Within in his arsenal that he drew off the Savage Feast at this point 2 turns ago. And so maybe he's trying to make sure he doesn't lose on this Might token value and maybe looking to just send 7.
All right, so Ryan survives actually, I think, pretty well in part due to the armor suite that Brute has. You know, it used to be in the past that Warrior was talked about as having the fridge. Brute has a lot of armor available now as well, and Ryan making great use of it, but kind of running out of resources here, and it needs to put some pressure on Daniel, trying to get hand disruption in the form of getting him to block. I suspect, though, with no relevant on hits, if Daniel has any sort of decent hand here, the only blocks we're going to see are from the boots and the traverse, and those are immediately snapped out.
Yeah, this is classically one of those attacks that actually ironically just makes the Zen turn better.
Yes.
It's this next turn's going to be really cool, and I hope we get to see it, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to see all of it because Ryan being at 9 without Scowling Flesh Bag, it's going to be an interesting blocking exercise from here on out. And I want to note that in this next turn, I think we're going to see the power of Needles, because when your opponent has 6 cards in hand plus an arsenal, Needles look very bad to block. You don't want to commit a whole card to them.
No, you certainly don't, and it becomes even worse if, for example, that Crouching Tiger is powering an Art of War, and you know that the attack actions are also going to be higher value, then the Needles look even worse to block, and they almost become like a free 4.
Oh boy, I didn't realize Ryan was actually at 6. Okay. Well,
they have corrected the life totals here, and that makes things even worse for Ryan. And I think you're right. I think we might not be able to see the full turn because I think Ryan might be dead before Daniel's done playing cards.
it's going to be a Zen turn. We're going to be able to watch. You know, it feels like solitaire sometimes in these situations as the Zen player because you have so many cards. Flesh and Blood is actually quite complicated when you're playing 4 cards. And when you have to... Oh, boy. Here we go.
All right, so we're going to start with the levels. But then we are playing the Go Again
Path Well Traveled. Yep.
Path
so
well
this
traveled.
means this levels has all 3 modes.
Yeah, I was going to say this means that the levels technically has all 3 modes because you're going to then play your hero power to get the second blue in. So when levels resolves, you can then choose the draw a card and the attack bonus because it already has Go Again.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so to put things in reference, Daniel currently still has 4 cards. He has a Bonds that he has access to, and he has 3 floating.
I was going to say he should have 5 cards counting the Crouching Tiger from the boots as well.
Apologies, yes. He actually has 6 cards. Sorry, there are 2 tigers. And he, of course, drew Art of War.
Right, because of the hero power as well.
Yep.
Yeah. He has all of the cards. Daniel has his entire deck.
And he has already basically presented lethal.
Yes, and so now we're going to Art of War over the top. You see a little clap there from Ryan saying, okay. So we draw 2 more. This levels is currently attacking for 6 total because of the Art of War and the bonus.
This is almost not too relevant at all because there's no way Ryan's surviving this turn, but in this particular case, it might not be correct to banish that second tiger. There is a world where it might not be correct. If he needs this tiger to, turn on a tiger swipe or whatever, it could be possible.
I'm going to banish another Crouching Tiger.
Oh, all right, so he is going to banish the other Crouching Tiger. And it looks like there's another Transcend card there as well. If he wants, he could gain 1 health. I believe that's Homage, correct?
Yeah, I think this is the turn. If Ryan was at 36, he potentially would still die because he's definitely going to be able to do Descendant into Bonds and get Descendant into Bonds. This time there's no hat. There's just no way it won't happen.
Yeah, and we still have a lot of cards in hand. Like we haven't even resolved this first 7, which I believe leaks through 4 after the initial block and the 2 Art of Wars over the top. We have all of these cards. We have a Shuko trigger that's going to be in there. We have potential needle attacks. I was going to say, yes, Daniel, yes, show the stream how powerful this turn could have been. So we're going to go with a red Descendant, which is a casual 5 Go Again at the moment because of the double Art of War.
3, 4, 5, and we're going to make sure we make this mic to keep it clean.
All right. Keeping it clean, Ryan says. All right, so bonds. This is going to be 6 go again, banishing bonds of ancestry.
Oh, Daniel does have yellow bonds. That is something cool that we learned.
That is something that we learned, and that is even more frightening, I think.
It's just Ryan's going to full block this, and he's just not going to be able to live through the gust wave and the bonds after that. And I think there's another levels in there.
Yeah. So instead of even transcending that one, we're just going to go ahead and pitch it. Could have been a transcended and then a pitch as well if we really wanted to show off, but we're just going to pitch, send the descendant in. There's still what, 3 cards left in Daniel's hand. 2 resources floating.
Yep.
Absolute insanity.
Yep.
You know, congratulations to Daniel. And actually, they're still playing it out. Daniel says, "Hey, can we sell you how much this turn would have went for?" So this would have been a yellow bonds as well.
Yeah, he's already activated Zen, so that's the last bonds he's going to be able to attack with and have combo active.
I mean, unless there's more in his hand that he drew from that second Art of War.
He drew that homage.
I just don't remember what the other card was.
I don't know either.
There were so many cards that were thrown in every direction.
He still has a levels, and he's gonna end on a mauling key, I believe. That's the
and that levels. That levels has all the modes, right?
He's
so
gonna draw another
7,
card.
Draw, go again. I think it was a chi that he just drew that came back after the shuffle.
Needle fodder.
But then 100 wins. Aspect to Tiger. So that was why he got rid
10
of
more damage.
The other Crouching Tiger to the Art of War, though.
Yep. 2 needles. That's 4 more damage.
And they are just
it's a Crouching Tiger for I believe.
Yep. And then the mauling. So I think you are correct. I think the math works out that even if he was at 36, this would have been over.
All right, everybody, get your screenshots. Take your screenshots right here.
Yeah. Send your letters to Legend
is
Story
broken,
Studios.
guys. Yeah, I mean it's a very powerful turn. It did take a little bit of setup, but it is it does happen.
I mean, this was Blitz, mind you, too.
Yeah, it's Blitz. It's Blitz.
So,
yeah. I believe we are going to be able to get a view of the backup game. So the Zen Mirror, we got to go to it now before that one ends too.
I was going to say, I'm surprised there's a backup game going, so we need to get into that now. And it is, of course, Brodie versus Michael Hamilton. I'm being told this is live, actually, still ongoing. 2 teammates that you might be a
we
little
were
bit
just doing
familiar
this
with.
in our hotel lobby yesterday. Here we have Brodie kind of trying to hang on with that Zen State token. Zen State, of course, extremely powerful in this matchup. It just accrues so much value.
And we see a block with a Traverse incoming, so searching for what I assume is a chi, but maybe he hasn't transcended yet.
Based off the number of cards left in Brodie's hand, which is, I think, it's just going to be this chi, Brodie's in a really tight spot. A really bad spot, to be honest. This is 1 Art of War. So this Shuko activated Tiger will be for, it looks like.
Well, it's going to be enough once we have that chase.
And that is
there.
game.
So,
Michael
we
Hamilton
came in
advances
just to see the tail end. Pun very intended after that chase the tail. A tail end of another absolute mauling by Michael Hamilton this time. And I think you said earlier that Michael was taking game after game after game against Brodie.
He lost the first one, won 5 or 4, I think 5 in a row afterwards. Yesterday in our testing sessions, though Brodie was extremely sleepy, and I was sleepy too. We were all sleepy. It was a long day, but yeah, Hamilton just had Brodie's number, and it looks like he did it again. Hamilton in the finals, a place he's not unfamiliar with, but Brodie has been winning. He has won 2 Blitz Battle Hardened. So
one of the things that I want to point out is we're going to have a Zen mirror for the finals, and obviously Michael Hamilton has a lot of reps.
Yeah.
Do you think that makes him favored, given that he has a ton of reps, not just into Brodie, but in general?
Based off of seeing we got to see a lot of Daniel's deck, and his deck has more Chain Enders. He's playing Key Unleashed and Mauling Key, and those Chain Enders we found were really clunky. He had that second turn that was just completely,
absolutely.
He wasn't able to do anything. And in the Zen Mirror, that's, I want to say most of the time, unacceptable. You might literally die on the spot because your hand is just a blocking hand when it needs to be I'm killing you hand.
Well, and I'll be honest, to give credit to Ryan, it's entirely possible that could have happened to Daniel if it wasn't a 1 on the Scabskins as well, right?
Yes.
If he hits his big turn there, then he would have absolutely been punished for that clunky chain ender inclusion that you were talking about.
I was surprised that he wasn't, basically, the result.
Yeah, here, fun fact real quick. They tallied up the damage, and I'm seeing minus 53 is what they've recorded.
Yeah.
On the
I've been there.
So it was almost enough to win a CC and a Blitz game together.
3 Blitz games in a row.
Yeah. Okay.
It's...
Like I said, send your letters to Legend Stories Studios.
I think it's going to be a good game. Blitz has always been in this space where it's, it goes from this very degenerative, like super aggressive format to those heroes living legend rapidly. And then into kind of like, we're like some more mid-range fest. And then it just like decks that are really good in CC convert way too good in Blitz because you don't have to play as many cards. And you have higher density of just the good cards. And we saw this with Viserai a couple of years ago at Krakow. And so, like, Zen is kind of like Viserai if Viserai had 9 cards, 9 become the Arknights, that all, instead of having you to discard an additional card, just gave you a Tiger. It's like, that's kind of the best way I can, like, talk about Zen. And instead of playing Hope Merchant's Hood, which is the tech that we used to play in Viserai, you play Traverse, which lets you get another Become the Arknight. And it's just the modularity, the flexibility. It does require a little bit of, a little bit of experience knowing what to tutor for, kind of getting to that rhythm. But once you get going, the damage just flows and flows and flows. And I think, this game might be super one-sided, but it does show just the power, the raw power of this deck. And I think it's going to be an exciting game that you guys are going to cover. And it's just going to be, I just hope it's like a game. I hope both players are able to do the cool thing and do a bunch of damage. So,
well, we are going to be taking a short break, and then when we come back, we're going to have the finals of the Battle Hardened here at RealmFest in New Jersey. So don't go anywhere. The finals after the break.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the RealmFest here in New Jersey. I'm Brodie Spurlock. This is Michael Fang. We have both been knocked out of the tournament, so we are joining you here in the booth to cover the finals between two Zens of pretty different lists. So we're going to have an interesting matchup lined up. Before we dive in, we're going to look at the bracket here.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel has blistered through this top 8 bracket, beating another Zen, then beating a Rhinar, and, you know, Michael is just beating some Zens up.
Yep. I was one of them. I fell to his sword.
We did talk about this in the stream in the last round, but I mentioned how last night we played some games and it was basically the same result. We played like 5 or 6 games, I feel.
Oh, I did hear about this. You slandered my name on the stream. You told them I won 1 out of 5 or 6, and I'll have you know, it was only 4.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So you lost 4 games?
I maintained a very respectable 25% win rate. No, I only lost 3. I won 1.
Yeah. Oh, okay. In total, 4 games were played. Okay. I guess in my head, you had been losing so many times. It just, some of those games, I feel like you could have lost twice with the amount of damage you've had to take.
Man, after I heard what the lies Michael had been spreading on stream, I was like, dang, I don't even want to win the semis. I need to go hop in there and correct this misinformation.
Defend your honor.
So we have these two Zens who have made it all the way to the finals. Daniel's going to have choice of first or second, which is something interesting we'll talk about when we get into the match. We've been debating that all day. Real quick, we want to talk to you guys about the flash sale going on RealmGamingNetwork.com. If you go and pre-order a case of Rosetta today, you're going to get $120 off your entire cart if you use the code RealmFest. That is only available today until midnight. So head over there right now before the final starts, right after. Tell your friends and take advantage of this flash sale that is only going on today, July 20th.
Until midnight. Go to RealmGamingNetwork.com, put a case of Rosetta into that cart, add some other things if you'd like, and you're going to get $120 off. It ends tonight. Oh, you also have to use the code RealmFest.
That's very important. Don't forget that part.
But yeah, that ends tonight.
All right, we're going to dive into the match here. The players are ready at the table. It is Michael Hamilton versus Daniel Ferrara, first versus 6th seed, and it looks like Daniel has chosen to go first. What do you think about that choice?
I feel like that is what I'm leaning towards. I feel like, I've seen a lot of these games happen, and it just, the quality of your 4 cards in terms of good 4 cards and bad 4 cards is quite big. And I think one of the ways you can, minimize your 4 cards being bad is by going first and kind of setting up a 5-card hand instead.
And Daniel is going to start the game off with a blue Descendant Gustwave, pitching away that yellow Bonds of Ancestry, which is a card that both players are playing 2 of here. Coming in for a measly 1. So Michael's got to decide whether he wants to commit a card to block this or save his cards for later in the turn when they can get more value.
This is kind of a relief. This is only 1 point of damage. Michael's hand does not notably block that well.
It does have 2 Transcend cards, though, which is something I'm pretty happy to see in any Zen game. I just want to know I'm going to be able to Transcend. And he has a fascinating option available, which is Transcending on Daniel's turn and making a Zen state turn 0. I don't know if we'll see him go for that, but it's something interesting that you almost never see happen that he could do on this turn.
It looks like Daniel's going ahead and activating that. He did Transcend, and their deck does. It looks like from last game, we found out that Daniel is playing a bunch of Chain Enders, and so grabbing Key Unleashed here does telegraph to Michael. At least it's likely just going to be Tiger into a Key Unleashed.
So it's going to be at least 8 more damage coming across the table here. Daniel does still have 1 more card in hand, quite likely going to park that in the arsenal. It looks like it's an Ancestral Harmony, so a really nice setup for a future turn.
Daniel did heavily prioritize arsenaling the Ancestral Harmony. He opted to arsenal it instead of dealing 4 damage earlier last game.
This is another Tiger for 1. Michael, with only 2 3-blocks in hand, knows that he wants to save those for either the Key Unleashed, where they can get more value, or perhaps those Needles should they attack. He's going to read Key Unleashed real quick. This is a card that's not in his Blitz deck, so he just wants to make sure he's familiar with what it does. No room for a mistake in the finals.
Still debating, I think, whether or not he wants to Transcend.
Yeah, I think what's probably going through Michael's head right now is, do I want to Transcend on my opponent's turn, or do I want to wait until my own turn when I can get the value out of this grain, get those extra resources from 12-Petal Kosaya that are going to be wasted if I do it on Daniel's turn. By waiting until his own turn, though, he runs the risk of drawing an awkward hand where he has a really hard time finding a grain target and it could cause him to have to play inefficiently or at the very worst, not even transcend. He can always transcend if he wants to, because at the very least he can always pitch a red to needle, but he wants to avoid that timeline if possible. There's that block for 6 from Michael. He's going to take 1 point of damage down to 17, and then it will be his last opportunity to choose whether he wants to Grain and Homage to Ancestors or wait until his own turn. If you're Michael here, it looks like he's going to wait. What do you think about this option of making 2 energies during Daniel's turn or just chilling with those Transcend cards?
I think, like you mentioned, there's such a high chance that, first of all, you draw blue, and that you're able to just go Needle and then Transcend. But I'd probably be comfortable doing this.
So Michael's hand now is those 2 cards we talked about, red 100 Winds and blue Belittle. So he has some options. He likely is looking at the blue Belittle as an arsenal option, since it gives him opportunities to transcend on a future turn. This 100 Winds does make for a very easy Grain target to just start off the turn with that and give it +1, gain a life, get your extra resources from the 12 petal. And then if he wants to, he can activate Zen, get a 0-cost card, use the free resources to swing the needles. That'll leave him with an extra energy in hand, and we might see him go ahead and turn that 12-petal Kasaya into a Zen state token on the very first turn. We know those tokens can be very powerful in the mirror.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I'd be thinking about here is if he does double transcend, he might have too many blues. He might have too many resources.
So he's going to opt to pitch this Belittle instead, getting it out of the hand, swinging in with the needle for 2, and forcing Daniel to decide right off the bat whether he wants to commit a 3-block or not.
Daniel opts not to.
There's another needle. We saw no blocks on the first one. It's going to be no blocks once again. And Michael is debating whether he wants to fire off this Grains in reactions, it looked like.
So I'm going to gain a life.
There you have it. Double Transcend. Like you said, this is going to be a lot of resources available on this turn. He's going to have 1 floating from the Belittle. So it looks like he's opted to, instead of arsenaling the Belittle, make use of it as a blue because he wants to find something with Zen that costs resources, I imagine. Maybe something like Chase the Tail is a 1 for 4. We know Michael's deck doesn't have any Chain Enders. So no option to get a Key Unleashed like Daniel
I think we're about to make a Zen state then, right? Like that seems like what happens when we have the extra, the Chi in these situations.
Yeah, I think so. I'm curious to see how we utilize these resources from the Belittle. Very likely going to get something that costs at least 1. Could be another 100 Winds if Michael wants to just arsenal the Tiger he gets. Could be something like a Tiger Swipe as the highest damage option. Unless I got bamboozled and I actually wasn't playing the same list as him. I don't think he has Falling Key or anything like that. Yeah, that's going to be another 100 Winds for Michael Hamilton. Coming in for 4. Everything is face up now for Daniel, so he knows very likely this last Transcend card is going to be converted into a Zen state off of the Kasaya.
Yeah, and it's interesting here. Tiger Swipe would have been the same amount of damage, potentially, but because Shuko is active, it would have been 1 more damage. But by taking this line, Hamilton is guaranteeing he gets the Arsenal Tiger, which is, it's not nothing.
Yeah, he basically has a choice between convert that Tiger into 1 damage or put it in Arsenal. He's choosing to put it in Arsenal. But another important factor here is that by getting 200 Winds, he now can't tutor red 100 Winds off of Bonds of Ancestor anymore. And if he had gotten, let's say, the Tiger Swipe instead, he would now have 100 Winds and a Tiger Swipe as potential Bonds options. So he's placing quite a lot of value on keeping that Arsenal Tiger ready for something like a Chase the Tail, where it can get a lot more than 1 value.
Yeah, lots of pros and cons that you have to weigh here, and Hamilton has made that choice with the 100 Winds.
Daniel has chosen to cash in his Traverse the Universe, searching the deck for an inner Chi and going up to a 5-card hand. Not using the Stride of Reprisal, which tells me he likely does not have access to an Art of War. Looks like maybe he has 2 Harmonies, 1 in hand, 1 in Arsenal.
Yeah, it's going to be a very harmonious turn.
There you have it. It is a combo card. Red Spinning Wheel Kick. A card that Michael is not playing, opting instead to go for those Belittles. We saw one of them pitched just now. Daniel's deck a little bit better at hitting off of these Harmonies when you cast them.
Absolutely. Daniel has to do some math now. The second Harmony, is it going to be played? Is it going to be pitched? It's really possible that it's going to be pitched because he does want to activate Zen this turn, and a lot of his cards do cost resources.
So Daniel has multiple combo cards that cannot be played without something leading them. For Tiger Swipe, it's a Tiger. For Aspect, it's a red card. But he does have that Bonds and a way to tutor a Gust Wave. So he, I think, is probably thinking about just what is the best tutor off of that Bonds of Ancestry. What's going to maximize my damage for the turn? This Ancestral Harmony, as powerful as it could be, is going to be used as a blue here because we don't have any other resource cards in the hand besides that Inner Chi. And Daniel's valuing that search off of Zen's hero ability higher than this Anthem effect that we see in the pitch zone.
Yeah, and it's possible. It's very likely that the search is going to be a Descending Gust Wave, as he does have a Bonds, and I believe he did not have a Gust Wave in his hand.
I think that's correct, yeah. Michael's Zen State will be putting in a lot of work here, pretty much just negating the power of that Anthem effect, Ancestral Harmony.
At least 7 wide, I believe. Daniel's going to be going, so that's going to be preventing 7 damage this turn, and we'll see how much next turn.
Over on Michael's side, I don't see an Art of War, but he seems to have a couple powerful cards in the hand. Bonds, Chase the Tail, which is going to be able to make great use of that Tiger in Arsenal.
And, of course, the specialization, a Tiger Domain.
Yeah, I think his hand actually does not have a Bonds. I see Rising Sun, Setting Moon, and Levels of Enlightenment, so lots of powerful blues there to play with.
It's very likely Hamilton will probably choose to use his Chi Hat just for an extra blue.
I think so, yeah. He has access to Zen's ability on this turn, but because of Levels getting more value the more blues you pitch, and also that Jade Tiger Domain being very resource intensive, I think that's very likely.
So Michael's actually at 11 here. The life totals have not been updated.
5 going in on the Bonds, and he's just going to grab that Spinning Wheel Kick. He had to close the chain to do that, sticking it in the graveyard so that we can go get another one out of the deck. Basically just trying to find a way to use that last resource floating this turn.
A bit of a relief, I believe, for Michael, because it's not, he didn't get the other Descendant Gust Wave. So at least it means, you know, there isn't going to be a double Bond situation set up here.
Yeah, unlike Classic Constructed, these Zen decks have 6 Bonds available in 40 cards. Those things get in the graveyard real fast, and you see these double Bonds turns happen pretty often. They are very, very scary to be up against as the opponent. So from Michael's side here, he doesn't know exactly how much damage is going to be coming out of Daniel's hand, but he knows about the Tiger. He knows that if these 2 cards are combo cards, they're going to be presenting roughly 4 or 5 more damage each. In this case, it is going to be 5 damage from them combined. The Shuko still hasn't triggered yet, so that's 10 more, plus 5 from the Spinning Wheel Kick in Banish Zone. So Daniel's looking at an additional 15 damage after this Bonds, which is currently on the table for 5. Michael Hamilton at 11 is going to have to block at least 10 of that to stay alive, meaning in addition to all his armor, he's going to have to give at least 2 cards this turn.
Are you factoring in the Zen State with that math? Because
not at all. Whoops. So he will not have to block 10 of that. His Zen State will take care of 4 of it, I think. So he will only have to give 1 card from hand, which is actually really fortunate for him. You're totally right.
Yeah, the only thing that he might, want to be considering is that Shuko trigger. His Shuko trigger would negate the 1 point from Zen State, so being able to block out whatever attack gets the Shuko trigger could be important.
Tiger Stripe Shuko, quite a good legendary, getting even stronger in these Zen mirrors, since it gives +1 on most turns and an additional 1 because we see so commonly these Zen States put in play.
Yeah, but Michael is kind of just heads up blocking here. He doesn't know exactly how much damage will be done. He doesn't want to be put in an awkward spot potentially, and not be able to use his armor.
It's going to be the Crouching Tiger next for Daniel, which is just going to be 0. No decisions to make here. And then Michael will finally get a bit more information. Tiger Swipe. This one is going to be coming in for 6, +1 from the Harmony, +1 from the Shuko, unpreventable, and threatening to make an additional Crouching Tiger on hit. That only matters if Daniel's last card in hand is another Tiger Swipe. I don't remember if we've seen him block with one, but I don't think so. So that is something to pay attention to as Michael Hamilton.
Yeah, right now at this point, Hamilton has to give up something, and if he does give up a card here, he'll have to give up potentially his Shuko on the follow-up. But the worst case scenario for sure would be a follow-up Tiger Swipe, because that would force Michael to commit another card.
We know the card in hand is an aspect of Tiger Body, which will be coming in for 4. So Michael has 10 damage on the table coming at him, only 9 of which he'll have to deal with, since that Zen State will take care of 1. Meaning if he gives a card from hand and his Shuko, he will be able to survive. We might see him have to give up that Chase the Tail, unfortunately, even though he worked so hard to get a Tiger in Arsenal, and might not be able to reap the rewards.
Staying alive sometimes, it's worth it, right? Like, being able to play another turn, that might be foreign to me, but for Michael, he likes living.
As much as you'd like to keep your whole hand, dying is not a better alternative.
Notably, by the way this turn played out, Daniel could have opted to Arsenal Tiger by playing the aspect after the spinning wheel kick and just arsenaling the Tiger in his hand. But by playing it this way, he does kind of, make it a little tricky. Make Hamilton have to sweat and think about maybe potentially blocking out that Tiger Swipe. And maybe if Daniel doesn't really value having a Tiger in his arsenal, that could be why he played it this way.
That's kind of an interesting back and forth in this match. We saw Michael Hamilton give up value on board to keep that Tiger in Arsenal, and Daniel is opting to give up the Tiger just to create a little bit more mystery and make his opponent sweat on blocks.
Yeah, it's two philosophies, and with where Michael's at, maybe Daniel's is superior.
There is a block for 3 with that Chase the Tail. It's going to be a full cover because of the Zen State. Michael Hamilton will remain at 2, facing down Daniel Ferrara, who does not have an Arsenal, but is at 10 with 5 armor in play, and has the ability to create a Zen State off the 12 pedal, but it would require drawing a Chi, so we are not going to see that.
Michael only had a block of 1 card. He gets to throw back quite a lot. And he has 2 Majestics, and that's a lot of Majestics.
That is a lot of Majestics in one hand. He is going to start off with Rising Sun, Setting Moon, responding with this Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain. There are 2 reasons you want to sequence it like this. First of all, Jade Tiger Domain requires that you have already played a blue this turn when you cast it, unlike the other Transcend cards, because it is modal. You have to declare the modes when it is put on the stack. So you need to play your other Transcend card first. And then, of course, Rising Sun, Setting Moon allows you to sync the other Chi in your hand, assuming you let the other card resolve first. So in this case, Michael actually drew into another inner Chi off the top, and he basically has the option, does he want to put an inner Chi back in the deck, or one of those Tigers that are all going to get +1 this turn from the Jade?
That is not ideal. It is possible that this third Chi, which it will be the third one, because he will get the one from Rising Sun, Setting Moon, is straight up less valuable than another Tiger.
It's a pretty interesting choice to be faced with. Unlike earlier in the game, he no longer has that out of converting it to a Zen State token. He is going to have 0 floating, assuming he wants to go levels, needle. So I think he has to calculate the odds off the top of his deck. What are the chances I'm going to need a resource? What are the chances that needing that resource means a needle for 2 is better than a Tiger for 1? And it looks like he's leaning in that direction. He wants to have that extra resource available to him.
Yeah. This next draw off of the levels is going to be incredibly important.
Michael Hamilton is a very high-level player here. He's thinking about in what timeline can I still win this game?
Absolutely.
And it might be one where he draws something like his last Chase the Tail, something so powerful it can bring him back into this game. And so he wants to play toward that world and say, I'm going to keep this card that right now is useless, but it might allow me to have the strongest turn my deck can create.
There's so many cards. Orion, Art of War. There's a lot of powerful cards left in the deck.
He also has the ability to go Descending Gust Wave Bonds if he draws one of those 2 cards. There's a lot of things that are still available to him. I guess even if he doesn't draw Chase the Tail, he can still tutor it, and that would require another resource. So this makes actually a lot of sense in my mind. The Zephyr Needles attack for 2. The Tigers only attack for 1. So at the very least, that extra blue is going to be a needle, since we're, I think, extremely likely to see him find a Chase the Tail off of Zen, assuming they're not both in the graveyard. I actually don't remember.
Yeah, it seems very likely that he'll be grabbing Chase the Tail immediately here, and by doing that, well, after attacking with the Tiger, sure, to withhold a little information, coming in with 2 daggers, and then of course pitching that third blue for levels, and then we're off to the races. It just depends on what he draws there.
This is going to be a pretty big turn. Levels is going to be for 5 with Go Again and drawing Michael another card. Chase the Tail will present 7 extra damage. in addition to, I think, 4 tigers that together come in for 4. So that alone is 16 damage. Whatever he draws off the top could make or break this turn.
I think Daniel is telegraphing strength here. He's realizing that, hey, I am probably going to survive this turn with that early block on the tiger.
Oh, and I said 16 damage, but the needles are on board as 4 more. So presenting a total of 20 would mean Daniel would really like a Zen State from his own 12-petal Kasaya. Unfortunately, not able to find it since his hat is used up. That would be incredibly crushing against this huge board of tigers from Michael Hamilton.
Absolutely. And the lack of Tiger Stripe Shuko, which had to be blocked last turn to stay alive.
You see Michael concealing as much information as possible. He says, I don't know what's going to be on top of my deck. This Levels of Enlightenment is going to draw me a mystery card, but I would rather keep that secret from my opponent than play it out now and learn what that extra card is.
Yep. Michael has 2 float right now. Has 2 float right now.
Coming in with that needle for 2, forcing his opponent to decide blocks before playing the chase the tail, but after revealing it. That's interesting. As the opponent, you have to be like, this guy is a former world champion. He's very good at the game. Why is he showing me that, then attacking me? He wants to try to tell me some story, and I'm not believing it. Lots of potential mind games going on there, which is something we also saw in Daniel's last turn.
Yeah, Daniel's deciding, hey, maybe this is a needle pop-in turn.
Going to commit those 3 blocks, which he might end up regretting when we see the power of this turn. All in all, it's going to be a lot of damage still following these needles.
Well, we shall see. By drawing a card here, we're putting a lot of pressure on the draw.
And it's an Orihon, but he does not have the resources to pay for it anymore. So Michael Hamilton has actually been hard punished by choosing to play this Levels of Enlightenment after the needles. If he had done it before the second needle, he would have been able to draw 3 cards.
But Daniel has blocked with 2 cards already, and his hand currently is Tiger and 2 mystery cards. Michael's probably going to be able to keep cards in his next hand, as well as having the Zen State. This might not be that bad.
The Orihon's going to be able to go in Arsenal. Closing the combat chain here. The needles will get blown up. That tiger is sent into Oblivion, and going to get ready to reopen it with a crouching tiger here coming in for 1.
There's still a lot of damage on the table here. This is for 1. The tiger, the chase the tails for 4.
It is. This is 4 with go again.
You hear Daniel commenting, that's a lot of chi. A lot of inner cheese right there, as we call it.
Yep. And this is another tiger for 4.
This is 4 with go again.
I think Daniel is down to 3 or 4 here. The life totals haven't been updated for us. But this tiger is going to be coming in for 4, threatening lethal one way or the other.
By threatening lethal here, it puts so much pressure on Daniel.
Forcing a card out of the hand. Daniel is down to only 1 card and the tiger he got off his shoes.
I think Daniel is just excited to be alive. I believe his last 2 cards are a tiger and a transcend.
Wow, so just going to be able to swing those needles, set up a tiger and Arsenal, and then it's going to be back to Michael Hamilton with a full 5-card hand.
And that's only going to take 1 card from Michael because he has that Zen State token.
That's right. He can pop a needle with any card of his choosing. A 3-block or 2-luck will do. Michael knows that's a tiger in Daniel's hand. Everything is face up, and the world is his oyster to win this Zen mirror, where both players are almost completely naked here. Equipment all gone. Daniel's down to just these last 2 needles.
But I believe Michael has also drawn one of his crouching tigers.
That is not what you're looking for off the top of the deck. I think I see a Bonds in hand. So should he be able to transcend, he'll be able to find a descending Gust Wave. That tiger might be causing him a lot of pain. I think that's a red Minnoism. So currently not able to transcend with the hand he has. This might actually turn into a really tight endgame. Michael's going to have to choose if he wants to play this Orihon. What's he going to give up for it? Likely just both of those blues, but he's just going to put, all of his faith in the top of the deck.
Yeah, I think that Orihon is going to be played for a little bit less value than Michael would have hoped.
One of the needles is is not destroyed. It's a Zen State, not a...
Yeah, not a frailty or something.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There you have it. What are those top 2 cards of Michael's deck? Only drawing 2 here. Wow, we might be seeing another blind rip off the top very shortly here. Michael's going to take his time. make sure he knows what he wants to do. It's Ancestral Harmony. What is it? Art of War. Michael Hamilton, who was so poised to take the game with this turn, has virtually bricked, drawing that useless Crouching Tiger that he had put on the bottom previously. It's going to be 3 plus a drop preserve on Daniel's side, taking no damage and remaining at 2 life.
His hand did not block for very much. If Michael presented maybe even just 6 damage, I think this game could have been very, very different. But here we are. Daniel double transcending, taking 0 damage.
2 no blocks. What's the last card in Daniel's hand? It is a blue 100 win. So, yeah, it wouldn't have taken much from Michael
7
Hamilton.
damage. Would have taken 7. Daniel has 2 keys, 2 daggers, and a blue 100 wins.
Blue 100 wins right off the bat. That demands a card from Michael Hamilton. Going to drop one of those 2 blocks in front. Here's a needle for 2. Michael looks at his Crouching Tiger in Arsenal. Like, why did you have to come up in that last hand?
And it looks like lights are out here unless Michael is able to have a sink below or something, because we're looking at 1 into 7 or 0 into 7. And there you have it. Daniel Ferreira takes down the Battle Hardened here in Princeton, New Jersey. Congratulations, Daniel.
Wow, what a back and forth game. It really looked more than once like both of these players had this game in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. The last couple of turns, a little bit less explosive, but the first couple of turns, tons of damage.
I just had to pray you out of that.
Daniel Ferreira showing up with this Zen deck, no belittles. He had Key Unleashed, he had these Chain Enders, and he
had a bunch more combo cards. Ancestral Harmony is a lot better when you have combo cards.
Spinning Wheel Kick.
Yep.
We talked about that card all weekend. We decided to cut it.
Yeah.
It ended up being the banish off of that Ancestral Harmony for Daniel.
Absolutely. It was extremely powerful there. And it looked like by having a toolbox of combo cards that cost different amounts of resources, Daniel was able to never kind of be inefficient with his resources. Whereas on Michael's side, he did have that first turn where he ended up having an entire extra chi in his hand. And of course, that last turn where he might have wanted to have that extra chi in his hand when he drew that Orion. So the game could have gone differently if that Orion was played. But as it stands, we have Daniel, our champion. I don't know if we'll have him here in the booth, but
sounds like we are going to be able to get him for an interview very soon. I feel like that game was a good showcase of the skill expression in the Zen mirror. Even though it's such a fast matchup, you have these crazy Anthem haymakers, double bonds turns. Even in Blitz, where both players have 20 life and the game can often end on turn 2, we saw a lot of decision points from both players. Some of them got rewarded, some of them got pretty heavily punished. And it's all kind of just a game of odds, a game of wits with your opponent. Like, we saw Daniel make that choice with the Crouching Tiger to send it first because he wanted to try to trick Michael Hamilton into misblocking.
Yeah. It definitely was a good game. It felt like both players were able to make decisions. It wasn't a runaway train, as sometimes Zen mirrors can be, and both players got to do kind of like Zen things. Both players transcended, both players were able to leverage their armor for powerful turns, both players were able to do pretty powerful turns. I mean, Daniel's on death's door. Michael had a 3-card hand plus, the Tiger Arsenal and Tiger. Orion was in his arsenal, which ended up being kind of an inefficient play. But yeah, that was, at least it was a game. It was a game.
It went on for a while. I feel like for a Zen mirror, it was a pretty nice one to get on stream.
We got to turn 5, I believe, is when Daniel won. So
these games often end on turn 2 or 3, especially in the mirror. Both players have the opportunity to hit that Art of War craziness.
Absolutely. And I don't think any Art of Wars were played at all.
We did get the Transcend from both players. Sometimes that can be tricky in Zen. You have these games where you aren't able to Transcend. So it was a nice back and forth.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that one.
And we do have Daniel coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
We'll be right back.
All right, everyone. Reminder real quick as well. There is that flash sale going on while the casters swap out for the interview here. Just a quick reminder before you tune out, because this is still exciting stuff. If you add a case of Rosetta to your cart on the Realm Gaming Network website, and no matter what else is in that cart, you want a Blitz deck, you want some singles, whatever it is, if you use the code RealmFest, you're going to get $120 slashed off that total cart price, which is pretty incredible. And this deal ends tonight. So if you want to show some support for the stream, and also just get yourself some new starry spangled cards out of this Rosetta set, then go ahead and take advantage of this deal. I'm just trying to buy some time here because we should have this winner's interview. 1 second, need to check in with them. Okay, sorry. There we go. Everyone just disappeared on me, but we're going to have Brodie host the interview in just 1 second. But there you go. The actual links and all is in the description. All the information is also just right in front of your face. So if you want to take advantage of this code, you got one more shot for us to plug it, and then it will expire at midnight tonight. So with that, we've got Daniel now in the booth. Take it away, Brodie.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are here with the champion of the Battle Hardened here in New Jersey, Daniel Ferrara. Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you very much.
How are you feeling right now?
Really, really excited. Definitely my biggest win yet, and my heart was pounding, especially versus Michael Hamilton in the finals. He is a very well-known player. It was very scary.
Yeah, going against a top player like that, it's always like exciting. You're a little bit nervous. You played well. What did you think about the game? Any key moments that stood out to you?
Really just blocking the needles. I had to just pray that next turn he dead drew, which he did, because if he had the needles, he would have been able to take my whole hand away from me, and then I would have definitely been dead. So just blocking the needles. Otherwise, Zenmir is very luck of the draw. Thankfully, I was first seed, so I was able to choose to go first, which definitely gave me a little bit of an edge, but really close game. I'm still freaking out.
Yeah, it's always really overwhelming, these moments, but I mean, I'm sure you're feeling a lot of different happy emotions right now. Yes. It was kind of cool in that game to see the two different deck list featured. You had, of course, the Key Unleashed, these kind of more chain enders, spinning wheel kick to have even more combo cards.
Big card.
What'd you say?
Big card. Chi Unleashed was my friend's inclusion in the list. Through his testing, he realized that a lot of times you just have a lot of extra resources flowing around, and turns out 2 for 7 is a good number.
That's fair, yeah. And you put it to great use in that game.
Yes, and preserve tradition.
That's right. Preserve tradition. Put it back on the bottom to close the game out at the very end. We also saw on Michael's side those Belittles and Orion, which is a card that ended up playing a key role in the end of the game. Is that something you're running as well?
I am not running that. I just don't want that many non-blocks in Blitz. I'm also not playing the Sacred Art, is something to mention. We've just settled on 8 Transcends. For me and my buddy are running the same deck today. He also top-8'd, so that was nice. We're not playing Orion, however you want to pronounce it, or the Sacred Art. It's a little too flashy for Blitz, in our opinion. In CC, I'm running both, but in Blitz, it was like, Orion, I don't want it to be stuck, just like what happened to him. I didn't want it to be stuck in my hand like that.
That's fair. I think what you just mentioned is something cool that I've realized this weekend, is that Blitz and CC Zen are pretty different decks. There's a lot of deck building choices, and there's a lot of things that are different about the Blitz games. So I think it's cool that despite being viewed as like, just a really fast hero, kind of always does the same thing, maybe from the eyes of someone who doesn't play Zen, there's actually a lot to think about. And switching to Blitz, there's a lot of skill, I think, in that deck building. I wanted to ask about just your overall record throughout today and throughout the weekend as well.
So I actually only came today. I did not go yesterday, for the record. I only came for the Blitz Battle Hardened. I live on Long Island. It was not that far a drive. I was 5-0, so I was guaranteed first seed going into round 6. And then I conceded to my round 6 opponent.
There you have it. So you played 8 games. You won 8 games. Undefeated on the day. Fantastic. Before we wrap it up here, is there anybody you want to shout out? Any last words for the viewers?
Shout out to Caleb, my teammate, for putting this deck together. We both tested it a lot, and my team Tri-State area. And thanks for my parents for funding this. Just like Brodie, I'm also a child. I'm only 16, turning 17 in a month. So thank you, parents, for...
Hey, shout out to supportive parents. I'm so thankful to my mom for just like supporting me and playing card games. So I'm totally with you there. And also the winner of our 5K was also a kid. I'm technically not a kid anymore. I'm 18 now.
You're
but
close enough.
Basically same boat. I'm in the Zoomer squad. But yeah, it's a champion. How do you say it? Like a Zoomer champions weekend, I guess. With that, we are going to wrap it up here. Congratulations again to Daniel. Don't forget to go to the RealmGamingNetwork.com and use that code RealmFest. And the next event is going to be at the end of August in Columbus, Ohio. So make sure to tune in for that one. Until then, stay safe. Thanks for tuning in. Goodbye, everyone.